Bam. We out there.
Background check for a chopper. That's a hook, dude.
Hey, so seriously,
That's a hook.
I got an announcement to make. Speaking of background check for a chopper, I just submitted my fingerprints to LiveScan.
Oh shit.
I caved in.
That's what's up.
I want to get a Glock 27. I want to become a member of GSSF. But you know what? I don't know if I told you this, but so when I went in to do my live scan, so you know Maryland has a roster, right? And we always get shit super late. You know what just hit the roster?
Gen 4.
No, that joint's been on there.
PPQ?
No, even cooler.
HKVP9?
No, something more up my alley.
Let me think. I don't know. You got a lot of shit.
Yeah, bro.
Already.
Something that you would never expect. The motherfucking PAP is live out there.
The PAP pistol.
Yeah!
Yeah, but come on, dude. You can't get the brace.
It doesn't matter, bro. I don't give a dogs. I couldn't get it. Put it like this. Before the brace was even out there, I wanted a PAP pistol. Just because it was a PAP pistol. You know what I'm saying?
Me too.
So, I mean, the 27 is more viable, but the thing is, they could take that shit away from me. If I can get a PAP pistol...
It's the ultimate, like, picnic gun.
It is. Or like a beach gun. You could just tell tell your girl to put it like in her big ass bag.
Dude, you're gonna literally be like this song, dude. Background check for a chopper.
Yeah, that was the interesting part.
This song is my favorite song of the year, I think, dude. I love the song, man. I'm just gonna keep playing this shit over and over again. Background check for a chopper. Yeah, you gotta do it, man.
So I went in there thinking I was just giving my fingerprints for a G27, but now it's like, oh man, my whole plan's got like a wrench thrown in them because do I go for that or do I just keep saving for the fucking chopper, young? I need a chopper. I don't have a bona fide chopper other than my AR.
Yeah, you do. Your arsenal's a fucking chopper.
Technically, because it's a folding thing, but just the pistol by itself, that's a for real chopper. That's a for real chopper, and I need a chopper in my life. Okay, so this is what's funny. So they had these really funny, super skinny metal mags because we're a 10-round magazine limit. So the thing that I was thinking was, are those single stack magazines? One, how is the magazine well in there? And if it was that skinny, could it have been a 223 mag, and just a 223 PAP made it on the list and not the 5.5? I mean, not the 7.62.
Oh well, they have model numbers. I forgot the model numbers, but like PAP, say it's for example, it might be PAP 52 or PAP 51 or something. You know?
Yeah.
Like the M93, M93 or some shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got to make sure that joint's a 7.62. I don't care about the magazines. I do got to take a 30-round magazine in there so I can make sure that my magazines fit. You know what I'm saying? Because if that shit has funny mag wells, then there's no point in me dropping the money into it.
Oh, no. My PAP fit the Circle 10s. It fit every mag I had.
I feel you.
Oh, it came, I don't know if it still does, but my mags came with like some really high quality Yugo mags. Too.
Nah, dogs. But those are like 3 rounds. Like these joints were like super skinny, so like they look like 10-round mags, and if anything, they could be even 223 mags, so they look funny skinny.
Well, no, that's the thing is the PAP is the 223 PAP. It has the funny looking fucking mag. Man.
Yeah, that's the M82 or M83 or some shit.
I wouldn't.
So I honestly still don't even know if the 7.62 is up there. But guess how much the 223 joint was? Then apparently, if that really was the 223, guess how much? Yeah, right. None of my stay, homie. Yeah,
well, can't you get it shipped? I mean, you still can't find an FFL with a low price
under $50. Under $50?
No, I mean you can't find someone in the boonies like Booney.
Under $50? No.
That's sad.
Put it like this: if I did, it'd be like a 2-hour drive, and it'd be like $35 or $40. So what's a 5-hour there and ride? 2.5 hour.
Gas
5 hour
is cheap though. Gas is cheap though. $1.90.
5 hours of my time for like $10.
Well, you said 150 versus if it's like going to save $100. Shit, that's fucking $25 an hour, man. That's
no, but I'll still save it if I ship it to an FFL around here for like $50 though. You see what I'm saying? Like all I'm saving is just a transfer fee, and it's $15 is the most I would save.
It looked like that.
So it's really, I don't know. No, but honestly, like the AK mag didn't look straight like that. It just it had the right proper AK curve to it. It just looked narrow. It didn't look like a 223 kind of like 74 kind of mag where it doesn't have as much of a cant to it. Yeah. It had the proper cant. It was just narrow as fuck. And that's what made me had to think about the Maglos too. So I'm definitely taking the mag in there just to fuck around with that shit. But dogs, they wanted $650 in the store. Get real.
So background check for a chopper. That's all right.
Yeah.
I get it.
I think it's worth it. Totally worth it.
I know.
That joint cost me $100. $154 and like 48 cents.
Well, tonight's topic is the ultimate picnic AK pistol hat.
Ridiculous. It was $50 for the application to the state, and like $54.50 for my live scan fingerprints. And if you have to take a class, add another $60 to that.
Golly gee.
Yeah, ridiculous.
What kind of windbreaker are you gonna rock with that though?
I don't know. See, unfortunately, like they didn't let me take a new picture for my ID card that I'm gonna get. They take my AVA.
You gonna rock a
schmog? Sure I took a cool
jacket. Rock a flash schmog in the summertime?
I was gonna rock a what is it called, a balaclava or whatever?
Yeah, baklava. It's like a baklava. It's like a fucking Greek pastry. I don't know what the hell those things are called except ski masks.
Okay, but check this out. So you know what else I was thinking too? For real? I really was thinking about getting the VP9. You want to know why? Because powered by
You're
Mario.
not classy enough for that, bro.
I may not be, but I'm slutty enough for that picture that Powered by Mario put up with the 30-round extendo in there.
Oh yeah, you know what's funny? I got the email from hkparts.net that they're in stock, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't have that gun, but damn, that's some extendo.
Speaking of the VP9, I really pissed off the H&K people at SHOT Show.
Really?
Yeah, because I was over there and I was talking to someone about the VP9. I was like, that's a good gun for what it is, but it's not as good as the P30, the regular H&Ks. And the guy goes, we pride ourselves that the V9 is every bit as good a quality, internal, and build as our regular guns. I was like, well, let's take one apart side by side. No. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought.
We can't do that. They're tied down.
Why is it $400 cheaper then?
Yeah. That's what I kind of mentioned that later. I was like, well, if it's equally built, then why are the others more expensive? I was like, you're paying for something with the others, I assume.
Were they showing off their 30-round magazine at SHOT Show for HK? Did you see that, Yankee?
I didn't see it.
And it's funny because I actually commented on Powered by Mario's because he's posted 2 pictures of that, and I've hit him off with the 30s on everything hashtag, and he's responded to it. So that's pretty cool.
I have no idea who that is.
He's an Instagrammer, Powered by Mario. He puts out some pretty good pictures, pretty cool pictures.
Shout out to Adam at hkparts.net. That's where you go when you want your $100 firing pin replacement or your $200 recoil spring.
I bet those little plastic ear tabs are like $75.
That's where you go when you want cheap $80 mags for your whatever.
That extender.
The cheapest mags I could find from my HK45, like a few months ago, was $60 for one 10-round mag. But the P30 and the VP9, they're like about $39 for a mag, $35 to $39, I would say. So get lucky and get a few mags when you get your gun. If you do buy that gun, don't you better buy the LE model with the night sights, because it's a sweet deal.
So yeah, I'm torn 3 different ways, but I got like maybe about 30 days before I get my license.
P30 with that.
I saw it on Slick Guns for $629. The LE one.
Yeah, that's a sweet deal. Yeah. Those are $125 Meprolites if you just bought them, and then you'd have to have them installed and blah blah blah. So you're definitely getting the deal. And the spare mag, too. Anything else happen in the shop?
You know what would be a real sweet deal on that VP9? If you could get it for that price and then trade it for PPQ and $200 back.
How about if PPQ could come with night sights for that price?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't even matter if it comes with night sights, though, because PPQ, you can get night sights for it for that much money, actually a little less if you buy them right, and it takes 5 seconds to change the sights on a PPQ.
Yeah, you can do it yourself. Like
Never
which PPQ are you going to get? The V1, V2, V3, V4, 5?
If it was me, I'd get the V1, but the V2 is probably the better bet to buy if you want to be able to get accessories and stuff. But I like
That's what scares me about that.
Change the sights by pushing a button.
What if they come out with a third mag release button? Would you then
what would be their third mag release button?
Telepathy, like a voice control, like drop the mag.
A heel mag.
That's a lot to say. What if you just said freeze or stop and then the mag dropped out?
Yeah. Empty. As soon as you scream empty, mag spits out.
It has to be something you don't normally say.
No.
Well, how about this? They could do a third one because this is the M2 ambi.
It'd be like Audi.
They could do M3, like it's an ambi now, American version with ambidextrous. I don't know. I love my PPQ.
Never yell out, "Go ahead and shoot me." So that would be a good one for the mag.
I'm empty. No, yeah.
Got to be something you would never say, like, everybody look at this picture of Hillary Clinton in a bathing suit.
Oh, dude, I'll look at that. I'll definitely look at that. She was fine back in the day with those big Coke bottle glasses. She could be from the 80s.
And her cankles.
And her attitude.
And her murder. She'd be murdering people, they said.
Only people that she wanted her.
She killed like 8 people, they said.
Just she wanted your money, though, so a lot of people have nothing to care.
I'm just kidding. I don't know if she killed nobody. I heard that in American Warning chat. They said she was a murderer. And what else happened in the shop, man? I heard.
I got to remember that most of the people in the American Warning chants, their dog is telling them who the Antichrist is, too. So.
Oh, my dog just said that to me, too. It's like, what the fuck? I don't need to know that shit.
My dog has a newsletter.
What happened?
My dog has never told me who the Antichrist is, but my cat told me that Edge is anti-Semitic.
Oh, dude, Edge is the worst, dude. His off-air Jew rants are fucking classics. When he starts saying, like, Jews run YouTube and stuff, that's why they're taking his subs away, and it's fucking crazy stuff.
Like Mel Gibson.
Poor Mel. Gibson. That's why he's not in the new Mad Max movie. They're like, fuck that. You can't hate Jews.
Well, that and the fact that he's like 107 years old.
That's true. He could play like the new guy's dad. Like, could be Max Jr. Well, what else happened at shop besides like the selfies? Did you take any good selfies? I didn't see any.
Are we talking windbreakers? Well, on the first day.
The selfies. The T-shirt selfie. Everyone's selfie was T-shirts. Like, yeah, to wear
what I was thinking is we can use the selfies to our advantage by having a really in-depth, thorough review of the types of windbreakers and our jackets people were wearing at the show. Because so many selfies, you got all that opportunity for like 2 people in each picture or more if somebody got photobombed.
I took some selfies. I've never taken selfies before, really, but I took some at the SHOT Show. Like, I took one of me at the Ed Brown booth where I was trying to start a fight with Ed Brown. But
yeah, that's funny. I saw you, but you're taking selfies by yourself. Like, a selfie, you need to take one with, like, standing next to a famous person. You didn't
Pretty
do
much
that.
every time you pass somebody in the aisle.
I do have a picture of me with Shawn Michaels, but that wasn't for Facebook.
Oh, shit. He was at SHOT Show?
Yeah. And then I was trying to get a picture of
him.
Jerk wiggling around. He saw me trying to take the picture, so he started doing the shifting from side to side to make it all blurry and ducking and dodging.
Did you see any of your...
Hey, G-Webs, how many selfie sticks did you see out there?
How many what?
Selfies.
How many selfie sticks did you see out there?
Oh, is that where that picture, or where you have your camera on the end of a stick? I seriously saw a whole bunch of that. Yeah, tons of people have that. A lot of people, actually. And then a whole ton of people. I must have seen 10 people walking around with stupid GoPros on their head like a headband, like a light on your head.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, why are you wearing a GoPro? No one wants to see you walk through a crowd of people.
Oh, well, Al-Qaeda does.
I always try to flick it off if possible, or freaking...
And usually, that's those GoPro videos on people's head, it's like, here's good footage of about the top 2 inches of what I'm looking at, and then 3 feet of open space above it.
Well, I figure it's for one of those deals where they speed it all up at the end and they go, look at how much I walked, or some stupid shit. But like I said, I try to ruin it as much as possible. No, I forgot every single day. Till the end of the day, of course.
I didn't do as much this year as I did last year. Last year I walked 24.8 miles in total. This year I only walked 22.6 miles.
So like 11 miles a day?
11 miles a day, yep.
Damn, I wish I would have turned it on. I didn't even think about it until that second day, and then as I was driving home.
I didn't, like the first day though, I got there at like 10 o'clock, right on the dot, and I basically walked till 6 o'clock nonstop pretty much. So like 8 hours of solid walking. I think I went upstairs twice to steal sodas, and that was it. And I packed my bag full of sodas and orange juice, and then went back to the hotel room.
How many Japanese people?
I wonder how many people got photographs of, look, here's the Yankee Marshal ripping off the free soda bar. Because I'm over there with my book bag, like sticking 2 sodas and 2 apple juices in my...
Well, I didn't go into the room as much as some years, so I just didn't maybe notice, but I didn't see really anybody doing live shit in the media room like they were doing last year.
No, I didn't see hardly any interviews. If somebody wanted to interview, they asked you if you'd come outside and go in like one of those little hallways or something. But
yeah, well, I guess it's kind of loud too, but I just mean, well, maybe that's why. But last year it seemed like a lot of people had the laptops open and doing their live stuff just right there.
Oh yeah, and it was a lot more active last year. A lot more people. There was a lot more excitement last year than there was this year.
Really, you think so?
I think so. I think it was kind of dull this year. I thought this year.
Are you talking about the media room or the entire show?
The media room and the entire show. I just don't think there was a lot going on in the media room. I think a lot of people, I spoke to a lot of people who were like, yeah, we're not even filming. I wasn't filming.
I don't know. I didn't talk to a bunch of people about if they're filming or not, but I just thought the media room was more crowded. It was more full. There was a lot more people there. So
yeah, you couldn't get a seat.
Yeah, exactly. And you couldn't bring extra people as easily, I got the impression, just from seeing people complain about it or talk about it. Mm-hmm. So, I think that if you think, like, one of the things I thought about this time, because I expected to see a lot more YouTube people, just I guess because I'm focused on YouTube more than other things potentially, or even if I'm focused on the other ones, they have a YouTube presence, so I guess I just assume. But anyhow, it seemed like it was a lot of writers and magazine reps, or maybe perhaps bloggers, but you know, with the .com and their magazine name.
Yeah.
Because those people are maybe more quiet because they're not recording anything; they're just taking pictures and writing, I guess. Yeah. But I wasn't thinking about it. But if you think about how big the YouTube thing has gotten, it must be equally or even potentially more so larger on the other edges of media, like say magazines or.
I don't know.
For things like hunting and like duck hunting and like women's shooting sports, all those things are getting bigger proportionally, I guess is what I'm saying. We kind of deal with prepping and CCW and.
I don't know. I think magazines are dying. I think print media is dying. It's like I was talking to someone not too long ago about the distribution of a lot of the major gun magazines, and they're down to numbers nowadays that you would, if you heard the number, you'd be like, really? That big magazine only sells that many copies?
That's not so much what I'm saying. I'm just saying that as there seems to be more people doing what we were doing a year ago, I think that in other aspects of shooting, like I say, airsoft, women shooting, there's more people. So whatever their medium is, I just think there's more press because all the segments of shooting are growing. And that's what I'm saying. There was a lot of people in the media room, but I didn't recognize hardly any of them because they're in different, it'd be some like country thing or like some sports thing that I just never heard of. So
yeah,
I think it's just getting to be a lot bigger community. Anyway, the floor seemed pretty crowded on Tuesday. The main show seemed pretty crowded on Tuesday, but then Thursday was fairly dead, which you kind of expect.
Yeah, Wednesday wasn't that crowded. I mean, Wednesday was nothing like it was last year. Last year, you were pushing your way through people. You were tripping over milk cartons, milk crates. People were dragging behind them constantly. This year, it was like you could pretty much just walk where you wanted to walk.
Did you go Tuesday and Wednesday last year, or Wednesday and Thursday same?
Same last year. So Wednesday, Thursday last year, just like I did.
I remember it being pretty crowded last year.
Yeah, last year was really crowded. Last year was so crowded you spent a lot of your time trying to dodge people and work your way through a crowd, and not as much of that this year.
Do vendors start to take shit down like on Thursday? Because I noticed Hank Strange put out a video of the Taurus Curve. It's the only video of the Taurus Curve that I've actually seen so far. And it seemed like the Taurus like little display thing was already kind of bare nude already. Like they took off like half of what they already had up. Okay.
No, it was all there.
But Taurus is notorious for bringing stuff, and then if they don't get a good response, they'll just pull it so that they don't get a bad response because they had to deal with both, stuff that was extremely popular and stuff that got them in trouble even. So they take stuff down. It's not unusual to see a bare shelf there, only because I don't know, they bring like 6 or 3, 3 to 6 of each thing so that there's enough, for people to see.
Yeah, and then they bring some things historically that's like, we don't even know if this is legal, but we're thinking of making it.
Right, that's what I mean. They just do whatever, and then they're like, oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Then the ATF comes over and goes, that's a felony. And they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't.
That's an NFA item. Don't worry about it. It's like we're not selling it yet. My connection is some shit.
What does that mean? Good?
Try to refresh.
I would think that's good.
I think it's bad.
Sounds good. Sounds like a good thing.
My connection is
Sounds
shit.
bad to me. He said, my connection is shit. Not if it's the shit.
Yeah, but the sum is what's
He said some shit.
This is some shit.
It's some.
Oh, some shit.
Like, try this.
Oh,
This is some
God.
shit.
It's still scratchy.
That would be called C-bonics.
See, that's once again one of those double negative words. It could be positive. It could be negative.
I stepped in shit yesterday.
Like the word bad in the
Like in
80s.
some shit.
That's bad.
I stepped in shit. So hopefully that's
Bad
good.
mamma jamma.
She's a bad.
Oh, GWeb. So
jamma.
did you see the HP the VP9 30 round magazine?
HPV virus?
Was that a shot? Did you see it?
Hold on. The what now?
The
Connection is some
VP9
shit,
30.
so it's breaking up. Is that the Magpul one? I don't know what VP9 is.
That H&K, I didn't see
I
it.
can't hear you talking.
I didn't go into the H&K booth at all.
No,
No.
well, I don't. Well, I'm not really sure who makes it, but Powered by Mario on Instagram put out a picture of it, and I was pretty sure it was a HK mag. I don't.
Did you see the Magpul Glock mags at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm mad
What
it's not
video?
30.
I don't know about you, Wes, but I wasn't
Interested at all.
impressed. I don't know about
I'm not
anybody.
interested at all. I don't understand it. It seems ridiculous, but whatever.
I can
They're gonna
explain
sell
it to you
like
if you want.
I was like, yeah, why in the world would I want to spend $20 for a good high-quality Glock magazine when I can buy this cheap plasticky one for $16?
Yeah.
It feels like a you know how there's Legos and then there's those big fat Legos for little kids, like babies.
Blocks.
Yeah, it's like them. It's like
They
a
said that
And the funny thing is,
MSRP was
it has no
$12.95
holes.
or something.
right on. It could be because it's just
No,
plastic. It's like a big Patco
MSRP on it.
bag.
That's MSRP is listed as $16.95.
Well, yeah, but that means
Yeah,
it'll
that
sell
sucks.
for like 12 or something.
Well, I
But
mean,
MSRP is still $16.95.
because like I think aesthetically, like the Magpul AR mags and even the new AK mags are aesthetically pleasing. They feel
Sure.
nicely made. Are the Glock mags any different, or do the Glock mags seem cheap?
The AK mags and stuff stick out of the gun. Glock mags don't, so aesthetically it's not a factor.
Well, no, but I mean, it's not like you're not getting anything that's smoother or anything. It just seemed like a Tepco mag. I don't have any. The reason you buy a Glock mag is because it's a steel mag with plastic
It's not
lining, so
flimsy.
it's got the best of both worlds. So it's got rigidity and density. This is like a Tepco mag. It just feels like you're holding air. Seems like it's well made. I'm sure. Like I say, it's a big plastic thing made for little kids. So you probably step on it or something. But
the one thing
why?
that it felt like to me is I felt like, and I said this to guys, like, you know how like you got to really squeeze on a Glock mag sometimes to pop the base plate off? It feels like if I
Hate
did
that.
it would crush.
I fucking hate that part though. About Glock mag.
On a
I hate
new one, that shit fucking sucks. I always feel like
I
I'm gonna
hate it.
break that shit.
You just get a pair of pliers and squeeze on it a
I
little
just
bit.
stick a little thin screwdriver through the hole and pop it right off. It pries right off if you just stick a.
You know what I do? I find a corner of the table and I just lean into it, and then I put the fucking little
You guys are pushing the
Like one of
follow
those-
right away first, or the little end piece.
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
It don't matter. Some tabs are so.
I mean, how often do you take your damn end plate off? That's like saying that, like, oh, I don't like this totally better mag in almost every way, except for I don't like the way that the end comes off. Like, think about a 1911
every 30
mag. They don't even come apart.
Yeah,
every 30 rounds, I clean my mags.
Every 30 rounds? You have to replace the spring every 50 or 60, probably. So.
I pin and weld my base plate. So.
Oh, so you just created like a U.S. Palm Glock mag or something?
Exactly.
Do you drill holes in it for the water?
It already has holes in it.
The reason for it? It didn't seem like whatever. I felt I should play with it before I just had the. I mean, I had that impression going in, so I did want to go look at it to make sure, but I didn't see what all the fuss is about. The furniture is all plastic, so having a big giant plastic stock, it basically to me seems like a giant, nicer, different looking Tapco stock.
Well, I did pick up some of the new Magpul AK mags and had a chance to run several hundred rounds, and they function perfect. They lock up nice and tight. I mean, they're. I mean,
the metal ones?
No, you ain't get the metal ones.
No, the plastic ones or the polymer. You know.
What quarter did they say? Cause you know, usually SHOT Show vendors say summer quarter or whatever quarter. So what quarter did they say that the metal ones are coming out?
Spring.
I didn't pay attention.
He said spring for everything. Spring for the furniture, spring for the mags.
I've got a mag.
Here's how I take my Glock mag apart. I just stick a punch in there like that, and you just pop it right off.
Well, that's exactly what you're supposed to do it with the tool. You push the thing in, and once the thing is in, the thing will let go. But most people don't push the thing in, and they fight it.
I push the thing in. I just squeeze into
sometimes the tabs.
I'm not squeezing the sides at all. I just put the punch right there. I don't even squeeze the sides at all. Put my thumb on the front of it and just pops right off.
I can't.
Because that's broken in.
Yeah, that's what I did with a couple of mine.
I just pulled this one out of the package. It's brand new for my 26. It's never even been taken apart before.
You're not.
Some of mine I had to break up the pliers.
I took the class. I'm saying. I know people in the class had problems. You know, it depends. You got to. They say squeeze on the sides, but sometimes you squeeze on the sides and nothing happens. The shit is still.
It's got metal in there, so squeeze on the side. Unless you use like pliers or something.
They make a tool, dude. Like, have you ever seen them sell that shit on like Midway or whatever?
Yeah, but I've seen these guys that I know use a, I don't know, it's some sort of snap-on tool for like taking. I think it's probably the tool for taking off like an oil filter. So it's got a padded jaw that's sort of curved, and that thing is just perfect. You squeeze a little bit, but just a regular like channel lock, even as long as you get the jaws out enough so that it's not really parallel but a little bit over, it'll pinch in and. All you have to do is give it that little tap, like you say, until once they get rounded, then you don't have to do anything hardly.
Yeah, well, I think if they could get the mag for like.
Did you look at the Magpul ones to see if they were any different? Like if they eliminated that, so everybody could not gripe about it. I can't see why you'd want to lose for $6. Why you'd want to lose a steel lining to your magazine? It makes no sense at all to me. That's the.
Well, they definitely did.
That's what I'm saying.
They have no locking tabs. I looked. I have all
realistically,
the
photos. the standard Glock mags in my area are $30. They're always $30.
Brand new, yeah.
Brand new, and then
but
the MSRP on these Magpuls are $15, so you're talking half price.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that's the role is to maybe for training or for backup or something. People figure they can do it on the cheap. But I'm just saying that's what you're paying if you want the convenience of walking into a store and walking out with a damn magazine that quick, which is fine, and you pay for the convenience of being able to do that. But if you wait a couple of days or whatever and go online, wait for shipping, you'll get them for more like $20 new, right? And less if you buy them in bulk, used, police trade-ins or something. That's what I feel the appeal of the Glock mag is, that you can get them surplused way cheaper, and they're super high quality steel mags. I want the steel lips. I want the crush proof and all that.
But that's, I mean, like, honestly, like, that was my biggest gripe when I first saw them, because I figured, well, if they're going to make it all plastic with no metal lining, why the fuck would you come out with a 17 rounder? Why not just come out with a 30? At that point, like, if you're really not going to put that much effort, I really don't want to say that much effort into it, but not make it as good or as equal as what a factory one is, then you might as well be obnoxious as possible and make it a 30.
Well, they didn't say they're not going to make a 30, but they came out with the one that's practical first.
That's true.
Yeah, they also didn't make a 19 or a 26. They made a 17 because it fits all their locks. It fits every single lock.
That's true.
They just want the guy said it in a review I saw. Like, he's like, we picked the 17 round mag because it goes in every single block.
It'll go into the carbines too.
When do you think they'll use the Silver Surfer type of technology to just make a magazine that'll just fit whatever gun you put it in?
Mm-hmm. Now, did you have a chance to look at the new Glock 40, that long slide 10 millimeter?
Just the one with the stuff on the top, the one with the optic on top.
Yeah. It didn't seem anything special to me.
Oh, I'm definitely buying it. Yankee doesn't know what he's talking about.
So, it's like an awful lot of money for a sight on a gun that's not that expensive.
Why don't you go
but Yankee, hold
worship
on.
their SIGs more? Or your
I want to say one thing about that is I already looked at GSSF pricing for those guns, and they're $30 more than a regular gun. And if you sent your Glock to anybody to mill your slide for a red dot, it would be like hundreds and hundreds.
It's only $30 more.
I'm not going to get into that debate because I mean I can see if you bought a standard.
Wait a second. It's only $30 more for that gun than it is for the with the sight than a gun without it.
That's what it's. No, it doesn't come with the sight.
With the plate for the sight.
I'm saying my whole point was that seems like an awful expensive sight to put on that gun that I wouldn't even want to carry a gun anyway.
Oh, it's not for a carry gun. Nothing about it said it was a carry gun. It said from the inception it was a competition/hunting gun.
So says the guy. So says the guy who just customized 3 different Glocks, OD green with with all these serration cuts, saying it's dumb to buy the one.
I don't got a $600 optic on a Glock.
No, what are you talking about? They don't cost that much.
Yeah, you're lucky.
And easily $600 on that.
Some of those Seymours.
I think you said a 2600.
Oh no, 600. Yeah, some of those Seymours are $500-600. But the thing about it is, no one's going to shoot 10 millimeter in competition. So I don't understand why they. Well,
that's a hog gun because they shoot.
They call it for hunting.
Yeah, it'd be a good hog gun.
I'm just saying that line of guns wasn't made for carry. That line of guns was made for competition, and then the 10 millimeter was like the big bore, like for men.
Yeah, see, I'd rather see him bring out like a 34 and 35 slide that you can just buy with that.
Oh, that's a good point. Like just replace your slide on your 35.
Right, just replace a slide with that cutout.
Now that they're doing that.
You can do that already. Places like the Glock store and Lone Wolf, they already offer slides with those cutouts.
More like instead of buying it off the shelf, though, you go to ATEI or somebody who just puts it in a machine, has it all done, and then does each one by scratch, not just.
Like, what is it to have them cut like that usually? Like $80 to have a slide cut like that for those?
Well, I don't know. That's the thing. I have no idea. And it's probably that's what DB was saying. It's not that much more, but most everybody I was talking to said they'd rather have it sent to a specific, or just sent to a place so that they have it cut to their specific model instead of the plate adapter thing. But then, whatever, some.
What if you want a different model later on?
Some people might want to swap it or use it for different purposes. So
we'll see how well.
Plus, you're not voiding your warranty when you send it to ATI and they cut your slide and all that stuff. You're voiding your warranty.
So I can see why they throw it out there. What does it cost Glock? It costs them as much time as it took to design it, and then some time to remill those, and then put it in their catalog. It's very little effort to offer something else. So I thought it was
pretty do well or it won't. I mean, it'll either be a big seller or it'll be like their compensated Glocks, and they'll just quit making them because nobody buys them.
But I thought it was pretty neat, so I definitely want to get one. Now, do they make a 40 without it, and then another Model 40 with it, or is it just the Model 40 is always going to have it?
For right now, the Model 40 always has it. There isn't a Model 40 without it so far. And Stone Guy, I was going to ask you this.
Without it. I think if I'm going to go 10 millimeter, I want the whole red dot and make it a Cadillac with all the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
With the hydros and everything. But Stone Guy, quick question. So in competition, when you have like these, I don't know, like heavy metal or heavy or big bore or heavy metal shooter or whatever, is 45 in the same category as 10 millimeter? Because the 10 millimeter puts you in a different category of competition shooting, then I can possibly see this as a competition gun.
It would be major. You would shoot. There's major and minor power factor. So in IPSC anyway.
What's in major then?
So major.
What's in major?
40 and 45, or 38 Super, or a 9 millimeter out of a race gun, out of an open gun that's pushing, whatever the power factor feet per second is. So
Okay.
I go right off the bat. But the thing about 10 millimeter is it's so snappy. It's such a powerful round, and it's expensive. I just don't see it taking off as a competition caliber.
And I will say this, put like this, like based on the videos, like I saw people shooting it on range day, people that picked up all three race guns, or like all three models of race guns, the 40, the 45 race gun, and then they picked up the 10 millimeter last. And some people just picked up the 10 millimeter. They shot it the worst out of all of them. It was like literally you would see people go 4 for 4. Or like 4 for 5.
Yeah, but
they
said something about the sight being off on it by a lot or something.
Yeah, the Glock rep was
they were like shooting at the 50 yards or some shit.
If it's so powerful, that's the same thing that you're gonna tell somebody too. Like, you know what I'm saying, aim differently.
I shot the Glock.
No. It was. I heard something about that they said the sight was just off and nobody.
The guy said we sighted it in for like 3 times the distance, so please aim high or something. I forgot what the guy said. I watched one video where the rep, came over and was like, you have to aim like super high because.
Well, that doesn't sound like it. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Why didn't they just reset it for what it is at the range right there?
Exactly, because they're retarded.
You make it seem like
they should have.
That sounds to me like somebody's making up an excuse.
I shot a Glock.
No, because as soon as the guy said, he comes over, he tells the shooter, aim high, so the guy says, okay. He starts aiming high, and it was ding, ding. He's hitting every shot. You're
going to tell me
they could have adjusted the red dot.
But still,
you can just up and down that thing like a fucking rifle.
But that's the point. So you're going to tell me Glock at range day couldn't either have an Allen key or fucking go get one on range day floor and like click, 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 click down? It's a 10-second fix, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't buy it.
Well, okay, so don't buy the gun. Don't buy it. Don't buy it.
If I had the money like that and I wanted one, I would buy that thing in a heartbeat because it saves It saves a couple $100. I forgot what ATI was, but to mill your slide, and then when they mill your slide, they have to like melanite it or something. It's hundreds of dollars to pay someone to do what Glock is going to do for like $50. You know, so anyway, it's saving someone a lot of money who was interested in a red dot pistol for either hunting or competition, or even people fucking carry these.
And here's the thing: until there were pickup trucks, and somebody decided to do racing with a pickup truck, everybody would have said pickup trucks don't belong in racing, right? So I say, if they're building something, then that's an opportunity for somebody to come up with a competition where you use larger bore or do something different.
I shot the Glock 20
driving a circle.
Fine, using full, the bigger full power ammunition, and I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, but you're a Superman.
It's for hog hunting, man.
But,
and I think they even said
maybe if they start doing 10 millimeter for competition, we get cheaper 10 millimeter.
Seriously.
The hog hunting thing is big, dude. Like I read about it in magazines and shit, and I've seen online. I think Lone Wolf sells it. It's like an 8-inch 10 millimeter barrel for your Glock 20 or whatever. It's like a special hog hunter.
And hog hunters spend bread.
I seen it there.
Saw who?
That Lone Wolf company.
Oh yeah, they were there. I talked to them for like an hour.
Where were they at?
Right in that main LE law enforcement room. As you went in, the main entrance right there at the bottom of the stairs, like one aisle back and to the left.
Huh.
Yeah, here's a complete Lone Wolf Glock with the frame and the slide.
If the components,
funky looking frame,
obviously using a little more brass, but if they were used more, they were produced in larger quantities, you might see a decrease in price for 10 mil as far as range ammo.
Speaking of brass, I finally got the contact info to try to get that guy from Arms Corps on. So hopefully that guy from Arms Corps will be on a show at some point.
Martin, the CEO?
Right.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he seems like it. They said he's really happy to do them. He just is busy all the time. So, like I say, I think I got the right person to talk to get the thing scheduled.
I mean, it looked like Hank Strange got another scoop because he went over there and spoke to them about the 22 TCM, the 22 TCM slide for the Glock 17, and they said that's coming out sooner than later too. So, and that's another like, why would you want that round? Like, who cares? But it's still 2,100 feet per second, vicious.
You got to shoot the
little
22
fucking
TC, 22 TCM 9 or R or some shit.
If
It's got another type of bullet now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
we're talking over in the side chat about not wanting to like something but liking it. The one thing I saw there that I wanted to hate is like, I'm like, I want to hate this gun. That double-barreled custom 1911, that 2011 they have from Arsenal. That thing was awesome. I would take that in a minute if I gave it.
Didn't you look at it last year?
No.
Oh, last year it was where the zip gun was the year before, and it had like a bunch of like weird Italian girls, like hot models that didn't know what they were talking about, standing there. It was kind of funny. Anyways,
this year they went a different direction. It was just like one fat old white guy.
Well, that's the guy. That's the importer.
Yeah.
From Oklahoma. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. They just went from like hero to nothing. It went from upstairs in like a really big booth right next to Glock and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely like borrowed somebody else's existing booth, but they were upstairs and they had all these like hot models. And then 8 of those things? I think at least 6, but more like 8 maybe, sitting there with all different versions and on like tethers so you could pick them up and play with them. And then this year there was like 2, and they were just laying there, and they were downstairs, like, and you couldn't get farther in the corner of the damn place.
Far in the back, yeah.
Horrible. It took me forever to find them.
So
and they had like one of those, 2. No, they had 3 strike ones.
Yeah, like 3 strike ones and like 3 of the 1911, the 2011s, and then one of that single shot pistol they had.
If they would have had, what's his name, Dimitri?
Dimitri wasn't there. The owner was there. The designer was there. What's her name? But
I'm saying if they would have had Dimitri bring all of his little guns and been upstairs and had like a way you could look at all of his little tiny guns, they couldn't. They would have sold every gun they could possibly bring into this country.
Yeah.
I have a question. So, Yankee, you think you saw it, you handled it, you liked it, you think it's a functional gun?
I think it's functional.
It's a functional gun.
It's not practical at all. But then when you see that the price on the custom one that I was looking at, everybody take a guess at the price of the custom 2011.
$4,000.
What's that?
18.
1,800?
18,000.
No.
4,000.
I'm going high.
Was $6,800.
Wouldn't I just be better off buying 2 Wilson Combat CQBs and duct taping them together as an investment?
When you hold it, you're like, this is the most awesome thing. I would love to own it. And then you hear the price and you're like, I'll be okay without it. But it's still one of the most awesome things and you'd love to own.
I don't see the awesome part. I guess I'd have to handle it to have that opinion.
I've handled it and I don't get it. It's interesting, but I wouldn't ever want one.
You've never been attacked by violent Siamese twins. I mean, it's
well made. It's very unique. It's just very cool.
I'm very accurate when I shoot, so every time I shot, I'd just get a bullet on both sides that I was actually shooting at. It would be frustrating.
I mean, it's not even for the
maybe if you whipped your wrist just the right way, you could get both bullets to go in the same hole.
On another note, have you guys seen this guy Lars Anderson on YouTube? He's like an archery guy.
No.
Holy snap, dude! You got to see this, man.
So
every time I log into YouTube, he's like on the front page. I think he got 3 million hits like yesterday. It's the most insane archery guy ever in history. He's like.
So you're saying he's better than Robin Hood?
Put a link in here.
Does he shoot
on my
like
phone.
aspirins out of the air?
Dude, he shot through a beer can like tab, like he holds the arrow, he holds the spare arrows with his draw hand, like he's drawing the bow, and then he's shooting arrows like that.
I think that guy was on Top Shot one year.
It's insane.
Because Tex is a mighty archer.
No, exactly. When you had Tex on the chat last night, he mentioned that guy. And as soon as I logged out of YouTube and tried to log back in, he's got like 5 million, 4 million hits in a day from this one video.
That's what being on an Edge chat will do for you.
So Tex wanted to chat with big dogs last night. So he wanted to join the Edge.
Talking about bows. But anyway, back to shot. So did you guys see the Remington defense models that they're making available to civilians?
Yeah, Those are sick, man. I saw those. I was like, wow.
Yeah, they look awesome.
You seen them, Edge?
They're way out of anybody's practical price league, but they're nice.
Yeah, they're trying to go for that, like, top tier, super expensive.
That's not the sniper rifles were like, wow, man. Even their high-end ARs were like, wow.
DB, throw a link in here for that guy.
I'm on my phone, but I'm just saying, if you go on YouTube, I can't throw links, but his name is Lars, Lars Anderson, I think is his name. Archery, just put Lars Archery.
Oh, okay.
And this guy has, he's holding, maybe 10 spare arrows with his draw hand, and he's shooting at, 25, maybe 50 yards. He's knocking his targets over, and he's shooting so fast. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen.
I still think Green Arrow could take him.
I don't think so. I think you're right. You know what? This guy should be hired by, if DC ever does a Green Arrow movie or something like that.
The girl from Road Warrior,
Did you get to play with the new Geisley AK trigger at all?
Fiddle with it for sure, yeah. It's not out yet though, right? So I have to wait to.
Right. Did you? Could you tell a difference?
It's different in both shapes right away. Somebody's having some kind of what they're doing to their microphone. Who is that?
I got him.
So its shape is way different, which is immediately weird. They're different, and then I think it's weird. I'm gonna say different though. And then it's super light, and it's got a fast reset and everything. So it's like putting racing gears on your bike or something. It's definitely different.
I mean, could you tell the difference between the regular and the E? Because they have two models.
Fiddle with one. I don't know there's two.
Okay, yeah, there's two. There's the regular and there's the E.
Well, I don't even know which one I was fiddling with. If you look in the picture, maybe it'll tell you. I just took a picture of the one I was fiddling with.
But you could tell an appreciable difference between that and the standard Tapco triggers, huh?
Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, it's like if you sat in a regular car and then sat in a race car. I mean, it is definitely different just because, like I just said, every single aspect of the trigger is different.
Oh, nice.
It feels different in your hand because it's a different size dimensionally. It's a different shape. So instead of this normal length of pull or whatever you want to call, your feel that an AK trigger has, it's more like a 1911. It's way more straight. And then it's got a different fulcrum, so that's different, or at least it feels like it because of the shape. So your finger's going to rest on it differently, so it's different. So I don't know if that's better. It's just way different. I mean,
I heard
different.
MSRP was only going to be like $50 too, which is really nice.
Like one's 50 and one's like 70 or 80 or something,
or
100. I don't know, but they're not anywhere near the money that their AR ones are, from what I hear.
Yeah, no, you're right. They're like 50 and 80. 50 and 70 or 50 and 80? I can't remember.
Or ones they're making are really expensive too.
What'd you think of that Magpul drum, Yankee? I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. It's got like a weird thing that flips open so you can ratchet it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought like, well, I don't own a drum. I could get one, and then I thought I'll find an old drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me want to run out and get it, and I like high cap stuff. It's got all the disadvantages of the other one. What's that, X Products one? Except without the weight issue. So it's Magpul, so I'd probably get it over in X Products.
Well, G-Webs, did
X Products at 100. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Edge.
I'm bad, man.
Can't believe I was so rude as to want to finish my sentence.
Especially when Edge had something to say.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry. Maybe you could, if you don't mind, light a little late. We'll just stop.
Okay. I think the biggest downfall about the 60-round Magpul mag is going to be the fact that it's $130 for only 20 rounds more, even though it is shorter than a 30-rounder itself. I think just the cost price to bullet count. I mean, I don't see it happening. But a lot of people do buy those X. No, it's 40 and 60.
Wait, the mag is 40 and 60?
No. The drum is only 60, but you can get a 40 round.
Okay, the drum is 60, so it is sticking out as far as a 30. So you can get a 40, but now you can't use the gun on prone for sure. So even with a 30, you know, but you're used to a 30, so this puts 60 in the size of a 30. That's its benefit right there.
I feel you, but then you're talking what, 6
And
times
like
the price?
I was trying to say,
7
for
times
Edge,
the price?
cut me off, that fucking X Products is like 170, right?
And
So
that's what I was
your
going to say
difference.
too. And
It's
X
half the
Products does
weight
sell a
and a
lot.
chunk of the price. And I don't know why. It's not that great, and you can't use it as a regular mag. You pretty much use as a monopod. Those drums don't tend to lend themselves to that. They're kind of wobbly.
Did you get to check mags, the other mags, the G17 mags that they're making? You get kind of those.
Yeah.
You can replay the chat from the start if you want.
Yeah, we had a 90-minute discussion on that.
All right. Yeah.
But still, like, you know what surprises me though is that for even the X Products mag, a lot of people have them, and they're super expensive for, like what you said, for, you know, the length of a 30 and only 10 rounds more. That's only a 50. So if you
And then
compare it
the
to
weight of like 700, they're super heavy.
Yeah.
But the thing about the X Products, I like, it's just sort of like a twist back, if I remember right. I've only played with them a couple times. But the Magpul one has this weird lever. So it's basically like loading a 75-round Romanian AK drum. You have to.
Yeah, I mean, like that lever's kind of like the
lever down.
Glock
It
drum.
pulls the follower. Well, I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of the Glock drum.
I don't know why. I don't like that because I guess it's because the spring has to be so strong or something. But yeah, it's just like the Glock drum. Sorry. So anyway, the Beta mags though, you know, you just load them. You don't have to do nothing fancy. Just load them. So.
What do you mean you don't have to do nothing fancy? You gotta put fucking graphite grease in that shit. You gotta fucking... That shit is fancy as shit.
You have to maintain the drum part, but you don't have to use a special loader is what I'm getting at. You don't have to go through all kinds of complicated process. You can use a regular speed loader, which is what I prefer, to load them 5 at a time. Anyway, that part of it is annoying, because if I got a high-capacity mag, I don't want to load it 1 at a time. I want to load it 5 at a time, or 10 at a time, depending on what kind of loader you have. So it's not loader friendly is what I guess I'm getting at. Unless maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they thought of that and maybe you don't need to use the latch or the ratchet.
Well, there's one demonstration that I noticed is one
banner because I'm anti-Magma.
I can't remember who did it, but alright, so you know how the Glock drum is, like you pull a tab and like you could probably load 1 round in there. It slides in there real easy. What they showed was that if you pull the ratchet down, you could probably drop like 2 or 3 rounds in there at a time. You know, like, and they slip right in there. It's super easy because you pulled it down.
Yeah, well, that's what it's like when you got that kind of neck going up for the mag.
Nah.
If it was like $80, I think that'd be
exactly. That's what I said.
Debate.
As soon as they went over 100, I don't know. But so many people have the X drum, so like I'm mystified by how many people have the X drum and how well that sold. That I think it'll do just fine because it's cheaper than the X drum. It's 10 rounds more, so I think it'll do just as fine as the X drum. But it's not for me. I'd rather buy 640s than to buy that shit. 740s actually.
I agree with you. Let me see where I've got pictures. What were all those pictures Yankee took, or guns Yankee took pictures of? A bunch of weird Berettas or SIGs or something?
What's that?
You took a bunch of pictures of pistols that I didn't know.
Just took pictures like the Sky Marshal, things like that.
You should post them on gun channels.
Yeah, I posted them on Instagram. Isn't that good enough?
It is.
But not everyone has Instagram.
Because I don't know how to post
it. Technically should be.
No, it's enough. Don't worry about it.
I'm not sure how to post them on gun channels.
You did. Don't worry about it. It's already done.
Oh, did you already do it?
No, but it'll be, your Instagram will just feed some.
If you don't have Instagram, you should get color television.
This was the first SHOT Show I knew how to use Instagram, so shut the fuck up.
But you have black and white television.
A percentage of his Instagrams were in his bathroom.
Yeah.
I got more information off of Instagram this year than I did off of YouTube.
I didn't even.
I got more selfies. I saw that. It was a lot.
I saw much more windbreaker information. The YouTube videos tended to be from so far away that it was almost useless for windbreaker info.
A lot of Steven Seagal selfies I saw. So someone saw Steven Seagal.
Yeah, so Yankee, did you see any of the Walking Dead people walking around?
No.
That one guy, Daryl, is on like 100 people's selfies.
Yeah, I saw Daryl in pictures and his dead brother.
I did not see him, and he looked exactly like the TV show, so he wasn't trying to hide it or nothing.
Yeah.
I paid so little attention to people that they could have stood right next to me and I wouldn't have noticed them.
Lolita didn't go. I know that.
Who?
Lolita, the Spanish girl.
Oh man, that would have been great.
Where it is?
I follow her regular Instagram.
Nobody's
Why don't you hook me up to her Instagram there? You know who I'm hooking up with now on the Instagram? Is that blondie...
The Russian girl? The Russian girl? Ooh!
Yeah. She was all like, please link me. So now I'm linking the shit out of her.
How many rubles?
Free ski.
Free 99? Free 99 e-ski.
In Russia, models do you.
It's a bottle of vodka, buddy.
I did take a picture of that Canik TP9 SA and angered a couple people when I put it up on YouTube and Facebook, or not YouTube, Facebook and Instagram as the worst idea I saw at SHOT Show.
It's like $280, man. It's not terrible.
I don't give a fuck. At no price is a gun that has a stupid design flaw in it that can get you killed a bargain.
What's the design flaw?
They put a
single action only with a decocker. And when
I fucking hate that.
You can't fire it unless you rack the slide again. So if you decided to carry that gun, and they showed it with all the holsters we offer for it, so they want you to carry it. If you use the decocker, which if you assume it's there, a lot of people are going to use it because they're like, oh, you're supposed to decock it to carry it, and you need your gun, you have to have both hands free to rack it, and then be able to rack it properly at that time.
Yeah, you basically have to like do an improvised press check to re-rack it if you don't want to lose your round.
Yeah, it's just, I'm like, that's a stupid design.
Well, I understand. I'm not going to defend them, but the decocker was designed more for the takedown.
Who gives a fuck? You don't need to decock a gun to take it down. You don't need a decocker on an empty chamber. So it's stupid fucking design that can get somebody killed. It's the dumbest thing I saw there.
It's funny. It's not their design. It's a knockoff Walther P99. Right?
Yeah, they took it from somewhere else.
It's a stolen. Yeah, it's a Walther P99 QA or whatever the. Yeah. It might not be the QA. I forgot what it was. That decocker on the top of the slide.
Yeah, that was the 99. The 99 SAs had that and everything.
Yeah, the QA had it too.
Yeah.
Oh, the question I have, I hope, man, unless you covered it already. Did you run into Yankee? Did you run into Jaeger?
No, I hung out with the tactical response guys a lot though.
Oh, Reed and them.
The one with the long hair, the kind of hippie-looking one, and
yeah, Reed. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
He's a nice guy. He and I talked wrestling quite a bit, and hung out with talked several times to FX Hummel, and there was a couple other ones that were there. I can't remember their names. I'm horrible with names, so if they hear this, no offense, I'm just horrible with names. I don't remember your names, but yeah, they were all nice guys.
Yeah, Reed was my instructor for both classes.
How many people in here? This many people in here.
Did you take a picture
of
Tech?
Take a picture of who?
Tech Daddy.
I saw Tag Daddy once for like 2 minutes. That's all I saw Tag Daddy, so that went pretty well.
What about Vigil Inspector? Did you get his autograph for me?
No, I talked to Curtis a couple of times though. I mean, he came over and talked to us while I was talking to Fate of Destiny's dad, and so. Curtis is a cool guy in person. I mean, I don't know why anybody would not like him personally. He's a bit of a dweeb, but who isn't?
I never met him. I don't mind him.
Who?
So you're saying Curtis is referencing his Vigil Inspector?
Yeah, Vigil Inspector.
Okay, I didn't know his name.
Hey, seriously, like if I could get a video of Vigil Inspector, I would do nothing but fry him. I would be like, you look like a motherfucker, just fry him the whole video. Insult him for like 3 minutes straight, and then ask him a question.
He'd probably be into that. He'd probably like that.
He probably would, but then my question was, I'd still make him look dumb at the end of it.
I'd be like, and my question is, why are you such a prick?
Yeah, I'd be like, what makes you think you know about guns? You own a farm. That's about it.
When you saw Hickok, did you not make eye contact like his instructions stated for SHOT Show?
I did not see Hickok the whole time I was there. I didn't see him.
It said, do not look him directly in the eye, and also refer to him as Mr. YouTube.
Last year he was staying in my hotel, so I saw him several times. This time I didn't see him at all.
Well, I understand he's being carried by like 5 people, like on those stairs.
He's a little guy.
Probably.
Yeah, I think Serge, the CEO of Google, basically just escorts him around.
No, wait a minute.
I didn't see any real big YouTubers. I mean, I didn't see Hickok. I didn't even see Gunblast. And I usually I didn't see anybody actually.
Hickok was there because I did see an Instagram picture of him there on range day, and he was like leaned on like little Red Danger's like head because you know he's like 6'7" or whatever. So he like put his elbow out and like pretend like he was like leaning on her head because she's like 5'0".
I'd let her lean on my head. You know what I mean?
I mean, I knew he was there. I just never saw him. I mean, it's a big.
All the way. Lean harder.
Lean all the way. But you didn't hear what happened to Gunblast? It's unfortunate. His beard got caught in the Gatling gun on Media Day.
Yeah,
and it ripped his whole face off. So he's looking like Skeletor from He-Man.
So
he's like walking around like a skull, like face off.
You didn't run a Tactical Tony?
The who?
Tactical Tony.
I don't even know who fucking Tactical Tony is.
Is it like somebody in the bathroom?
Did you run into non-tactical Nancy?
Guy.
That's
guys.
Hey, did you run into this obscure guy that's got like 800 subs that I hang out with and I don't know what he is? Yeah, like that.
Did you hang out with Nathan's Armory? Well, did you find out if Nathan's Armory is alive through SHOT Show?
No, I'm pretty sure Nathan is dead.
Yeah, I thought so too. Rest in peace.
His wife had.
I heard his wife cut his head off and then barbecued the shit and fed it to the kid.
His freaking
Korean barbecue.
I heard she stir-fried him. Yep.
Hibachi. His new channel is Nathan's Head is a Hibachi.
Yep.
Think of Benihana.
Stir-fry.
Nathan Stir-Fryery. That's sad. Between Jeff from Gunblast and Nathan's Armory, it was a sad
Hank
year.
Strange for a long time. I stood talked to Hank Strange's wife for like half hour. He's got a really nice wife.
Oh, she looks nice.
I mean, she's nice. I'm not like.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, objectifying her, saying she was
okay,
nice.
Well, I am. No, she's pretty.
She's pretty.
I thought she's pretty.
Very fit,
right?
right?
I like Hank Strange. I think he got a lot of, like, last year he really did his thing.
It was odd because his wife is really fit. I mean, she looks like she would be your, like, aerobics instructor.
Mm-hmm.
And then Hank Strange is Hank Strange. So I felt like saying, so I guess she's not, like, making you go to the gym with her?
He was given hand jobs at the Celtic booth.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean,
me and him had a conversation about him loving the Celtic.
Did you see? You know what's so funny? Nuttin' Fancy's B channel. You know, Lieutenant Colonel whatever Nuttin' Fancy is his channel. He did the funniest video with the dude from Keltec. They had a dog. The only reason I watched it was like it was an attack dog demo by Keltec. So they hired some guy who does prison. Like special operations in prisons, I guess. Like when prisons get over, I don't know what the hell it was. But he had a giant schnauzer. I've never seen a giant schnauzer before. And it was like the most veteran attack dog in America or something. Like it has the most hours. You seen them?
Giant schnauzers? Yeah, they're cool dogs.
Dude, it was crazy. So this guy's doing a demo, and he's holding one of them KSGs, and he's got his dog doing tricks and biting the guy with the arm, with the protected arm and all that stuff. And Nuttin' Fancy looks at the guy from Keltec, and he's like, he's definitely going to need that dog when that KSG jams. So I was like, oh my God. It was so funny because even the guy from Keltec just started cracking up, and then Nuttin' Fancy was like, I'm just joking. The KSG never jams. Haha, like he's making jokes. But,
I thought the funny Keltec videos they did are the ones where they pretend like they work.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, exactly. No, I think he said the KSG. He was joking, but you could tell he was fucking with the guy because they do jam. I'm sure they do.
Tim from Military Arms Channel.
It's like I was talking to Hank Strange, and he's like, I like the Kel-Tecs because I like the people that are there. They're local to me. I know the ownership. I mean, I know people who work there. Blah blah blah. Which makes sense. You support your home team even when they suck. And I was, and I was like, your home team sucks.
Tim from Military Arms Channel did a video with Hank Strange. They were walking past the Kel-Tec booth, and the Kel-Tec guys trip Tim, and he falls down.
Yes, we were talking about that video before it actually happened, because I said I wanted to do one where I went over to because I had said I wanted to do a video where I wanted to go over to the Ed Brown booth and try to start a fight with Ed Brown, but then I was like, well, since Ed Brown wasn't here and I couldn't start a fight with him, I just settled for slapping one of the gun bunnies at the Kel-Tec booth and then have a video of me like slapping one of the women over the gun at the Kel-Tec. But I figured out people would get mad saying I was abusing women, etc. So I didn't do it.
Well, there's quite a bit of videos of Hank Strange and Tim before the shot took off, and them just kind of torn the town.
Are you trying to say they're secret lovers, Edge? Is that what you're trying to imply?
I want to go there, but you brought it up, so.
Well, I didn't think it was a secret.
Oh, I mean, the funny video is I like where Haas was talking about Reed, and Reed's a great lover. Not that I have any, personal knowledge of that. That was pretty fucking funny when he brought that up. I was like, ah.
How about
repeal
gun laws? I saw like Haas was there.
Yeah.
Doing repeal gun laws.
That was pretty good video, man. That was one of the best videos I saw. That they explained a lot of stuff that was pretty interesting about training, the military and whatnot. That was actually one of the best videos I saw to come out of there. And just explaining training and the variations of training and styles and whatnot.
Repeal gun laws? Oh, you mean when Haas interviewed Reed Hendricks from Tactical Response. Yeah, I guess he was Haas's instructor.
And he was AK-12s.
Haas recorded a little clip of me for his little documentary he's doing, but I didn't do any interviews with anybody this year. I had a couple people ask me, and then I kind of said, yeah, I'll do it. Just grab me later. But then never saw them again. Didn't intentionally avoid them, but didn't go out of my way to see them again.
The best selfie that I saw was the picture that G-Webs took of like the Haas USMC and Yankee. He was like, caption this. That was honestly like the best picture that I saw of like people just there, because it was I don't know, it was more funny than it was look at who I'm standing next to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when you're with me and Haas and G-Webs there, it's never very serious. It's never like super gun tactical talk. It's always just goofing around. So that picture is just pretty much exemplary of what it's like.
Did you see my caption?
What?
I said, did you see my caption that I wrote on that picture?
I heard you. I hadn't seen your caption yet because I haven't gone back to Instagram today. But who else said something? Somebody else said something.
Oh, I said, did you buy Haas dinner like usual?
No, I tried to buy G-Webs and Haas dinner, and G-Webs is too busy. He's fucking debutante of the ball, running around everybody all the time.
He got to go to Lake Mead to go eat sushi.
I thought he had beef jerky.
I ended up eating McDonald's in my hotel room like a loser by myself.
I saw that. That was like McLonely. It's a hashtag McLonely.
That's what I hashtagged it. I hashtagged it McLonely.
McLonely meal?
Yeah, that's what I hashtagged it. And I hashtagged it pathetic white guy and all this other stuff like that.
I liked how people were commenting, like, it said Chipotle. Like, why didn't you go to Chipotle?
Yeah. I'm like, if I can't pronounce it, I don't eat it.
Yeah, it is beef, man. This is a burrito. I like McDonald's sometimes.
I wanted something quick and something cheap. I knew I was just going to go back to my hotel room and go to lay down. I mean, I went back to my hotel room every night about 6:30 and just kind of like sat in the bed until time to get up and go to the back to SHOT Show the next day.
All right. Well, since you're kind of like a regular guy and you don't tacticalize yourself that much in gear, what shoes did you wear to walk that much?
Doc Martens.
Oh, you know what those are. I don't fuck with them.
Boots.
I've heard of them.
Or shoes. Did you have boots or shoes?
Doc Martens.
I had Doc Marten loafers, pretty much. They were designed by an orthopedic doctor when he broke his foot skiing, so they're very comfortable.
Yeah, Doc Martens were popular back in the late 80s as well.
Yeah, in the early 90s, everybody wore Docs. And if you're a skinhead, you wore the lace-up ones all the way down.
Yeah, skinheads. They were very popular with skinheads, neo-Nazis.
Yeah, I've got a pair like the skinheads would wear, the black ones. I got those. I've got the ones I wore that were like short brown ones.
Punk rock, I guess. It's not just the Nazis. It was like anyone who was into punk.
Yeah, punkers.
If I was gonna walk that much, I'd probably have to wear like some Air Maxes. Some Air.
That's the thing with Doc Martens. They have air. They have air in the sole. There is some sort of air cushion in there.
Hey, you're talking about $100 for a pair of
My feet never hurt. My legs hurt, but my feet never did, so they work.
The only thing I never liked about Doc Martens back in the day is they used to crack up. The leather would crack up after a while.
I've got Doc Martens that are 12, 20 years old, and I never cracked the leather on mine, so maybe you're just too fucking fat for shoes.
Well, I was like fucking, 14, man, when I had them. There's a big difference. Long time ago. I have a pair that I cracked the soles on, that's about it. I bought about a year or two ago, about like 2012.
So is it going to be in Las Vegas next year, do you guys know, or not yet?
Same place.
Okay. And is that in the Sands Convention Center or in the hotel?
Sands
Convention Center. I don't think there's a Sands hotel, is there?
Gotcha.
Anymore.
There's no hotel there.
I don't think so. It's the Venetian.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Sands went down a long time ago.
That sucks. Oh, I see. Is the NRA show is going to be in like in Nashville or something, right?
Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, baby. I might go.
When is this taking place? When is this taking place? That's
April.
what I needed. Because I got fucking Friday classes this semester, and that shit blows me.
Last thing I want to do is an NRA show in Nashville.
Oh my God, I can't wait. If I go,
don't go unless you take your banjo.
I'm gonna dress up like a Ashkenazi Orthodox Jew with those payas and those hair curls, and I'm just gonna walk around with a Torah. Baruch Adonai Melech Hainu Melech Haolam.
Shalom.
Shalom, baby. No, I don't know, but I want to go.
Is this your bar mitzvah?
I heard that it's like SHOT Show, but without the selfies.
You're gonna get a bris.
Then what's the point?
I'm gonna go to this NRA show and just walk around.
All right, so
proud
to be
an American.
If I can miss one class, I can drive there. It's doable.
Yeah.
It is doable.
Yankees bound to run the Jaeger there for sure.
Man, Jaeger don't want none, man.
Jaeger could have ran into me at SHOT Show if he wanted to. I was with his guys a lot of the time.
They could have been like, we got him. He could have texted them like, hold him there. I'm coming to knock his jaw.
I love the fact that you all are such immature children that you think that any of that shit was real.
I don't think did he ever threaten to beat you up or anything like that?
Once.
He said once. I don't remember him ever threatening to hurt anybody or anything. I wouldn't.
Well, he did say, I swear to God.
Like, in a live chat, he actually said, you say that to me in my face, I'll knock you on your fucking ass. I was like, yeah, okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it's all ratings.
You can try
I
it.
don't know. I like Jaeger. I don't think he's a violent guy or anything.
You just look at his Instagram and look at pictures of him with his grandson sitting in his lap, and then think he's the crazy monster he likes to play sometimes.
No, he's a decent guy, I think. What do I know? I'd be more worried about me. I'd be more worried about pissing off like Hickok or somebody like that. That guy will probably fucking kill you and dump you in a river somewhere or something.
Got that old white man bones, man.
You already know, like, don't fuck with FPS Russia. You see what happens. Man. You don't fuck with people.
Was that Bama even there this year?
Okay.
I didn't even see him do a video there.
That might have been.
Anybody get a selfie with him?
That might have been.
I'm just fucking. I don't know nothing.
No, but I didn't see anybody take a picture with that Bama yet.
With who?
FPS Russia.
With FPS Russia. With FPS Russia.
I didn't see him there. I didn't even hear that he was there this year. People aren't even talking about him, so I don't know.
Okay, so instead of him, I'd say like don't ever fuck with Tex Grebner. I think it's pretty obvious. If he's willing to shoot himself, you know what I mean? Like he's willing to shoot you. I mean, it's not a problem. Edge, I'd be careful hanging out with that guy.
Well, I'm not from Texas. I'm the real Tex, but yeah.
You're from Texas, right? You need to change your name, man. It's a Tex Edge. Tex Edge.
Edge Tex. Yeah.
Edge Tex.
You might be able to change your name to Tex-Mex, but not anything other than that.
No.
Extra cheese.
Yeah.
I actually did try.
So yeah, Tex-Mex extra beans is what he.
Me and Murphy are local, and you're like, hey, this is the first chat you ever been enrolled? The first chat you ever been enrolled with 2 actual Texans? And he kind of thought about it for a second. I was like, yeah, I guess so.
I like Tex. I got nothing against Tex. I like when people get online and make fun of him for some of the things he's done in videos, and I'm like, you be a fucking man and put some videos out there of you doing some stupid shit, then talk.
No, that's cool. He wanted it in, and it was just, something we came up with, the kind of suggestion.
People that harass him online, I'm like,
oh, well, I mean, he had a lot of balls to put that video up. I mean, he could have not done it.
No, but see, but like another thing is like you got to realize he sold that video to Tosh.0, so it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So like he literally put himself in the worst situation to possibly get that kind of rhetoric. So if you're a true gun guy, yes, shame on you for making fun of him. But if you're some troll that watched Tosh.0 because he let Tosh.0 put that video up on an Instagram or basically which is like a line.
I don't make fun of him.
Laugh at him.
He's got other videos that you can make fun of him. These fetish videos.
Yeah, but the reason why people
fetish videos, I'm like, even the fetish videos, who gives a fuck? Why are you? Why? Yeah, it's like people will be like, oh, he's a weird. I'm like, who gives a fuck? No one asked you to watch them. If you're watching them, maybe you're the weirdo.
Stand by.
Stand by. I think
why are we talking about anything except war archery at this point? This is ridiculous.
Oh, you watched this guy's archery video?
Yeah, I don't care.
Where is it?
Definitely selling all my guns and buying a war archery setup.
Oh yeah, he convinced me that
I'm not even going to buy the arrows because I'm going to use the arrows of my enemies.
Yeah, I want to
link it or
dude, he fucking is sitting at a table. He's sitting at a table.
I can't believe you haven't watched this video already. Where have you been?
He's got a bow on his lap. Let me explain something to you. He's got a bow on his lap.
How long is this video? Take 5 minutes of your life, 6 minutes of your life, and
I'm on it.
You're gonna love this. Everybody in the chat.
You guys.
Seriously, it made me sell all my guns last night.
You're gonna want to sell all your guns like I'm doing, and I'm gonna buy one war bow, and then that's it.
The part where he's sitting at a table, he's got his bow on his lap, and he's got a target like sitting across from him, and he proves that that back in the day, in ancient history or whatever, there was close combat with bows and arrows.
Oh, definitely.
He's like within a millisecond, he has the bow on his lap. He's sitting at the table. He puts an arrow in the target across the table from him and knocks the target down.
Well, of course there was close combat fighting with bow and arrows. Didn't anyone ever watch Legolas on the documentary of the Middle Earth?
No. Well, maybe I should.
Close combat battling with a bow and arrow.
This guy's better than the elf in the Lord of the Rings.
Legolas would still take him down. I'm sorry. He can't do that while surfing on a piece of bark down the side of a mountain.
He does in this video. He jumps around. He jumps off of things. He rolls around.
He's on roller skates and hits like 8 targets.
Yeah, but he's not sliding down.
He did a drive-by, dude. He did a drive-by.
On the back of a motorcycle.
Arm of an ant while he's doing it.
No, that's true.
An ant that big, he could have.
Oh, no,
he shot an arrow.
Ants are really big. Ants are giant tree-like creatures.
He had someone shoot an arrow at him, and he shot that arrow and split it in half.
More than once.
That's like what Kevin Costner did.
Oh, he's the real Kevin Costner. Dude.
This thing is awesome. Trust me, you're going to want to buy a war bow.
Anyway, him and Tex have a duel. Tex wants to battle this guy. Last night he was talking about this guy. It's the only reason I knew about him.
I can see why. It's freaking awesome.
I like the second one better.
He called him an archery charlatan. He's like, this guy's an archery charlatan. What? I didn't know what he was talking about. Then I watched this video. I'm like, Tex, come on, what the fuck are you talking about?
You saying it's fake?
Well, he wasn't saying it was fake. He was just saying like all the jumping around and shit is like just for show, to for like whatever. This guy's.
It's to show that it's an effective technique, is what it's showing.
Yeah, he's awesome.
You don't go on a jungle gym and go upside down, but it shows that you have the ability to shoot well.
Listen, if you needed a bodyguard in like Chicago or something, or in Manhattan, this guy with a bow, that's all you need.
Anybody who thinks that there's a possibility that you might need to get to the ultimate lengths, then you got to at least have this skill. It's crazy.
And think about the reloading possibilities, like for good guy, powder coating.
You could powder coat these bullets, or these arrows, I suppose. But this is legit. He's doing it, and it makes sense. Look, you can tell there's fact with all those hieroglyphics. It proves.
Yeah, he proved it. Yeah.
No, seriously, it makes sense. They didn't accidentally draw everybody wrong throughout time. He makes a good point that now that we stand there in the stupid Olympics, we created function around that form of standing there, right?
I know Stone Guy. I know Stone Guy wanted a link, but he's not here anymore. So hopefully, if Stone Guy watches
what happened to Stone Guy? Dang.
This dude just CCW'd a bow and arrow from a coffee table.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you, dude.
That's legit. Imagine if you had a little bow, like a little pocket bow.
Oh my God, you're right. That's dangerous.
That's what I'm
NFA.
saying.
An NAA bow?
You could just pick up a straw or a chopstick or something.
I think you should pay a tax stamp.
Chopstick bow.
Is this an assault?
Yeah, that shouldn't be illegal. No,
it's not an that assault many arrows.
I think high-capacity bows like that should be illegal.
No.
You can hold 3 arrows in one hand, but not 10 like that.
No.
Yeah, that's illegal.
Maybe cops can hold 7, but regular people can only hold 3. If you can't shoot a deer in 3 bows.
Well, if you let a guy start holding 10 arrows, what's next? He gets to hold a nuclear warhead?
Seriously. That's the best video I've seen in a long time. That's awesome.
Yeah, no wonder he got so many hits in it.
I would have thought Tex would have been all over that. Can't believe
he was.
Okay.
He said the guy's legitimate. He just feels like a lot of it's for show. And it's like he's a charlatan in a way. Like he's just like David Copperfield or something of archery. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have to jump around like that and stuff.
Hey, wait a minute. No, seriously. I was just thinking about sending this video to my very anti-gun friend and being like, look, I don't need guns because I could do this. But
yeah, right.
Think about it. That would be a great anti-gun argument. Be like, look, you don't need a gun because you can do this.
If after 10 years or 20 years of practice, I guess.
I think we all wouldn't need guns if we just all carried broadswords.
That's true. Razor sharp. I'd take a samurai sword because I know that thing is badass.
No, one katana.
Oh, yeah, you want something Japanese made. That's what's wrong with America.
Oh, yeah. I don't want no American shit. Then listen, Native Americans never even had a sword, did they? I don't know. It's racist.
They had tomahawks.
There you go.
Little tomahawks.
That Japanese sword, though. That's what's up. I saw Chris Costa's video with Jaeger. It was fucking hilarious.
If the katana was so great, how come the Japanese didn't kill the Indians? How come the white man did?
That's fucked up. The white man killed the Indians with a blanket. They were like giving out blankets and shit with chicken pox or something. Doing other stuff.
Smallpox, not chicken pox.
Same shit.
That would have just lightly irritated the Indians, not killed them.
All pox. 2 pox. Well, Chris Costa, man, he was in Japan, and there was this video of him dancing around and stuff, and he was at SHOT Show, and no one bothered him about anything.
I can't believe that Bama had 8 million views, and I'm just hearing about it now.
I did not see Chris Costa at SHOT Show either. I didn't see anybody famous except for like Bret Michaels and one of the Hearts.
Did you ask
Chris
Bret
Costa's
Michaels
beard is whiter than yours. That's the funny part.
Did you ask Shawn Michaels if he likes guns, or he's just there to like he was lost?
Shawn Michaels was there? You're swelling.
No.
The Heartbreak Kid, right?
Yeah, Shawn Michaels was there. Although he was a dick when I was trying to get his picture. All my pictures of him were blurry because he wouldn't stand still.
You should have been like,
did you ask him if he
Razor
owns a
Ramon
gun?
was better.
Let's see.
I would have seriously been like, are you pro gun or you're just lost? Or was there a wrestling convention?
There is a picture of Shawn Michaels being a jerk and swerving around while I'm trying to take his picture.
Let me see this.
Yeah, I would have said, dude, don't act like we're Hot Roddy Piper and shit. Hot Rod Piper.
I felt like going up to him and saying, don't take this wrong, because it's actually a compliment, but I hate your guts.
You should be like, don't take this wrong, but Razor Ramon whooped your ass at WrestleMania 10.
That guy just made my hero list.
Who, Razor Ramon?
No, my Archer hero. This guy.
Okay.
Yeah. He really did. No,
He's
really
like Green
did.
Arrow, dude. He's the real life fucking Green Arrow, man.
That
He's
guy
like
is cool. That guy is way cooler than James Yeager. Fuck
He's
James
the real
Yeager.
Green Arrow if Green Arrow. He's the real Green Arrow if
No
Green
way.
Arrow looked like he couldn't do 3 push-ups without puking.
Yeah, this guy still did a drive-by, dude, and he was running around, jumping around, shooting.
No, he did a
Fucking-
bike buy. He did a bike buy.
He's dangerous, man. He needs to be registered as a weapon.
Yeah, he's an
what is
NFA.
it?
He's an NFA. He's an NFA AOW for sure.
Fuck that. This guy's he's a menace.
He'd have to be an AOW status.
Imagine if Cats in the Hood really like trained like that with bows and arrows. It'd be like Crips and Bloods, like shooting each other with that shit.
Well, the good thing about him being an AOW is the tax stamp is really cheap if you want
It's
to.
an ARROW.
I don't know where he's from, but I don't think he can legally own a gun, or he wouldn't have wasted 20 years of his life practicing like this.
My son's got friends over right now, and the only thing worse than having 10-year-olds in your house is having multiple 10-year-olds, and some of them being not able to hit them.
Oh,
I feel you. But you can send them to the corner though. You can plug this. You could go sprinkle some rice grain, or some like popcorn seeds, and be like, okay,
make
you
them
have to
kneel on it.
Yeah, and make them kneel on it. Be like, I'm not gonna touch you, but I just happen to have this loose grain of like hard rice that just happened to be there from 2 weeks ago, and you will now sit there until your parents come pick you up.
No, right now they are doing what sounds like they are jumping off the top bunk of my son's bed into the floor. Because they're right above my head, and it sounds like someone is throwing elephants against the wall upstairs.
Just put 2 shotgun blasts in the air, like Joe Biden.
Punch them through a phone book. And
You should go put on a mask or something like really scary and like walk in there and startle them like, look, you little motherfucker, stop jumping around. I'm gonna come get you. Scare the shit out of them. I had this. Oh, dude. So, like, I know punishments like the rice grain shit like that. I actually had popcorn seeds. That's what the fuck I used to get. But fucking I had this friend in middle school, and he was Indian, and his parents would make him.
What the fuck are popcorn seeds?
Like just like popcorn. You put them like little like
kernels.
Yeah, kernels. Yeah,
Kernels, not seeds.
Whatever. But so my Indian friend would have to reach his hands through his legs and interlace them by the back of his forehead, and you have to sit there for like 3 hours. I felt so bad for the kid. I contemplated calling like child services, but I didn't know how to do it back then because we had the internet when I was a child. That was some fucked up shit. But yeah, I got the popcorn kernels. Like, they would sprinkle them on the hard wooden floor, be like, get on your knees. Sit there.
We got Florida Carrie in the house.
What?
Good evening.
Buenas noches.
The repeal gun laws guy has been looking for you.
Yeah.
For weeks now.
Well, we're trying to repeal some gun laws here.
The NFA.
Right
So,
now,
Sean,
we're
guess
in
what?
Campus carry pretty hot and heavy.
Yeah.
So, Sean, check this out. I just paid $105 for my Second Amendment right.
Okay, I mean, if it secures the whole thing, pretty good price.
Right? Not a bad deal. And if I had if I hadn't owned a handgun or a registered firearm prior to the date of the assault weapons ban kicking in, so like my girlfriend right now, if she wants to go buy a gun, has to pay about $180 because she has to take a 4-hour class before she has her right to a handgun, which has already been defined.
To buy a gun?
Yeah, just to buy a handgun.
Is it her constitutional right to carry?
No, it's not her constitutional right to carry, so she doesn't have that constitutional right here in the state of Maryland. But the point is that the right to a handgun has already been determined inside the home as a constitutional right. So
right.
The right
Maryland
to have
has specifically rejected the idea of the right to bear arms outside the home.
And if you're 21 years old today, and tomorrow you decide to go out and buy a handgun at a gun shop, it will cost you $180 in the state of Maryland before you even get that crack.
And they're calling that a reasonable regulation of a time, place, and manner restriction of
check this out. So
we don't want to respect the right to bear arms.
I already own like half a dozen handguns, and I still had to pay $120 like earlier this, like about $105 earlier this week. 105.
See, then you contrast that with a state like Florida, where the creation of a gun registry is a felony.
No, we already had gun registry long. Just like Washington had it, like they set us up in '94, just the way they set up Washington, where it's like, oh, we're gonna have it, and just like Pennsylvania too, Pennsylvania set up that way, where it's like, well, it's just ours and we really don't care, but when it actually does kick in, it doesn't really matter because you already have all the paperwork for the last 30 years of sales.
Yeah. See, and contrast that with us, where if someone from say the Florida Department of Law Enforcement decided we're going to make a list of all the gun owners in the state of Florida, the person that does that becomes a felon.
Nowhere near. But yeah, I'm gonna buy me a chopper now just to throw in their face. I think they deserve that.
Background check for a chopper.
A lot of work, and you guys there in Maryland have a long way to go.
Okay, so check this out. So this is where it gets even funnier. So in the state of Maryland, you actually do have a right to carry, but it's only if you transport large sums of cash, protect large sums of cash, or are a business owner who makes large cash deposits. So the chick that I'm talking to now, her family owns like 3 little like Latin stores, like little strip mall, just little like bodega type shits or whatever, right? But on top of that, they do like wire transfers, so they walk out with a rack of cash, right? At the end of the day. And so, whatever, excluding the price of her gun, it's going to cost her $180 for her to get her permit to do it. Then she has to go back and take a 16-hour class, which is 2 days, plus a 3rd day at the range. The whole fucking class is $500. $300 for the classroom, $200 for the range time, then another $55 for fingerprints, then another $85 for the application. So it comes out like if she really wants to get just a permit to purchase and the permit to carry, it's like $800, not including the purchase price of the firearm in the state of Maryland. Ridiculous! I just found that out today. I didn't know it was that high. It's like $800 to $900 for you get for you from start to purchase. All the permits you have to pay, it's like $900, $800.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. And it's going to take time, but eventually, we'll get there. We'll get these types of restrictions shot down, but we're going to get them shot down more in the pro-gun states.
But that's so extreme. I never thought it was that extreme. I mean, I knew Maryland was impossible just because you had to be a business owner.
Does Maryland even qualify as a state since they're so close to a federal district? They might be like an annex. It's like a federal annex.
Actually, you've got a better chance of fixing this in Washington, D.C. and the D.C. circuit than you do in Maryland. And it's just because of how the federal appellate
exactly
work right now.
Exactly, and like I've always argued that DC has the fast track because you don't have a state Supreme Court. Once it goes through city, it literally goes straight to federal level. You know what I'm saying? So like you literally skip a step in DC because almost everything in DC is a federal court already. There are no state charges in DC. It's impossible to have a state charge. There is no fucking state charge.
Background check for a chopper.
Background check for a chopper on my Picatinny
It's
Ram.
necessary, dude. It's necessary. Healthcare by Obama.
Just things you gotta do in life.
Background check for a chopper. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Lupe Fiasco, the first rapper to ever say Picatinny Rail in a verse yesterday.
Lupe.
Lupe, man. He's been doing it. He said his gun collection is serious. All legal. You know, he's got a clean record. My new favorite Second Amendment rapper right now.
He is definitely on the SB category.
So nobody even cares about these rifles?
I do. They're the AK-12s, right?
Not after that archery video. I think I'm on Gunbroker right now. I'm listed all my weapons, all my firearms, and I'm trying to buy a compound bow and a long bow and a short bow and a concealed carry bow.
I wanted a compound bow, but now I want like that super fast reloading 30-round mag bow that dude had. I don't know. I just don't know which one to get.
Did you guys see that Eminem Industries rifle they have out?
G-Ropes was slicing M&Ms on Instagram.
That's what I got on my screen.
What was that about?
I was eating peanuts.
I thought somebody said those were AK-12s. It didn't look like an AK-12.
No, they're not. My bad.
Let me see. Let me click on them.
They look like the picture that Neil posted the other day.
Oh, yeah, those are. Yeah, those are pretty badass. Everybody's doing a AR taking mag, AK mag type deal this year. Seems like there's a lot of companies that were doing that.
That's not this though. This is an AK with some twists, so it's just basically an AK with a monolithic upper and a different
ambi safety.
System. Yeah, different safety, so that you don't have to worry about the selector on an AK.
Is that a different receiver?
AK-12. Oh, it's nothing like. It's a totally different receiver. Yeah, it pivots. So see that screw in from the mag. The mag still rock in. It's still an AK, and it's still an AK receiver, but they changed everything, trunnion, I guess, so that it pivots in the front. I guess I should have taken a picture of it open, but I didn't know where they were at with, let me take pictures of it in disassembly or what. But I got a video of her taking it apart, I guess.
Is that rail, is that considered the upper, or is it like one piece type aluminum, or?
Yeah, so it's not, it's steel though, I think. Or maybe it was aluminum.
That's them, right? Same ones?
Yeah.
They look pretty neat.
Yeah, it said AK-12 on the Google Plus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm looking on their website and they don't have it. I thought it was something like
that is tight.
It might be.
Well, AK-12.
You have any SRPs on these?
We shouldn't be able to bring any of those AK-12s over until that Obama sanction gets lifted. So.
Yeah. Could be just like a clone. Or like the same concept.
Because they were getting those AK-12s, and I think the Bisons, they were going to try to get those in for import before the whole Ukraine-Crimea thing started.
That shit is tight. I like it. Very nice.
Well, I figured they would have the info on their website. I'll have to look at the video to see what they're calling this thing.
I really want to know what MSRP is coming out at, because you know, like if that shit comes out at like $2,800, then it's kind of like a dead idea. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And they come out like, you know what I'm saying? But they come out like an 8, 9. So what?
The one at the top on Webb's page, it looks like it's all opened up versus the other ones. I don't know if that's just cut out to show you what's inside or if that's a different model.
Yeah, neither.
No, it's not cut out. It just looks like it's not anodized. It looks just
No, look,
metal.
it looks like a BZ58 on top.
Yeah, the top of the receiver or the dust cover thing.
Yeah, the top like dust cover area, yeah, is not there. But you can see both sides of them. It's ambi, so you can pull the charging handle whatever side you want right away.
That's sweet.
Yeah, see, I'm still waiting for something like an accurized FNFAL that takes NATO standard 308, PMags.
But wait a minute. I saw at SHOT Show, someone did a booth review of FN. It was AR-15. As much as I hate them because they only put out videos during SHOT Show, literally this year they had the best videos of SHOT Show because it was real quick, simple, to the point, showed you a rack of products. And they showed an FN20. What the fuck is an FN20? I'm dying to know. What the fuck is an FN20?
Chill. We'll find out soon enough.
What is an FN20? Literally, he was standing there and someone like chucked it to him and he caught it in midair. He was like, and we have an FN20 coming. And that's all he said, and he handed it off. That's all he said. He had someone throw it at him, and...
Well, allow me to Google that for you. They list an FN Mark 20 SSR in the SCAR family.
20-inch SCAR?
It was a SCAR. What caliber, though? Was it 308 or was it...
Hang on, I'm looking.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, it's based on a SCAR 17.
That's 308 then.
Longer
That's 308.
barrel. It's made for...
So it's 308 then.
It's a long range SCAR.
Yeah. 17. That's tight, 308.
I just want to go on record, GWebs.
It's a 20-inch barrel 308. That's all it is.
I don't like this picture you posted, GWebs. Makes me look like I have a giant head.
And again, it has my main criticism of the SCAR. It doesn't use the more standard mags.
Yeah, but if you can get mag pulls, which are cheap, which are better and price value equivalent to GI mags, then...
Yeah, but they don't have that for the SCARs.
They don't have
the SCAR uses a proprietary magazine.
You don't have the SCAR PMags for it? They don't make SCAR PMags for it?
No.
No, there's definitely PMags for the SCAR.
No,
for sure.
No, the PMags are for
they have a 20 rounder, don't they?
BM110. Which also fits the SR25s, which is the 308 AR variants. Most of the 308 AR variants are really SR25s, which are generally called the Mark 1 DPMS 308s, because the Gen 2 has changed it all again.
I could have swore Magpul made a Magpul mag for the SCAR. I can't believe Magpul doesn't make a mag for the SCAR.
No, because the SCAR really never took off in the civilian market because it was overpriced for what it is. I mean, it's a good rifle. I have no problem with the rifle whatsoever, except for it uses the wrong magazine. And I think that has kept a lot of people from buying it. Because the magazines are also expensive.
Oh shit. Who's seen this Bullpup AK pistol? That's kind of cool.
You swelling. Picture doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's on the Instagram. Who wants to be linked to it?
Add it at me.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I'm not seeing it on Instagram and your Instagram. All I'm seeing is a flood of the House of Guns pictures.
No, I need to. It's somebody else's. I'm just going to link you to it.
Yeah. That House of Guns guys, boy, they love the Instagram. They flooded my Instagram with pictures.
That's the guy from California? Or I mean from Colorado?
I don't know where he's from. I think he...
What was his name?
That House of Guns, but they spell it H-A-S.
Oh, I see. Is that it?
Yeah, you talking about the fucking asshole that tried to troll the fucking ATF booth?
Oh, no.
Oh, that was him with what's his face?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. With that schmuck. So, of course, those two schmucks hang out.
With who?
My best friend.
ATF booth and said that the thing was reversed or something.
Yeah. And then they tried to click, and then when someone called them out on it, they were like, are you serious? Blah, blah, blah. They're like, are you trolling us? Blah, blah, blah. Like, they're like, fuck you, like, you're a troll or whatever. I think it was the DB, matter of fact. Is he here? I think DB was the one who got trolled. So they tried to call DB a troll, and then fucking other people got in there like, fuck you, you're trolling the ATF.
Was that really unclear, or am I the only one not following what he's saying?
No, you're not the only one. I stepped away for a half second, though.
If you're on Instagram, you would know what goes on.
Wait, are you talking about the ATF reclassification of the stabilizing brace?
No, what I'm talking about is the fact that House of Guns made a video with an asshole who I fucking hate, and they literally trolled the ATF booth, and then when someone called them out on it, like, literally they said, are you trolling me? And they're like, no, wait a minute, fuck you, asshole, you're trolling the ATF. If you read through the comments of the Instagram post, you will see exactly how it goes down. And I wish DB was here.
Yeah, and somebody went and trolled the ATF booth last year and put stickers on top of their sign. And
they had more stickers this year.
It doesn't serve a purpose.
They got more stickers put on their shit this year.
Yeah,
than I heard.
And you know what? It's childish. It doesn't serve a purpose, and it just makes us look bad.
DB, what happened when you posted on that bullshit?
Oh no! Hold on.
Yeah, I was told they were pretty nice people. They were pretty easy to talk to. I don't know why you fuck around with people like that.
Let's ask them about the Sig Bryce for the 100th time.
No, those dudes they just put a video up in front of the ATF booth like saying, okay, we're breaking news here. The ATF reversed their decision on the brace and they're making funny faces and shit, but it wasn't like they're so goofy anyway that I couldn't tell if they were serious or not.
Right.
So I just put on the notes like if you guys are joking around, you guys are douchebags.
I'm sorry, I don't take anybody that's got like a genie haircut, like the genie ponytail. On the top of your
head. It's like a samurai.
I don't take her seriously.
I thought it's like an American samurai.
Yeah,
look, the ATF is not going to send their most.
They look like a samurai, but to me they look like a genie.
It's like the Seven Samurai guy. But anyway, so I said, if you guys are joking around, you guys are like douchebags. And then he wrote back like, you're a fucking douchebag trolling us. Go take your shit somewhere else. Your butt hurt or whatever. And then someone else wrote back. I think it was Ralph. Put like, he's a troll. You're a fucking troll. You're trolling the ATF. Like, you're sitting in front of their booth and you're trolling them. Like, and then he wrote back like something like, oh, I'm not. I wasn't being serious. Like, we were just joking. I'm sorry if you couldn't tell. But either way, it was a stupid little Instagram video. No one fucking saw anyway.
Yeah, look, the ATF is not sending their most anti-gun personnel to the SHOT Show to man the booth there. They're probably going to send some of their more pro-gun people, just like any other federal agency or any other agency in general. They have people that are absolutely for the right to bear arms inside their ranks. They have other people that are against them. Right now, the power structure, the people at the top, are generally anti-gun. But there are some actual true Second Amendment believers that work inside the ATF, and these are the guys that we need to not be vilifying. The ATF as a whole is a problem. Their policies are a problem. But that doesn't mean that every ATF agent or every ATF inspector or every ATF employee that you meet is one of the bad guys. So pick your targets wisely. when you're dealing with these people, because just because they work for the agency doesn't mean that they're necessarily against you.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of shit for liking the ATF on Facebook.
Oh, I'll be damned if I'm going to like the ATF.
Well, that's the only way to follow them.
Yeah, I know, I'm kidding. Hell, I liked the Brady campaign and the coalition to ban all guns.
Yeah, I'm banned from all those places. Moms Demand Action, Coalition Against Gun Violence, or whatever. I'm banned.
No, I get banned by
comments.
That's the guy I'm talking about right there. That guy with the freaky little ponytail at the back. Doesn't look samurai to me. Looks like he's in the fucking Bee Gees.
Yeah, fuck him and his best friend.
No, the Bee Gees were bigger than him.
That's a Star Wars haircut. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, that's clearly maybe. Yeah, it's more Jedi haircut than it is samurai haircut. It looks like a genie to me still. Looks like he should be coming out of a bottle.
Yeah,
we
got a
the
kid up here
brothers
that
Gibb are
shaves.
much tougher than this guy.
There's a kid up here that shaves every little bit of his hair except for his ponytail with a Bic razor, so it's like shiny bald. It's pretty bad.
See, Hare Krishna?
No, he just thinks it's a top knot or something. I mean, he thinks he's some kind of warrior. It's me. Hell of a chat tonight, huh?
Even if it's a samurai haircut, I don't get it. That'd be like saying like I'm going to dress like a kamikaze pilot, because that's like something else from history that I have nothing in common with.
Anybody, you guys hear about that trigger? You can pull the trigger, let go. It shoots both times. You let go, shoots. Pull the trigger, it shoots.
Yeah, I heard about that like last year.
Yeah, it's been out for a while, and if I have no interest in doing anything other than, putting rounds downrange, then great. It would be a whole lot of fun.
Sounds like a lot of holes in ceilings at ranges to me.
Yeah. Look, I've fired more rounds in automatic mode than most people walking the planet, and there are plenty of military guys who have fired way more than I have. Full automatic. But, good Lord, when you're paying for the ammunition, the happy switch is very pricey.
But that's where capitalism comes into play, because even if I'm a poor schmuck, I should be able to get a $200 machine gun and feed it for 5 seconds every weekend. You know what I'm saying? I deserve that right. You know what I'm saying? So what if I can?
And if you want to do that, you can certainly do that right now. You just have to pay for a $200 tax stamp, and buy something that was made prior to 1986.
Put this: if I could get a brand new machine gun off the shelf and just pay $200 tax stamps, I don't think we'd be in this problem. The point is that they've taken everything from 86 and lower and just made it an antique instantly. So you add 4 to 5 zeros onto the price of every single gun that you could possibly imagine of firing.
It's only added about 1 zero, but still, it's made it 10 times the cost that it should be.
No, because I can't buy a Glock 18. I should be able to buy a Glock 18.
There are, as far as the legal battle to secure the right to bear arms, and invalidating at least some of, if not all, of the National Firearms Act and the additional provisions that were put in the 80s and the 90s. Yes, there is a litigation strategy for that. Yes, we think we're going to win at most of this. But you're talking about step R, and we're still on C.
Well, I decided it was a neat idea. I mean, as for throwing money, basically, using it and throwing money down range. It's no different than, you know, throwing money at a girl on a pole, but I still do that. So.
I'm just not sure I see the benefit of it, but
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Shoot
look,
faster.
I mean, what you know?
I'm not saying
weapon in the military was
but
the
I'm saying the
M60.
right to it.
There's not a benefit
I
to a
love-
lot of things in life, but
Exactly,
I'll
but
still
I'm
do
saying
it.
the right to it.
Yeah, my favorite weapon in the military was the M60. I love taking a pig and going all belt fed and just rocking and rolling because, well, it's fun. But
the benefit to anything. I mean, it doesn't have to be a physical benefit. It could just be the benefit of it's enjoyable. I just don't see any benefit.
Okay,
exactly.
all right, but like my benefit to that,
that is the main benefit in civilian parlance.
Exactly,
it's
because
fun.
you make it cost $1,000 instead of $20,000, and then it's because like right now that shit like if you gotta go through the NFA and actually go find that shit, it's like $30,000-$40,000.
I thought we were talking about a trigger that made it to where you were fired when you released the trigger as well as when you pulled it.
No, we're past that. We're based on full auto right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, the trigger is just, you know.
I don't see anything that beneficial about full auto either. I mean, it's okay if it's fun. It's fun-ish. Not when you're paying for the ammo, it's not. But
yeah, exactly. It is something that I would do maybe once a year if I had a full auto gun. I would go out and just go smoke up a barrel and put a bunch of pumpkins downrange and.
I'd do it every other day if someone else was paying for the ammo.
Like, okay, that was enough money.
I'd do it every other day if somebody else was paying for the ammo, but not.
Yeah.
Well, that was a great thing about being in the military. Someone else was paying for the ammo. I would regularly say after letting off a huge burst and having my barrel start to droop and telling my AG to swap my barrel. I said this regularly. Thank you for your tax dollars.
My barrel always starts to droop immediately after shooting a huge burst these days.
Yeah, it happens with age. And I'm not immune to that.
So, did anybody see any cool knives at SHOT Show? Yankee, you were slicing knives. You talking about you're gonna do big shit with the knives? I haven't seen a single knife picture.
I watched all the knife booths. If anyone wants to know about them.
Really? Like, did you like any of them? Because I didn't see any real.
I didn't go looking at knives for everybody else. I looked at knives for me.
But did you take pictures of them, you schmuck?
No.
Then you are a schmuck.
Most of the knives are in cases. There's some that are laying on tables. There were some nice ones from Africa and stuff that I liked, but I was questionable about some of the materials they used in them. So
you could at least have done a 15-second Instagram video. I mean, come on.
So what'd you see that you were interested in as far as like name brands or anything?
I don't even remember the name brands. I just looked at the knives. I just walked around and looked at them.
Gotcha.
Most of them were way out of my price range.
Benchmade put out a $90 fixed blade this year.
There's one that I did that I am going to get, and I can't remember what it was. It was actually from Columbia River Knives and Tool, and it is like a fixed blade hunting knife, and I forget the make of it. But
the one that looked like a custom, almost.
It looked like a custom knife. It's only like $130. I'm definitely getting that.
Yeah, that thing's sweet. I saw that.
Yep. I already talked to them, and they're sending me one, so I'm like, cool.
Just in case anyone's interested.
I'll tell you, I was a little bit disappointed that I didn't really see anything that was like game changing even a heavy evolutionary change.
This gun show was, I think that the slogan should have been on the banner should have been decoration, not innovation. Because
exactly.
Everything was just like, look, a different shaped rail on something, or look, a different trigger, or look, different sights, or it was just like, oh, okay, so you decorated them up differently, but nothing really that monumentally different. Now that Sky Marshal was probably like the most unique gun I saw, because it's a 9mm revolver that doesn't need moon clips and actually has a 9mm length cylinder.
Yeah, but that's not the first gun in that genre. There's been other guns that did.
No, not really. Not that don't use moon clips and have a 9mm length cylinder.
Yes, there was a
Ruger.
Take multiple
No,
calibers.
that was a Charter Arms, and it was a .40 caliber.
No, that's not the one I'm talking about.
I'm talking about. Isn't there an LCP that shoots 9?
With moon clips.
Or an
Yeah.
LCP?
There was one that would take 357, 38, 9mm, 380.
That wasn't a real gun. That's a fucking joke. I mean, it's not a joke. It's real, but it's not nothing you'd ever
No,
use.
it exists, but yeah, it was low production.
It was not even really a production gun.
They went out of production because somebody bought them and put them out of production. So they were a threat to a company. It was, what, Remington or somebody or Smith?
Yeah,
or something?
I mean, it was a low production gun, but it was a very good proof of concept, and they did sell some.
I think, didn't you shoot one, G-Webs?
You did a video on one for sure.
We shot, I think, just a few different calibers, though. But it's too expensive to have shot a lot of it. But yeah, I played with one a lot.
Yeah.
They're awesome. But then I did the research. It was because the guy built it by himself, and then
it's a garage.
Ruger or Smith came along, or Colt maybe it was Colt, because it was a big company came along and said, yeah, well, we want to buy this from you, so let's buy that and tool it up. And then they bought it and put it on the back burner and let it sit, so they didn't want to put it out.
Yeah, it happens all the time. People buy technology just to kill it.
They probably screwed him. They probably went, what we'll do is we'll pay you a percentage of the sales, and we're going to sell millions of them. And then
And then he went out of business, and he couldn't do nothing about it. And now he works at some other company doing something similar, but that line died that way. And
he's not in New Jersey pumping gas.
But he couldn't go make it again. No, he's a machinist, I think, if I remember right.
So I caught something really interesting.
There was nothing I saw at a SHOT Show this year that was just like, wow, they've come up with something cool.
The curve? Are you?
So I caught some really interesting things at a SHOT Show this year. Almost every. Sorry, go ahead, G-Webs.
Mine wasn't that big a deal, but I saw stuff that was cool. That the 308 single shot. I talked to that guy. Is
that unique though? Because don't we already have those with our?
I don't care. Is there a 308 Derringer? I don't think so.
Not Derringer. It's not a little tiny one, but I just didn't see those as that unique. I mean, that awesome. I thought they were just kind of stupid because I thought the 45 ones were stupid.
It's stupid if you want, but that's a guy he said his dad used him in Hungary and during the war. And
and there's a crazy guy that made a 4570 Derringer. I wouldn't want to shoot that one.
That was 4570 Derringers, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, there was that. That's a new gun. So you can dismiss anything. If you dismiss everything that's new, then yeah, there was nothing new that happened. So there you go.
Well, that's still not new though. I mean, those high caliber Derringers aren't new, but
but I'll tell you.
Okay, yeah, dismiss it then. Okay, it has a trigger. That's not new. Oh, it's got a pistol grip. That's not new.
Not the first time they high caliber Derringers, and it wasn't anything that's earth shattering or a revolution. They're talking. They framed the question as anything like game-changing or revolutionary. I don't see those as game-changing or revolutionary.
Nobody said that. He said, is there anything new? And then
he said, was there anything revolutionary? That was what's his face said.
Yeah. My face, or even highly evolutionary.
All right. So then I was also going to say, there's the that lady down in the bottom corner had that holster that's like a long ace bandage with
the lady thing.
Huh?
The lady thing?
Yeah, the lethal lace thing, and it was basically a holster. You just put the holster wherever you want it on your body, and you ankle it how you want, and then it's like a giant belly band or an ace bandage, and you just start wrapping it around a few times, and that gives it the foundation or the structure that makes it a holster, and then it wraps up and clips or whatever, so ladies can put it on like their arm or their leg or their waist or up around their boobs or whatever, and put the gun wherever they want. I thought that was pretty cool because that's.
So it's called a brosier or whatever, like that.
I have to buy 1,000 holsters or whatever I'm wearing today or whatever, and this allows them to do everything from like jog with it to take it to some fancy place with a fancy dress or whatever.
Oh yeah, that was obviously. I looked at it after you all talked about it. That's obviously a product for women, made by women, because you could tell it was made by someone that has tried to carry a gun as a woman.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. When I was watching it, I was like, wow, this spokeslady they got, she's attractive or whatever, but man, she really knows the product. And then I was waiting because she kept going, and then I just asked one of the other ladies there, I'm like, can you just do this walkthrough for me? And they're like, oh no, let's talk to the lady that invented it, and that was her. So yeah, she definitely is passionate about it, and that's the whole thing. And then
it was clearly not invented by some guy. It was invented definitely by a woman who has faced these problems.
There was the Leupold fast acquisition magnified long-range optic thing, where they're working on basically bifocals. You know, that's the way I describe it. So if you think of like a regular optic, it's either you have the decision between, you know, posting or putting something on that's magnified or putting something on that's non-magnified red dot. This gives you both. It's a first step. It's not a finished product or anything.
Kind of like an Elcam Spectre?
Huh?
Kind of like an Elcam Spectre?
I don't know what that is. What are you talking about?
Elcam Spectre runs either 0 mag or a 1.5 mag, and either a 4 or 6 mag when you flip it.
Oh, no, that Elcon? No. That thing is, I hate that thing, but no, it's not that, because you have to physically flip something. This is more like bifocals. Right. You keep an eye open and you look, and depending on how you look, just like with bifocals, you either look up or down. So it's
okay,
like,
that's interesting.
It is look at the person's forehead or look at their nose, depending on if you want to be shooting long distance or close. So, like I say, it's not perfect, but it was interesting and it was definitely innovative.
I didn't get a chance to look at that. There were
along that lines, Trijicon made one that was more of a, like they took and they smushed them together. So they're physically two different things, but instead of being a round optic for the magnified optic, they made it more like a smile shape, like a smiley face smile, so that the red dot kind of sinks down into the optic, again giving you a bigger or a smaller overall block. You know, you're not you've still got a lot of field of view around the thing, and it sort of smushed them together. Although I only saw pictures of that, I don't know where that thing was. I looked all over the Trijicon booth more
I
than
didn't
once.
see that at all. And but the first one you said, I didn't get a chance to look through that one because there was like 8 people standing around it when I.
Yeah, and they only had a couple.
That bifocal type deal. Now that I'd be interested in testing on like a 308 battle rifle.
It sounds good, and the what you experience is nice, but the thing itself is sort of huge and bulky, so it's still got work to be done, and it won't be on people's wish list or something until it's actually refined. But at least that's a new direction, and that's something that's, you know, people have always wanted, but never, you know, it's just never thought of smashing them together, I guess.
So tell me, why the hate for the Spectre?
The Spectre?
Yeah, the Elcam.
Because it's Canadian.
Oh, no, it's all right. It's just huge. It's like putting a massive rubberized Coke can on top of your stuff. It's just huge. But otherwise, I guess it's fine. I guess the concept of it is, like, I mean, as far as things go, it doesn't have a bunch of giant battery thing. It doesn't have...
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely twice the size of an EOTech, and, you know...
the other thing is
that it's the size of an Aimpoint.
And I suppose it's rugged, so I got to probably put it a notch above, like, an ACOG for me, just because it is adjustable. But it's unobtainable. I don't even know if we can buy them, and if we can, they got to cost a fortune, right?
You can buy them. They're about $2,000.
Well, all right. So, I mean, I acknowledge they exist, but they're not better than an Aimpoint. I'd still get an Aimpoint any day over it. I'd get 6 Aimpoints, I guess, for the cost.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Aimpoints, to tell you the truth. I have one on my shotgun, but, you know, a micro on my shotgun, but everything else are on EOTechs.
Well, I like American companies better, but the first time, well, a long time ago, we went to range day, and the first time I saw them do the football thing, they call it, where they take just an AR or whatever, they have an Aimpoint on it. Just at the time, it was whatever the bigger ones, not that it was before the T1s came out, but they shot a couple of rounds at some steel downrange and, you know, hit. Then they just used the quick release lever, took it off, let it fall to the ground, literally jumped on it, and this is the dust, you know, dirt, whatever, sand that you have in the Nevada desert there. Just jumped on it a bunch of times, full weight of a human, you know, with his boots, jumping on the thing, and then he picks it up and he wings it down the berm, and then some guy ran off and picked it up. Well, he ran off and jumped on it. He jumped on it downrange. And then he kicked it a few times, and then every time he'd get up close to it, he would jump on it again, like both feet, smash it into the dirt, and then he would pick it up and throw it back towards the guy, who in turn would jump on it again, put it back on the gun, and make hits. So I was like, okay, I'm sold, done. Name anything else that can do that.
You know, that's kind of like spending a week in an infantry unit.
Sure, but I'm just saying, do that with an EOTech. You know, do it with something else. You can do it with a Trijicon. You can do it with an ACOG, but then you've got the eye relief and the magnification, which I'm not looking for.
Yeah, I would totally do that to an EOTech.
Go for it.
I've used EOTechs in bad places, and they've served me well. maybe why I'm a believer in it. I like the big old 65 MOA ring because I'm fast on it, and I like the little 1 MOA dot because I can even put a mag behind it and still get really accurate shots out to 800 yards. At least when I put it on a 308.
But that's for a bench.
Because it's a 1 MOA dot. I like that little bitty dot.
But that's a precision shot taking. That's not real action.
Yeah, it's a different type of use. I was always a designated marksman in the military when I wasn't a machine gunner. I like taking precision shots. If I want just there's a reason there's an aim point on my shotgun. Shotgun's not a precision weapon, for me at least. That's why I've got an aim point on there. It's got a bigger dot. I want the bigger dot.
They all suck. Irons only.
There is that school of thought, and I tell you what, I'm not very far from it. I don't teach anyone how to shoot a rifle on a dot sight until they've got a pretty good mastery, or at least very good familiarization with iron sights.
Well, I'll tell you, I prefer iron sights, but as my vision is fading, a magnification is not so bad.
I start them loading black powder first, then I move them up from there.
I'll tell you one thing I've been very impressed with when it comes to the flip-up iron sights is these Magpul Pro metal sights. They lay down very flat, and I get a lot better sight picture out of the Aimpoint Pros. I'm sorry, not Aimpoint Pros. The Magpul M-Bus Pros than I do out of the regular M-Buses or the Troy. I've tried a lot of them, and I'm really liking these little M-Bus Pro sights.
Seven people. Come on, we should have something to talk about.
Yeah, I'm at work, so I'm trying to do both at the same time, chat and work.
I'm trying to think what else I saw at SHOT. All right, so I heard that the curve is going to come out at what? 349? Like, what was it? Like 339 and like 389? I don't think that's just going to sell because some bucket joint like that got to come out like 250.
What those? Did you say the curve?
Yeah. They have a curve with the light and they have a curve without the light. And there's like a $50 difference in between the two, and they're like already $75 to $50 overpriced. I don't think it's going to sell.
It's such a niche gun, and it fills such a very small niche. I just don't.
If it was, but no, put it this, like if it was like 200. No, but that's the point. Is that if it like, so what if it's a niche gun? But if it was like $200, who wouldn't fucking have one? Who wouldn't strap one to their ankle?
Yeah, but that's the price of a high point, not a Taurus. Taurus puts more work into their guns and do different things to them. There's more technology behind it. The price, I mean...
Yeah, even Kel-Tec charges more than that.
Yeah, that's insanely low. I mean...
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I think that the money that it costs...
I'd get a Sky.
So a gun they have to make entirely new machinery for and do entirely new stuff for, they should charge less than their gun they already make.
But it's not going to sell anyways, so if you can't make it for that price, then you shouldn't even make it. I mean, like, that's my point.
Because you don't like it, you don't think it's going to sell.
No, it's not because I don't like it. I don't think it's going to sell. It's because at its price point, I don't think it's going to sell.
I know lots of women who carry expensive guns.
I'm not talking about women. I'm just talking about a piece of shit gun made by.
It's not expensive. It's like $300, I thought.
It's like it's like $300 and like $350.
But that's nothing.
Okay.
It's high dollar right there.
Less than you should pay for a concealed carry weapon if you can. I mean,
$300. Yeah, I don't know why you did that.
But that's the whole point. Is that if you can, you're not getting the curve. You're not getting the curve that has two LED lights sticking off the front that just happens to bend a little bit. I mean, with some shitty 380 at that, and it's fucking 6-round capacity. You're not getting that, bro.
You might not like it.
It has zero sights. It has zero sights on the gun. It's not selling.
Who buys little kitschy guns like this? People who really aren't, quote unquote gunnies. People who aren't highly experienced with this.
You're honestly better off with an NAA.
It's really looking at an entry level gun.
That's nonsense too, though. I love them, and I love the idea. I've been into guns since I was, like a little kid.
Yeah, but you're kind of the outlier. They're most of the quote unquote gunnies that have looked at this thing, me included, have gone, no.
Most of.
And I'm not,
okay.
and that doesn't mean all. Like I say, it is a niche gun. There are certain people that are going to like it.
Yeah, a lot of guys do that with the pink guns too, but they're not. Not meant for you. They're not meant for Marco.
That's form, not function.
We carry Glocks. We carry Glocks that are full size.
And actually, pink isn't even form. It's merely fashion.
I never said anything about it being meant for me, but my aspect of it from a defensive standpoint. For me or anybody that I choose to give a defensive gun to, I would give them an NAA that actually has sights on it over a curve.
Hey, I was carrying my little NAA 22 mag today.
I carry one every day.
Yeah, what do you mean the curve doesn't have sights?
The curve has
little crosshair things at the back.
But even when we're camping, Mandy doesn't carry her Glock because it's too heavy and too uncomfortable. It's square. It catches on table corners and shit. If she had a curve to stick in her back pocket or something similar, that would be the perfect example. And I don't think that's a niche. I think that's a really common and
I'm buying the curve. I saw it. I'm buying it.
Right? As soon as I can get my hands on one, I'm getting one.
Look what just came in the mail, my zombie green Glock 19 holster.
Also, I have heard very few people mention I think it's going to be the best ankle gun ever.
And I don't know what this one is for. What's this one right here for? Hold on.
It's going to be the most what gun ever?
I think
the best ankle gun ever.
It doesn't bend enough for the ankle. Your ankle's way skinnier than
bends a lot more than a Glock 26.
Barely. For a 380 double, for what you're giving up to.
We've established that you're racist against this gun. Is it because it's black?
I'm glad.
No, he's a caliberist. He doesn't like anything.
Oh, that's what it is. It's the 380.
I'm glad you're the one that brought up race and not me, right?
He also included this holster, and it says inside of it for Gary. It says for Gary, but I'm not sure how I wear this one. It's got this weird.
Inside the waistband, standard.
But what is
it's
it?
It's a tuck holster, so you put that on your belt, and then you can tuck your shirt in.
Yeah, it's just you don't have to take off your belt to loop it through the loop.
So it's tuckable. You put your shirt down inside that part right there, I guess. Is that what it is? So
you hook that under your belt, and then put the little loop around the belt.
Well, yeah, this part would loop on my belt, I guess.
Yeah, the extra space you're looking at is for your shirt.
So that's I tuck my shirt down in there.
That way it just looks like you got a weird thing on your belt and not like you got a gun right there.
Okay, I guess I get it. That's pretty cool. He included that for me. So. This is from Redstone Concealment. But I mainly wanted the zombie green.
Does the Dragon one sell already, Huck?
What's that?
That Dragon buck?
The one people were sharing and talking about today? Yeah, that sold 8 months ago, something like that. People dig through my pictures every once in a while and start bringing stuff up.
It's kind of neat how the sun is like got more texture than the rest of the thing. That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, if you want to see a really cool paddle holster, look at Panther Concealment.
Perfect.
All one piece of Kydex. If you like Kydex holsters, all one piece of Kydex. Absolutely the fastest holster I've ever used in my life.
Perfect fit. Can't wait to try this out.
I need a Tiffany's blue holster.
I'm sure they can do Tiffany blue.
Is there any way they could get a couple more rivets on there?
Well, those aren't rivets. Those are where you can put how high you want to wear it. See, it's open spaces where you can put the screws for how.
Hold it steady. How straight are they?
They're not straight at all. They don't look straight at all. No,
are they offset on purpose?
Well, no, that's just the screws are sliding a little offset on the hole.
Oh, okay.
You know how the screws will slide on top of the rivet head.
I was just thinking if they were offset, that'd be kind of cool.
But they're pretty straight. They're not, I'm only going to use it on 2 of them, so don't worry about it.
Andy likes your shirt. What does it say? I can't read it.
It says 3 licks does the job.
Oh, God. I guess I should have read it before I said that.
I got to make a video about my blocks.
Hey, Ghost, I saw you put up a picture recently of that little tritium thing. Did you get any more tritium in or not?
I was wearing the conversation starter today.
What was that, Marco?
I saw you put up a picture of this little like keychain thing with a little couple holes and some tritium in it.
Yeah, I've actually still got one here.
Did you get any more tritium in, or is that all you got?
Yeah, and this is the first order. This was the sample order from the guy. I've been waiting for it forever. And
okay,
yeah,
what'd you get?
His shipping's confirmed now. It doesn't take any time to get here. I can just go in and pick out what I want now. I don't have to. It used to be really hard to pick out which models you want and stuff, like which numbers.
I still want one of the ones that looks like a little vial of kryptonite.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Yeah, hey. So I want. All right, yeah. No, but like not so much metal and more like quartz. You know what quartz looks like?
Yeah.
Everyone knows what quartz looks like.
Yeah, this is the style I offer.
Okay, is it just me or is that blurry? I can't see.
Yeah, my camera's moving and stuff. I can't get it to hold still.
Back up a little bit.
Okay. You can't get light on it. I mean,
no, but in the dark it should be tight.
My son would love a little vial of kryptonite.
Can you do it in blue?
Yeah, just about any color. They also have them. This is about a $8 or $9 tube before I do any work to it. And if you can tell the size there, they're kind of small. They make $65 sizes too. So.
All right. So like when you have this coming in.
I have a question. Can you get a haircut?
No, I'm gonna make it long and I'm gonna tie like a ponytail and let the rest of it just hang down.
He's gonna try to grow my mullet. Hey, Ghost, you should go for my mullet. That mullet that I had was awesome, dog. I dream about my mullet every day.
See, the idea is you grow out your hair long enough that you can actually wear it as a toga.
I totally fucked up and like when I had my mullet, I was like, okay, now that I have a mullet, I'm gonna go through like 8 different hairstyles and like, I should do this, I should do that, and then like on Friday I'll have a rat tail. But then I was like, bro, that's like if I have to get a haircut every time just to shape it into that, it's gonna cost me a lot of money.
I have a mullet when you
mohawk.
Get you a Jerry curl mohawk.
Yeah.
No, but I had a vicious mullet.
You look like Hank Strange.
Yeah, get that Jerry curl mohawk.
He looked just like Hank Strange. If he did that, we wouldn't be able to tell him apart.
I was gonna do that, and it was gonna end with like a vicious ass rat tail with massive hang time coming off the back. That would have looked super cool.
Ooh, before I forget, has everyone seen the How to Escape Duct Tape Wrist Bindings video? I posted it on Facebook, and it's awesome. If you don't know the trick, you should learn it. We tested it today. It works very well.
Did you get this off of Tex Grabner's website channel or what?
No, I just saw it on Facebook, and it's awesome. If you don't know how to escape duct tape, it's pretty awesome to learn, and potentially if you share it on Facebook or something, you potentially save someone's life.
After that archery video, I'm done watching YouTube videos. until I master that.
So I'll demonstrate right here then.
Or you can learn how to put the restraints on better with duct tape.
So I did about 4 or 5 layers as tight as I could possibly get them on me or on Mandy, and then she did me. So you take your. I'm going to kneel down so you can see it. So
wait. Is there video of that? Wait, I want to know if there's video of that.
No. So you take your bound wrists, you bring them over your head, and smack down at your thighs as hard as you can, and pulling outwards, and it breaks even the thick layers of duct tape. So twisting it just makes it tighter and makes it almost impossible to break.
It does hurt, though.
It doesn't feel good, but it's worth it to get out of restraints.
Is it a good pain or a bad pain?
It depends on how you look at duct tape on a normal circumstance.
Oh, okay. I'm a hairy guy, so not too well.
Yeah, it's not fun for hair. I'm fair-haired Norse, so.
I got you beat, Yankee.
Yeah, he looks like Joe Rogan.
It's not a contest till I see your back.
Literally a sweater.
Keep my back shaved.
You're supposed to nair your back, shave your chest.
Don't shave my chest. I'm not your mother.
One guard, you one guard the chest, and then you nair the back.
Hey, Ghost, so how much is a thing of tritium?
I've been asking, well, I was asking 40. I'll take 35 for the one I got here.
Really? So you do like a 3 for 90?
Yeah, absolutely. At this size,
really?
Sure. Yeah.
Did anybody see go by Geisley and see the ALG trigger for the AK?
Yeah, seeing it's hard to really imagine. I mean, it's kind of shooting.
They have it set up where you can pull it.
You can fit it with that AK sitting there. We were talking about it earlier. It's a lot different.
Is it a lot different good or a lot different bad?
Different, so I don't know. Different is different, right? I don't know until you use it or how you're going to use it. Depends, I guess, but different everything. So shape, the dimensions of it are different, so it feels different on your finger. The shape is different. The fulcrum seems different. The weight of it seems different, so it's less pull. And then the reset's different. So like pretty much every possible facet of it is different, lighter, crisper, and everything. So if that's what you're looking for, you're gonna love it. And if you're not looking for that stuff, then you might just find it too much different, you know.
Oh, so it's on the lighter side of things. It's not as combat less trigger, I should say.
Well, I don't want to say that because his stuff is usually pretty good. So I mean, I don't want to say it's not strong enough. It's just, do you want an automatic or a stick, kind of thing maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that different, but it depends on how you want to shoot it, I guess. If you're all about fast, quick reset or something, then maybe you love it. But if you're just looking for consistency with other platforms or with not platforms but other guns, that's the part that I guess I'm not looking to change my trigger, because I kind of like AKs for the concept that if you pick up an AK and you pick up any other AK, it's pretty much going to be the same. So as soon as you start turning them into ARs, you get into that thing where you pick up some ARs, the charging levers over there, or the charging handles release is on the wrong side, or there's a little lever sticking around to do the bolt release, so when you try to grab the bolt release, it's a different shape than you're looking for, or you're always going to pick up a different pistol grip. Like, you very rarely, in fact, pick up two ARs that feel the same as far as your points of contact on the gun, where the AK has always been sort of, with the pistol grip and trigger and the selector, all that stuff has just been sort of the same, and then maybe the handguards are different.
Huh.
So, I don't know. It just depends what you're looking for on a gun, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's well made, and the price point is nice.
I'm having trouble with my Red Star. That's why I'm looking for something different. $100 trigger that I probably should just take it to a Smith and let them deal with it, but
So Marco, you're looking for the ones that are filled with the little vials filled with stone with the glowy behind them?
Bet or whatever looks like. I mean, like, it depends what color variation.
That's what I want. I want it green and glowy, so it looks like a little vial of kryptonite for my son.
Yeah, see, like, he wants more kryptonite. I'm looking for more of like a blue.
Blue, purple. All right, hold on. Let me find some base pictures for you.
All right, whatever. I'll tell you. I'm gonna send you money tomorrow for at least like 3 of them.
Cool.
Yeah, I definitely want like one blue. If you could make like one like turquoise, like a teal.
Yep, I can do a whole bunch of colors. As soon as I can figure out how to get this picture up, I'll show you some.
I can't remember exactly what quartz looks like, but I know quartz looks tight.
Quartz is like a milky crystal, but it comes in multiple different colors. And it's very fractal crystal, so it's got lots of cracks in it and stuff. It's very rarely solid.
Yeah, but his blue is tight though.
There's blue, there's greens, there's pinks and purples and reds and all kinds of different quartzes. It's all affected by what's around it.
Do you not know what color you're gonna get out of it until you encapsulate it, or do you already know?
No, I pretty much know what's going to happen with different stuff. I've made a few of them now, and I learned a lot making the little stone-filled ones, like the one Yankee's talking about, the one you were talking about. I learned a lot making those two, so every one from there on is just getting nicer and nicer and nicer. So the more you do, the more you learn about color. It's like painting, you know. The better you get at mixing colors and so on.
Can you put one into like a 9mm case and make like the head of the case glow? Like that would be tight.
That might be a little more expensive because it would take a lot to actually glow through the stone.
Okay.
To actually light up underneath the stone, it'd probably take quite a few vials. So you're probably looking at like $100 just for that one.
Okay.
It'd have to be like a big pile of tritium vials under there to make it really glow. You do moon glow real easy. Moon glow is stuff you charge, like you just hit with a flashlight and then it glows really bright. That'd be much cheaper, easier.
No, I wouldn't want to do that. It'd have to go naturally on its own.
Yeah, see that's why I work tritium, because it's just so much cooler when you don't have to charge it or mess with it.
It would be so cool if you could make like a 30-round Glock magazine and make that shit glow. That would be tight.
Believe me, I've thought about it. That's one of the things I want to do is make some glowing ammo. I just haven't got around to it. Been waiting all this time.
Did you see the S2000 Gen 2?
I did. I was pretty excited about that one. That's what I was trying to say about SHOT earlier. What I noticed overall, especially with the knife booths I saw, all the videos from the different people, Blade HQ had a lot of good ones up. But the main overall thing I saw was a lot of attention to user feedback on the gun side and on the knife side. On all the products I was interested in that I actually paid attention to and watched I watched the Spyderco, Benchmade, ZT, I watched all those videos in detail all the way through, paid close attention to them. And everything that people have been complaining about's been fixed on most of these brands. Gerber has moved all their heavier knives, all their nice knives back to America. They're all being produced in Portland again. So the guy was very, very clear about everything's made in Portland. The Portland, Oregon is written about twice the size it used to be on the side of the knife.
Are they telling what kind of steel it's in it now, or are they still?
Oh yeah, that's one of the things. That's what I was getting at, is that every company is starting to realize oh, we lost a lot of business. The Sub 2000, they modernized it. They went and basically looked at the Kel-Tec forum and looked at everything people bitched about and modded on their Kel-Tecs and did that to it.
I did see that this year's SHOT Show was a lot more about fixing last year's SHOT Show, where exactly what Ghost Sound's talking about, where they just literally took, everything that was mediocre about a gun, they kind of improved it. already.
Another big thing I noticed through all the videos I've been watching, because obviously I didn't get to go, so I'm kind of just watching. All the videos I've seen roll in, almost every vendor has been mentioning saying the word price point a lot. These have a really great price point. This has a really great price point. Like they're coming out, like I said, Benchmade put out a fixed blade Tanto that's $90, like a tactical Tanto that's $90. That's like unheard of from a company like that.
Hey, Ghost, you gotta like a lot more videos, because honestly, like most of where my SHOT Show videos came from where other people liked other videos.
Yeah, I'm really bad about that.
Yeah, so am I. I'm really bad about that. But even like these chats, I barely like these chats, and these chats are, by us liking them based off our YouTube name, we should be able to draw on a lot more, but I don't think we like these enough. So, because I barely see these chats, like not nearly as many people that watch them actually like them. So if we can all encourage all those that watch or that participate to like them, it would show up a lot better.
Okay, so if I can get it to turn on here.
I'm clicked on you.
Hold on a second. This is the $13 pieces. They're a little bit bigger than the one I was showing you.
Okay.
The one I was showing you, I think, it's $6 or $7 piece, something like that.
But that's the color spectrum, I can imagine.
Yep, this is what they offer, and like very worst, I can get you the $13 one. So we'll work it out. It's not going to be much more than 90.
So the top is what and the bottom is what? All right. So what are we talking about?
They're just different colors of the same one.
Okay.
These are all $13 tubes in different variations of color. The weakest glowing one are the orange and the white. The brightest one's the green. The most dim and hard to notice one, like the most tactical one, is the red one. That's the one I put on knives a lot. Well, I will be putting on knives a lot now that I have access to these damn things again. So there's a good variation in colors.
All right, I stepped away for a moment. What am I looking at?
Tritium colors.
The variation in tritium colors I can do in jewelry and stuff.
Tritium jewelry. Okay, cool.
I got 2 cousins and like 3 broads.
Is that blue pretty bright?
The darker blue is very noticeable. The lighter one is not as bright, but it's still pretty good. Or wait, let me rephrase that. The more purple one is not as noticeable. The powder blue one is really, really bright, and the yellow is really bright.
What about the dark blue? I mean, like, can you really tell the difference between the light blue and the dark blue, or is it just
when they're side by side? Yes, but I mean, either way, you got a blue one.
And this is tritium?
Yeah. And it's got, I think, 12.5-year shelf life. Like, half-life, I mean. So it starts to dim 10 years or so.
Yeah, I can barely see my old military tritium compass anymore.
It's pretty neat. I'm trying to think of something you could do with that. You can do all sorts of things with that, but...
Oh, yeah. One of my favorite uses I thought of is that it makes a great... If you have, like, a concealed carry fanny pack or a satchel or something, it makes a really great zipper pull for the gun pocket. Because you can see it, like, instantly. It's really easy to grab, really easy to get hold of.
How long are these?
Well, these are about 1 inch, the ones we're looking at right now, maybe a little under 1 inch, and about the size of a pencil lead. A little bit bigger than that. These are about $13. They make them exponentially more expensive as they get bigger, and the biggest one that they have on this site is $65. So they make really big ones.
That is tight. I'm assuming that gray probably sucks. It's just like a natural light going through a crystal.
It's actually not bad. I put it on the clip sticking out of my Cold Steel Spartan, when it's sticking out of my pocket on the pocket clip, you can just see the little bit of white glow. The only time I ever see it, or when I'm in a dark room when there's no, like at night when I go to bed, I'll see it on my pants and stuff. But it's you don't see it at any time other than pitch black.
Now, if I order one of each, do I get a couple tabs of ecstasy with that, or?
Yeah, how about some Molly?
What Molly? What's that?
Because I just got some Molly's in.
And the best house mix CD or something?
Can you snort tritium? Can you snort tritium?
You get Molly gear. How about that?
It goes on Molly.
Stick it on our Molly gear and go to a rave.
What is Molly?
You know what Molly is?
No, is it like crocodile?
All right, so you know there's MDMA, right?
Okay, so it is a drug. I don't really need to know.
Yeah, it's MDMA basically.
So you have ecstasy, which is a derivative of MDMA, which is a non-pure factor, and then you have MDMA, which is like on the pure, and MDMA is Molly.
Molly is the only thing he'll use.
No.
And I just thought it was like the new rucksacks.
Never.
I still get Alice.
Ever.
Marco doesn't mess around with
I know the Army ditched Alice for Molly, so, you know, Alice is like the old wife, and Molly's the new one.
So I hate to say it, but he definitely turns the brightness up on his pictures after he takes them. Because the pile of them, that pile of them on the far right here does not look like that in real life. That looks like, those things look like the sun right now, but they're pretty bright. The middle picture is more accurate.
So you already got your order in. So you're for sure on this?
Well, yeah, I got it in, and it's delivered to my house.
Okay.
They're standard now, and it's the same guy I've been dealing
You
with.
have like a lead box to put them in, or?
Well, shit, Huck, if you have
encapsulated in a little keychain.
Huck, you all right? So,
okay.
Huck, I sent you my phone number.
I mean, it's like your smoke detector in your house is fine until you put 150 of them in your house, and you know then your boys start swimming sideways.
Yeah, well, he should be okay with the tritium as long as he doesn't start eating too much of it.
I've had him really close up to my face and had him break while I was working on him.
You are probably past the age about where you're worried about where your boys are swimming, so let's not worry about that.
Oh, wow. I think you just called me old.
You shoot 45, don't you? By the time you shoot 45, you're not worried about where your boys are swimming.
I've been shooting 45 since I was 18. And before that, it was 357.
I'm sure if they did one of those electron scope things of mine now, they'd all be like in water wings or, you know, on one of those inflatable pool rafts with like a martini in one hand.
You know it's 45 AARP, right? Not ACP?
Yeah. My boys are doing the backstroke in circles probably by now.
If this kills your little boys, order me double.
Your little boys got rheumatoid arthritis.
Not to mention they're all carrying hydroshocks, right?
That's how my boys penetrate the wall with hydroshot. Deep penetration.
Tell you what, say what you want about a hydroshock. In its day, it was a damn good round.
Hey, my boys still shoot FMJs.
These days, I'm carrying HSTs and gold dots.
But I was gonna tell you, no, Huck. So for real, like I left you my number. Call me tomorrow. I'm gonna send you some bread for sure, and I might even send you some knives. So like, you have my number, and I will text you pictures.
Wait a minute. I don't really take phone orders, dude. Like I don't talk to any of my customers anymore.
Yeah, if anybody out there wants Marco's number, just text or email me. I'll give everybody Marco's number.
$5.
So
you have to call his agent.
I already have. All right. So I mean, as far as how to send you payment, I already have that. So what I'm saying is, I will send you pictures of my knives, and you tell me what you could do to it, and that's easier for me to do.
Yeah, that works. You can text me all you want. I'm all good about text. I just can't spend any time on it.
Yeah.
It drives me insane.
Yeah.
I'm like that. So.
No, but just to send you the picture of the file and be like,
Yeah,
here.
people tell me all the time, call me, we'll work something out, call me. And I'm like,
no,
sure. And then they're going to wait forever because I will never fucking initiate a phone call with anybody.
No, but it's so much easier.
And then he gives the midget escort a bad Yelp review.
For me, but for me, it's so much easier to take a picture of my knife on my phone and be like, like 3 or 4 pictures of my knife and be like, here, like, what do you think you can do with it? Versus be like, oh, now I have to upload it to my computer and then I gotta fucking email it to you or just email it straight from my phone. Text is so much easier just to send pictures.
Affirmative, no problem. I'll shoot you a text tomorrow.
All right.
Is it weird that as of last week I actually have an agent?
You have an agent, bro?
It's kind of funny. I got one this week too.
Yeah, just because of all the stuff we've got going on with Florida Carry and all the gun law stuff, and all the lawsuits. It got to a point where I just couldn't handle it anymore, and I had to actually go out and hire an agent to sort out the press and decide, kind of which shows I'm going to go on and which ones I'm not. And sometimes they're like, oh yeah, you're going to do this radio show in Alaska at 8 a.m., which is going to be 6 a.m. their time. I'm like, why am I doing an Alaska radio show at 6 a.m.? I'm doing Florida gun rights stuff. He's like, because they have 400,000 listeners. Okay, I'll do their show.
That's why I was trying to get some of these bigger channels to share that duct tape video. And I think that's a good message to get out there.
You need to find like a spokes voice, someone that's got like a good voice, like a nice, calming lady voice, or
Wow, that's just mean.
Because you sound like a big, crazy, fat white guy, so you're a stereotype.
No, but still, no.
Wow,
but
that's
still,
just mean, man.
The guy who does Firearms Radio Network? That motherfucker sounds like a fat white guy, but his voice is perfect for radio. It is so perfect for radio. I've never heard a voice more perfect for radio. The guy who has the creepy mustache, I don't know what he is, but he hangs out with that asshole that I can't talk about. He does radio shows with him. But
I agree that Sean does have a face for radio, but his voice is kind of creepy.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, obviously, I'm far less on my political talking points and, far less politically correct when I'm on this fucking venue, to put it
actually,
but at the same time, I do have a couple of guys that have better radio voices than I do that I could send out and do these shows. The problem is I can't trust what they're going to say when they're on regular mass media because they'll kind of treat it more like I treat this.
Yeah, it's hard to turn it off because it's like this week I was sitting and talking to Destiny's dad and Destiny there, and I keep forgetting that, I've got a lady present, and every other word out of my mouth is fuck, cock, motherfucker, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, ooh, shit.
Right. There's a difference between doing YouTube video and doing,
But I bet your dad didn't talk to you
CNN
like
or
that,
MSNBC.
Her dad, was her dad as that foul mouth towards you as you were?
No, I completely picked it up in the military.
Saying, was my dad that foul mouth? I didn't want to raise my mouth.
I was Destiny's dad.
No, yeah, exactly. So everyone got it but you.
No, Destiny's dad's not foul mouth.
Exactly. So why? You know what I'm saying? So it depends who I talk to, and especially like if I just met Dano for the first time, I'm not cursing like that, like out the crazy. But you know what I'm saying? Dano's
definitely
Dano
curse if I met Dano in person.
I would now because I know Dano, but
exactly. I'd be cussing already as soon as I saw him.
Thanks I saw him, I'd just be whatever I had in my hands, just be whizzing at him. You motherfucker.
Well, I mean, obviously you always speak to your audience.
No.
When you're doing TV
if you have an
radio,
audience, yes, okay.
Especially for an organization like I do.
If you want to have an audience, you have to speak to the audience you want.
When I do these live chats, the only audience I'm speaking to is, the guys who are on the chat. I really try and actually forget about anyone else who may be watching, with the exception of I'm, not going to say anything just absolutely, completely stupid.
No, but then the point is that do you really want to have an audience or Are you? So you're really gonna tell me that the chick that swum in a bath full of milk, sipping Fruit Loops, was looking for an audience? I don't think so. It's.
Of course she's looking for an audience. Everything about that screen's looking for an
audience. What audience looks for milk and Cheerios in the bathtub?
A woman that knows that she
Wait, there's milk and Cheerios in the bathroom.
There's an audience that looks for gun videos with bouncing titties in it.
Titties.
So where's the link to both
of these? Titties.
I just don't see how one relates to the other.
Yeah, it doesn't. He's already to the stage where he's not making sense anymore.
Is someone talking about titties? I like titty.
Link or go on?
I don't know. What the hell are you talking about?
You never seen a chick that interviewed Barack Obama that swum in a milk bath?
Oh, man.
Fruit Loop Cheerios?
Yeah, that's everything about that. Every single thing about that is finding an audience. There was nothing normal about that. There's nothing normal about that behavior.
It was funny,
or nothing.
So then what's the audience? So
Goofy. Like, it's like the same people who watch Talking Orange. You know? Who the fuck watched Talking Orange? Or Annoying Orange or whatever. That was the worst thing I ever seen in my life. That annoying Talking Orange on YouTube. And that shit fucking... Man, that blew up like 10 trillion subs and all that shit. They had a show.
There was no substance to it. It's just a bunch of people watched it. Well, sure, a bunch of people will watch something. It doesn't mean it does anything.
I'll watch a thick black girl in a tub full of milk eating Fruit Loops with her big DSLs. I don't care.
Change your vote in the next election.
But by the time a bunch of people
vote
watch
for her.
The point is that there's
Suck my dick!
There's a reason why Barack Obama is having
I'm pretty sure she's the only reason that DB voted for Obama, isn't she, DB?
When I meet chicks like that, I definitely tell them I voted for Obama. I don't talk about Gary Peterson or I voted for Gary Johnson. Are you gonna suck my dick? They ain't gonna suck my dick because I voted for Gary.
Again, I voted for Ross Perot for the 7th time.
Yeah, that only works on a certain class of woman, and they're usually truck stop waitresses.
Yeah, if a girl knows who Gary Johnson is, she's a crackhead. Yeah,
she's pretty much got a wooden leg, one eye, and works as a waitress at a diner at a truck stop.
That's right. The only reason she heard about him is through her out-of-word ex-boyfriend who used to beat her.
Yeah,
so, you know, I'm just chilling.
That's cool because that means she's vulnerable.
The 7th time, I just wrote in Ross Perot.
So
I don't know, man.
What truck stop is this at?
There's one on Interstate 285.
Although we're not laughing too much because I actually did vote for Johnson, but still.
So did Big Boy from Outkast. He's a famous rapper. I remember on Twitter, he's like, I voted for Gary Johnson.
I only voted for Johnson because I want the third party to start getting enough votes that they get equal funding. So.
Yeah, he seemed good, man. He's definitely, his platform, his party platform, sounded like that's the party I want to go to. Yeah.
I know somebody who's older than me that voted for Ross Perot
if we
just for
could
that
put
same
Bill
reason.
Clinton's personality into Jeb Bush.
If we could put, that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. Bill Clinton's personality into Gary Johnson.
I mean, because, hate Bill Clinton all you want, and believe me, I was in the military under Bill Clinton, and there's a lot of things that I hate him for. But I've got to say, I would love to go have a drink with the guy.
Oh yeah, he was Slick Willie for real, man. I definitely would love to have him as a friend. $500,000 a speech. I need to borrow some money too. Right after a speech, I'm gonna hit him up like, man, can you help me out some? I want to buy this new.
If it's $500 a speech, how much do you think it costs you to drink a beer with the man?
Oh, you just need to know some bitches. When he comes to town, you just be like, hey, what up?
So about 6 figures in a hand job?
At least a handy.
Yeah.
Now look, let me tell you this. If he was interviewed by a Gozelle, at the end, she'd be sucking his dick!
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know.
Of course, I'll never forget when Clinton showed up in Germany right before we leave for Bosnia. He comes to Baumholder, Germany, and he's doing the whole does his speech about why we're going to Bosnia. and walks up and starts shaking everybody's hand. And just to my left, this one NCO walks up, shakes the president's hand, and says, "Mr. President, you're full of shit," and threw his hand back at him and walked away.
Oh, God. See, I'm sure stuff like that happens
for a while. In my mind.
I'm sure
my God, that's an NCO that's telling it like it is, and oh my God, he's going to lose the stripes.
I wish I was his commanding officer, so I could have made an example out of him on how you treat your superiors in public.
And exactly right. I had the exact same thought. Was yes, you're absolutely right, and no, you were completely out of line. That is still your commander-in-chief, and you do that behind closed doors, not in public.
Yeah, that's horrible. You would never talk to him like that.
Time out. I just realized you guys just said, so every citizen in America can say...
The timeouts are like standby?
Yes, standby.
Every citizen or every enlisted man?
No, exactly that. So exactly that point right there. So you said every citizen can literally stand in front of the front White House lawn or whatever,
and when you put on the uniform
and say "fuck you," but yet a serviceman who still has the right to vote, who still has the right to it. All right, so like guarantee whatever.
No, you sign away your rights. You literally sign away your rights.
That's the problem.
In uniform,
it's all good. We agree to that. It's part of the job.
Exactly. It was a different story while you're
wearing. I couldn't never join the military. Like. For those particular reasons, because I cannot.
No, but you want to be aware of what you're signing when you sign, because you are signing away your rights. They can do stuff
a lot of people don't understand.
I would get any response file.
Just like what I did.
The sacrifices that you make.
Just like what I did, I would be more likely to sign my 2A rights away and pay $120 to get my gun right permit to buy another handgun versus join the military, and for that exact reason,
that you make as a soldier are not just, oh, I have to go to the field, oh, I have to get shot at, oh, I have to,
you could be
go and do this training, or
I have to do whatever the military tells me. Like some kosher ass shit, and like you know what I'm saying, like living.
The sacrifices that you make include having to temper your political speech. It doesn't mean you have to temper your political views.
That's not in a contract anywhere. That's not in a contract anywhere.
Speech.
If Edge was here, he could.
Yeah, it is. It's in the contract that you're not gonna. Your views don't. You can't voice your views when it's like that. It's definitely in there. I forget how it's worded now, but it makes it totally clear that you don't have an opinion and you can shut up where there's consequences.
Now, don't get me wrong. You can voice your political.
But isn't that a problem?
But you cannot do them.
Isn't that not a problem?
No, you can't voice your political opinion in uniform ever. You can't even present a biased opinion or a biased appearance in uniform ever, and you definitely don't.
We wouldn't want that. Yeah, that's why we have a free country, so that we can do that all we want when we're not in uniform. When you're
right. If you present a biased opinion, you have to do it out of uniform and completely separate from military service, and not even mention that, hey, I'm a member of the military. You have to do it purely as a private person.
Okay, so great. That makes total sense, but at that point, you literally sign your American citizenship away.
Yes.
You literally become
we're conscripts. Yes. We're government property. That's why they call us GIs.
Yes, but that's so wrong. How is that?
No, it's not wrong. It's necessary for an efficient military.
A military full of chaos.
Otherwise, if we were in some sort of all on the same board brainwave, then it would work. But we're not. We have to agree.
Shadow's on the same.
All right.
Shadow's on the same brainwave.
To be the equivalent of a sharecropper is not correct.
All right. Let me just say this real quick.
You don't have a choice.
I hold those that hold military positions to the highest regard, and I give them the ultimate respect. And when they walk by, I will bow down because I don't have the balls to serve. I don't have
you
the
don't
balls
need
to serve, but I don't need to, and that's the pride of my country. The fact that I don't need to is why I do that. But the fact that those that did basically became a sharecropper is a disgrace to me.
No, don't think that.
Listen, let me make this very clear. What you give up in what you can't do while you're in uniform doesn't mean that you can't have a political opinion. You absolutely can. But you have to, when you voice your political opinion, make it clear that this is absolutely separate from your military service. So when you go out, I could go down to downtown Atlanta when I was stationed at Fort Benning, and I could rail against whatever politician I wanted. I had to do it in civilian clothes, and I didn't even mention that I was in the military because it had to be a separate thing. When I'm in that uniform, though, I respect the chain of command, and even though I might get orders I disagree with, as long as they are lawful orders, I follow them.
And that's true with most any job. That's true with most any job. Get a job anywhere that has a corporate image and badmouth your company from an official position, even like from your official letterhead or something, and see if you aren't fired. You see it all the time
with Facebook. People post Facebook.
That's exactly right.
Well, by the way, DB, I posted an Instagram picture specifically for you, but I couldn't remember your name, so I didn't get to tag you in it. But it was the picture of the 92 SD.
Ah, yeah, I saw that. I saw the video. It's like awesome.
Tell them about your G though.
Awesome. Oh, I hate my trigger so bad. I'm gonna sell it. I can't take the trigger. I don't know if the D-spring.
He's had it for like 5 days and.
I shot 150 rounds through it, dude. I mean, I don't need to have it for a year to figure out the trigger sucks.
Did you put the D-spring?
He had it for 5 days. He only had it for 5 days.
150 rounds for me is one range strip.
The trigger sucks, dude. The trigger sucks.
Yeah.
Did you change the spring kit?
No, I didn't change the spring.
Change the spring kit. It's totally different gun.
That's 3 days longer than he normally holds a gun.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hate the trigger. Dude. I liked yesterday when I shot it. It was like it felt like no shit. It's worse than my HK-45, which is pretty bad in double action.
Hey, seriously.
It's heavier, that's for sure.
It's heavy. It feels like 18 pounds, bro. It really does feel heavy.
Well, you got to remember, with a 92 comes with what they consider a combat, what they consider an old school combat trigger, which means it ain't going to go off accidentally. So you got to change it to like a civilian marksman trigger, and that you got to change the.
I don't know if I buy that. I mean, look, the old school combat trigger. I mean, if we're talking about pistols, is the single action 1911.
No, it's a revolver. If you want to.
Well, at least for a very long time. It's
been let's argue 100-year-old technology. Let's argue.
And that's why the 1911 had to have. And that's why the. Would you shut up, Marco? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, 100-year-old.
That's why the 1911 had to have a safety on it because the trigger was not combat safe.
Well, and the 1911 was only fielded to certain units. It wasn't fielded to.
Yeah, but if you read the notes on the development of the 1911, they deemed the trigger non-combat safe, and it had to have a grip safety and a manual safety.
But the interesting thing was they only issued the 1911 generally to combat arms units, not CSS.
Yep.
Well, both of you guys probably had 92 experience, right? Like shooting it and stuff.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I mean, basically in single action, I'm a good shot with it.
And loved them. I was in the military and hated them.
Well, so the thing is that I'm not waiting for this trigger to break in. Like
you don't ever want to shoot anything with a double action. The double action pull-on is so heavy. That's why I changed out the trigger spring kit. It's awesome when you change out the D-spring.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot. Other than that, if that doesn't,
and that might be part of my problem with it. I always shot the ones that were in military spec. I couldn't change the trigger, the triggers springs on it because it was a military 92.
I showed you that Wilson Combat spring kit. It's only like what?
Yeah, it's cheap. It's
cheap. It, lazy bitch. If you're not going to get it, I'll get it for you.
No, I'll get it.
Yeah, but I don't have a 92, so you can get it for me. I just have some springs.
Not you. I'm talking to DB.
No, I got a 92G. I got the poor man's G. But the other thing is the SD looks so awesome. Man, it looks so awesome that I kind of want that one.
Oh, you would trade the 90. I would sell that 92 and get the 92 SD. Yeah,
I don't know how much that's going to be though.
I think it's like $700 though.
Okay.
DB is literally the drug dealer's dream because this motherfucker buys a brand new gun and sells a private sale.
No, I've only sold. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Actually, I've only sold a few guns private sale, And anyone I ever sold a gun to had to have a concealed carry permit and a driver's license.
Actually, he doesn't even sell them. He just offers to sell somebody, hands to them long enough to get their prints on it, and then takes it back.
Most of the time, I would go on Gunbroker. I'm so scared of like private sale stuff that I'll go on Gunbroker and just.
But I'm just saying that because DB is a music video whore, and he goes into music videos with guns. You know what I'm saying?
No, never that. So, never. Yeah. Never that. Never in history.
No, Tony. Beretta
I have a music video of you in one.
Yeah, but that's not. Those are prop guns. They're not my guns.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Tell me, Beretta hasn't yet released a full-size polymer gun, right?
Yeah, the PX4 Storm or whatever.
Yeah.
the PX4 is a polymer gun? I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
It's like a polymer Cougar.
Okay. I remember the Cougar.
All right, so wait a minute. I have a question. So I went into a gun shop, and I saw a PPQ, and that shit looked fucking huge.
Full-size polymer. Right there, full-size Beretta polymer.
Which one looks huge?
The PPQ. Does it come in two sizes? Or
no. I really want one of those.
There is a long barrel version. It's your supported long barrel version, but the standard barrel is not huge. It's like the size of a Glock 19.
Well, isn't there something wrong with the compact version of that, or is there something better about the compact version of the Storm?
Well, they did. You mean the subcompact Storm?
Or yeah. There's something different about one of them. I can't remember what it was.
The compact is the same, except you can't get it in inox. The subcompact changes it completely. You don't even have the rotating barrel anymore. It's a tilting barrel.
Okay, so it's the full frame I want.
Full size one's the best.
By the way, about an hour ago, I put something in the side chat. If you guys ever follow the stats that Gary Kleck puts out, you know the stat that you've heard 1,000 times of the 2.5 million defensive gun uses in the United States per year. We're dealing with the campus carry bill here in Florida right now. He is a professor at Florida State University. He has updated his stats. Of that 2.5 million, 1.6 million were defensive gun uses outside the home. The new stat for that 1.6, due to the reduction in crime, is 1 million. So there's actually been a reduction in defensive gun uses outside the or overall, except for he needs to do a new study because it doesn't take into account the fact that more people carry guns now than they did in 1992. So interesting stats. Take a look at it. Incorporate it into your daily repertoire of facts.
Yeah, I don't even pay attention to that stuff. That's why I'm into bows and arrows.
Where's the stat over here on the right? Where's the stat?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that stuff I can't add, so if someone challenges me on it, I'm screwed.
I need the stat over here on the right.
Just say, that's an appeal to authority, guy.
All right, well,
that's a slippery slope.
For those who don't know, Gary Kleck is a criminologist. He's done peer-reviewed studies of defensive gun use. When he first started doing it, he actually came into it thinking he was going to prove that guns were bad. He did his study and figured out that, oh, wait, guns are actually good, and became a very big pro-gun advocate, not because he came into it thinking guns were a good thing, because he came into it thinking guns were bad, and the data proved him wrong, and he accepted it and has gone forth since.
Well, of course, Data's not going to have any trouble proving him wrong. Data's very smart. He's like a hybrid. He's not actually he's like a cyborg, not a cyborg, but like a artificial human.
Yeah, I think John Adams says something very important. He said, "Facts are stubborn things."
The Facts of Life.
Gary Busey's scary.
Gary Busey's scary. On the other hand, I got a Glock 30S. That's pretty badass.
Gary Busey is scary.
Did you get that? Did you get that 2 days ago?
I got it on the street, man. I was like, "Yo, what up, man? I need a Glock, me."
Have you listed it for sale? Have you listed it for sale yet?
I don't do that. I just throw in the river. I don't do that shit.
Just buying guns and throwing.
Makes me feel like a man.
Yeah, dude. In Canada. I'm in Saskatchewan. I just throw them in the river. I don't give a shit. No, the Glock 30 is pretty nice, actually. The Glock 30S.
You mean 30S?
I have 30S, and it feels like a brick compared to my XD M45.
Oh, it feels like a nice brick though, and that 10 rounds, it carries pretty good too. It carries pretty well.
It's still thicker than my XDM 3.8.
That XDM sits too high for me though.
That's where the Glock wins. It does have the lower bore axis.
That's what turned me off from the XDM, is that it just feels like it's sitting 20 feet, up above my head.
It's just and it looks funny.
And really, it's about a 1/16 of an inch.
Yeah.
I don't like the paper clip.
It does make a difference. Both recoil very well. I'm happy with both guns. However, I do find myself still carrying my XDM more than my G30S.
Well, I find that the better grip on the XD compensates for the higher bore axis, so it makes it a pretty comparable shooting gun.
Yeah, I get around that gun a lot better, and I have long fingers. I have not necessarily a thick hand, but I have a big hand.
Long and skinny.
And that Glock 30S, it still feels like it just needs to taper in the front like the XDM does. If it tapered in the front of the grip, it would be an awesome gun.
I don't know. I don't like the way he said long and skinny like it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I just kind of walked past that.
I think you do, actually.
I think they need to drop that stupid grip safety. Drop that stupid firing pin indicator and that grip safety.
The grip safety doesn't bother me at all, but I shot a lot of 1911 as well. It never bothered me on the 1911. It doesn't bother me on the XDs.
It actually, I thought it was going to bother me, and it didn't.
I mean, you put your hand on the gun, it disappears. It's just kind of an afterthought.
No, the grip safety doesn't bother me on it. Now, I actually like the look of the new little XD guns, the little XD subcompact that they're making. The grip
the XDS.
I just wish the grip.
I carry that more than anything.
Not the XDS, the little grip zone gun, the subcompact, not their single stack.
I haven't had the chance to shoot it, but if I got one, I would have to fill in the thing that said grip zone just because
that part
it pisses me off.
And if you notice in their advertising at first, they were calling it the grip zone, join the grip zone, blah blah blah. That has all fucking disappeared from their.
Yeah, they've gotten huge backlash off that. I won't be surprised if they
will take that. They'll be taking that off.
Grip zone printed in.
Within a couple of, as soon as they're running a new run, I guarantee you they'll be taking the grip zone words off the grip.
Oh God, I hope so.
They pulled it off their advertising so damn fast. I was talking to the guy at the booth, and I was like, he's like, yeah, we yanked that ad campaign real quick because it was nothing but humiliating.
Yeah.
The grip zone. That's some funny shit. And it says it on the fucking handle, right?
Yeah, I don't want something over the wheel wells on my car that says anti-lock brakes.
Yeah, exactly. Firing pin indicator cocking thing. It's bad enough with that loaded chamber indicator fucking shark fin.
Does it say
Actually, I kind of dig that.
Does it say the bang zone underneath the barrel?
Danger zone.
The trigger hole and the grip zone.
That'd be the bullet hole.
Lawyers that will tell you that, okay, look, modify your trigger, just don't go crazy. He doesn't get too beat up. But the people that have the smile, wait for flash on the barrel, he said, oh God, just please don't do that.
Yeah, I have one friend who's an attorney. I spoke to him, and then I actually paid for an hour of attorney's time to ask him questions because I had this grand idea that I was going to do a video, and I never have gotten around to it. I've still got my notepad over here with the answers to the questions, but. Boy, when you tell an attorney that, they make you actually sign something saying you won't use their likeness or their name or anything in your video, which is fine because I just wanted the information. But they're like, yeah, if you alter your trigger, as long as it's not in a way that will make the gun operate differently than it would operate naturally, or blah blah blah. You don't want to alter like a double action gun into a single action only, things like that. You don't want to make it in a way that a trigger is more likely to malfunction, or lighter to use, or And he also said, making a trigger heavier would never get you in trouble. Making it lighter could maybe, but probably not if you didn't alter the overall function of the trigger.
Actually, making the trigger heavier was a problem for Marissa Alexander here in Florida, because what they said was it gets to, I accidentally discharged the gun. and them saying that, well, no, it was such a heavy trigger that you couldn't have accidentally.
Well, that you don't ever want to use. That was one of the things both lawyers stressed perfectly, is you never say I accidentally discharged a gun, because they're like, that is copping to a 10-year sentence.
And
that's like admitting you're shooting them.
Yeah. And then you have to bring in a bunch of experts to talk about the adrenaline dump and the fact that 12 pounds on your finger doesn't
If you
feel
ever
like
pull the trigger, you say you meant to in a court of law, because saying you accidentally pulled a trigger is admitting to a 5 to 10 year sentence. So yeah, and they said things like they brought up a lot of stuff like like if you put a bunny rabbit on your grip, nope, that's not going to get you any trouble any more so than putting a Punisher skull on your grip. But if you put something on your grip that has definite racial or discriminatory or violent, that isn't like subjective, it's definite. Like if you say shoot all Puerto Ricans, that'll get you in trouble.
PG&E makes the lens cover for the EOTech that says infidel.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Guns up, don't shoot.
What about just like those flash with the dust covers on ARs? I see a lot of those people have like weird things on those dust covers.
Yeah, but you're probably not carrying your AR around.
Oh no, for sure.
Yeah, one of my ARs has a dust cover that says Florida Carry.
But one thing that they said, both attorneys said one thing that made me like I didn't consider, and I don't remember how I phrased the question. I have to go through my book with how I phrased the question that they both brought this up. But they said disguising your gun in any way, like making your gun look like a cell phone, or painting something on the side of your gun that makes it blend into the background, or
painting it to look like a toy gun,
or even camouflage. Or even camouflage. They even mentioned camouflaging your gun, which would make it less visible. That could be used against you in a court of law, because everyone knows that most handgun defenses don't require firing the gun, so you took that option away from the bad guy to quit as soon as he recognized the gun.
I think you'll have less trouble with the whole camouflaging thing ever since all the manufacturers started coming out with hunting guns with real camo and stuff like that.
Just because a manufacturer does it, they clearly both said that does not make it a good idea as far as self-defense goes.
And believe me, there is a lot of disparity among gun lawyers. Yes, people will use anything they can against you. What really matters is what will gain traction with a anti-gun jury.
Yeah.
And even with an anti-gun jury, I can show them pictures of every manufacturer that makes camouflaged guns for hunting. And the anti-gun jury is
but you know what
going to be, okay, hunting's okay, and therefore camouflage guns okay.
No, that's exactly opposite, because the way they extrapolated it, and it made perfect sense the way they extrapolated, they say, yes, camouflage guns are for hunting. You're hunting
people hunting.
That is bad. Yeah.
Hunting people.
Well, it depends on how you used your gun. I mean, were you running around with it going after bad guys?
It's going to matter all it's going to matter is that you used your gun on another human being, and they want to know why. And if they think
what if you just rolled up?
That's bad.
What if you just rolled up like a grape-flavored Swisher Sweet marijuana blunt?
I got something kind of cool here, you guys.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
DB, I heard y'all use the peaches over there.
Yeah, give me that grape cigarillo.
Let's tell these two to shut up.
Hey, look. Given the position of what I do, I am far less politically correct than
perfectly happy to not share this product.
Okay, what about T-shirts?
Put it in the side so the people that aren't children can enjoy it.
I think I'll just keep this product to myself.
My bad. If it's not a camouflage gun that says smile and wait for flash and a grape cigarillo, I'm just trying to wake Marco up before he fucking passes out. He starts flipping
He already passed out. It's late.
Oh, okay.
He's drunk.
He's done. He's a done deal. But,
that's all right. I'm gonna hide my caller ID. I'm gonna send wiener pics to his phone here shortly.
Oh, you got his number? Call him later. He's
I just checked the mail, and I got the check for the insurance check for our roof. I'm like, I could put a new roof on, or I could buy a Desert Eagle.
Oh yeah, definitely Desert Eagle.
Because now they make that all stainless steel, and that was one thing I was happy and pissed to see it SHOT Show. I'm like, fuck, now they make it all stainless steel. And I always said, if they ever made an all stainless steel Desert Eagle, I'd buy one, another one, and now...
Oh, yeah. It's got a Picatinny rail on it.
What were they before? Were they nickel plated before, the silver ones?
Nickel or chrome.
You know, those Jews have no taste. You know, now they're getting a little bit... They're stepping up. I'm trying, man. Wake up, Marco.
So Huck, what'd you have going on?
Okay, so everybody's done like the crayons and the painting, nail polish inside their slide tray or their slide markings and so on. Mandy brought one of these home the other day, and they're made for painting porcelain or like glass and stuff like that. They're these little markers, and let's see if you can read it there. They're called Decker Glass or Decker Art or something like that. But it's a really, really heavy duty paint that you can just kind of paint on. Like I did this on this knife in about 10 seconds, and it dries in about 10 seconds. You can do a bunch of layers. You can bake it on, so it becomes extremely hard. And it's made for like dishes and stuff, so you can do designs on dishes and then eat out of that dish without ruining the paint. So
I've never done any of that paint fill. I'm not even sure how to do it. I've got an AR I'd like to do some paint fill on, but I don't like to on it.
You just paint it on, and then take a Q-tip dipped in nail polish remover and lightly rub over the top, and it takes everything but the letters off. So I did this about 8 months ago, and I've scrubbed this with, let's see if I can get some light on it. I've scrubbed this with gun scrubber and a gun toothbrush, and it won't come out.
So it won't damage the bluing when you...
Make sure you don't use acetone free. Like there's two different kind of nail polish. If you use the hardcore shit, it can screw it up.
Oh yeah, acetone's great. What is that?
You mean don't use the acetone free nail polish?
No, use it. Don't use the acetone full strength shit. Don't use that stuff.
I use the acetone all the time.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt your bluing. It'll hurt paints or any kind of coatings. Like it's not going to hurt any bluing.
Yeah, well, tell that to my buddy and his Glock.
Okay.
Markerization's
I use my Glock all the time, dude. I've had so much acetone, 90% acetone on this thing. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Like I did all of the lines here very hard and multiple times when I was trying to do different. Because
I have an acetone.
Masturbate 100%
Jennifer on a Glock or the nitrocarburizing processes are all fine with it.
Well,
when you get into gun coat and what is it? KG gun coat and what's the other major one?
Cerakote.
Spray on coats. It'll rip those.
Nothing fancy coat. Nothing fancy.
I've also heard multiple stories of people that said
it'll rip off the nothing fancy
WD-40 and it ruined them.
So make sure you engrave that first.
Yeah, if it's
Decker Art Glass paint markers, and they're really, really awesome. The harder you push, the more paint comes out, so you can do really thick layers. They're really, really cool little products.
Smile and wait for flash. If I could write that with that, I could write that shit on my slide.
Well, yeah, you could write stuff. You could do the filling.
I use that a lot.
There's that all stainless steel Desert Eagle. Now tell me that gun doesn't give you like a major caliber boner like right off the bat.
Oh, it looks like it's too sharp, dude. Look at those ridges.
Yeah,
maybe even 44.
How's the build quality?
Seems like it's well made. Well, I've never had a problem with Desert Eagle's build quality, but
yeah, I don't know much about them. So
they're a pain in the ass to take apart. But other than that,
you can put a flashlight on the top and bottom of that shit.
Yeah, and the one I looked at,
you take apart.
Get two flashlights.
They come apart like a Beretta.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. When I'm fighting ninjas, I don't want a ninja to take apart my Beretta.
I give them a weapon, basically.
And what if they got a bow and arrow like that large dude?
Oh, can you imagine? They would be able to take the slides off a whole army of people with Desert Eagles and shoot them right back at them.
He should have a video where he takes apart a gun with a bow and arrow.
That would be awesome. I bet you he could take the slide off of Beretta and shoot you through the chest with it, with his bow and arrow.
And he could probably shoot like arrows right into barrels.
That's right. And he could probably disrespect
some seriously heavy-duty archers. One of my old neighbor was about 90 years old, and he held a bunch of archery patents and like really neat stuff. Really smart guy. I've seen some amazing archers. That guy blew my mind. Like totally.
Oh god. I have never seen Amazing Archers, and he.
I know guys that train archery from horseback, like that.
I've seen movies about fake archers, and this guy was more impressive.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure Edge is better than him.
Oh yeah, for sure. At eating Taco Bell.
Well, yeah.
Edge can do everything that guy did, but bareback.
He could do all that shit and blame Bush for everything.
Well, except for the
while
parts that involve
bareback like Edge.
Galloping is getting kind of hard for him.
Edge can do all the parts except for the parts that involved running or standing on a table.
If you've ever seen him shoot a bow and arrow and blame Bush, man, it is a sight to see.
Can you imagine how much CCG it would take to cancel out the boob movement?
If he could shoot a bow and arrow and talk about 80s movies at the same time, man. At the same damn time.
He can whip out 80s movies as fast as that guy can.
Actually, what Edge would do is Edge would like fire arrows, and with every arrow he'd fire like a non sequitur like clip of information.
A yet more off-topic statement, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, he'll just like fire an arrow and like the state bird of California is Roadrunner. Yeah, something stupid.
He would split the air with
Did you see? He could also talk shit about corporations while shooting a bow and arrow, which is incredible too. He loves doing that.
All right, so tell me, is my little map showing up here when I speak?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so these are the sexual predators around.
What does that got to do with Edge?
That's excellent. Exactly what we're talking about.
That's a perfect Edge statement right there. There's a lot of
what is that?
Let me click on this. I'm gonna
Those
click
are the
on this.
sexual predators, and they're all
channeling.
Are any of them hot chicks?
All right, we have 36 viewers right now. Let's see what we have in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I need to be predatorized by a hot chick.
Yeah, there's very few hot chicks.
Crickets!
There's not a lot of hot chicks.
Hey,
by the way, how is a map with sexual predators getting crickets?
If they're females, they're not showing up with dots. So like half the dots are missing.
That's because everybody that's in the chat is making sure there's not one on their house right now.
We put together all these maps because of the whole campus carry bill. These are the sexual predators around the college campuses.
So which one's your house?
Pretty far away from that and doesn't have a dot on it.
I actually used one of these maps the other day because I have this program on my phone called Life 360, and it like keeps track of my kids. It tells me where they're at any time on a GPS map. And my friend asked me, can I go to a friend's house? And I was like, I guess so, after school. Who's this friend? Who's your parents? Blah, blah, blah. Well, he gets on the bus and goes to the kid's school, and I'm like, well, I'm going to look him up, see where he's at. I look him up, and the neighborhood he's in is like fucking nothing but red with violent crime stickers. And it's way down the other town. I'm like, nope, I'm coming to get you. You're coming home. That is like that's like the ghetto over there.
No, please.
Yeah, pizza people don't even go deliver pizza there no more.
Who's seen Haas's picture where he's showing his pizza delivery guy his foul?
That's awesome.
Pizza delivery guys? No, I never saw that.
He's got it in his
His
Facebook.
pizza delivery guy's what?
I guess his pizza delivery guy was open carrying, so they got in a conversation, and he ended up showing him his foul, and he's got a picture on the Facebook with him and his pizza delivery guy holding his foul in his hotel room.
I wish my pizza delivery guy would open carry.
Oh, wait, this isn't
Are
cool.
you sure? Are you sure that guy was a pizza delivery guy, or
That
just...
sounds like the opening of a really bad gay porn, though.
All right, this isn't cool. You can see the laundry.
You open carrying or
Why is that pizza box in your lap?
Well, you want to see my foul?
What do you mean my pepperoni's not sliced?
I got an FN20 in the trunk.
Why can't you sit up with the pizza box on your lap? I don't know.
You
I will
probably
look for
did that as a PNG or something.
I did that for Halloween one year, back when I was real skinny.
You can just save it as a JPG and it'll give it a white background.
What did you do for Halloween? You delivered pizza?
No, I put a
With a
pizza
foul?
box around me. I cut it around me, but I had to wear boxers because I was in 6th Street in Austin, Texas, so I couldn't just go completely balls out.
Wait, you said you had to wear boxers because you weren't castrated, or did you say...
No. I was in Austin, Texas.
Oh.
That's what's up. Now I got to see this video.
Same thing. It's probably a PNG.
Ah, boy. Look at that.
XD grip safety.
Yeah, grip safety. I don't mind them.
Well, as long as they save some children.
Yeah, it prevents you from shooting somebody when you don't have a high grip. Yeah.
So, Sean, so let's talk about something that's been bugging me. I think this has happened since you were hanging out before. You heard the NSSF campaign recently about it's your responsibility, keep it locked up. Like, all these guns are used to accidentally kill people, or people that are deranged get guns, and it's the fault of gun owners who just leave them laying around, 'cause that's how gun owners are. Let's remind them to keep their shit locked up all the time, even when you're not around. It's pretty much exactly that. I'm pretty sure I verbatim gave you their ad.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you heard that one, though?
Yeah, and I would point them to the 14-year-old who repelled 3 home invaders with an AR-15 in Orlando fairly recently.
So you're not down with that campaign either?
If your kids aren't trained and responsible in the use of firearms, absolutely make sure that they don't have access to them. If your kids are trained and responsible in the use of firearms, then maybe they should have access. At the age of 12, I was attacked by a dog, and I shot it with a .38. I dialed the operator because there wasn't 911 at the time. I'm showing my age. And they sent out the police and the dog catcher. They scooped up the dead dog. The police officer said, "Good job." I showed him my gun. He saw 1 round fired. He said, "Okay." And said, "Okay, now go back inside your house and put your gun away." "Yes, sir." And I went home, and then I told my dad about it after I got home. And then the next day, the police came by and talked to my dad and said, "Hey, your son didn't do anything wrong. We just wanted to make sure you were aware of what happened." And he said, "Yes, my son told me what happened yesterday." And that was the end of it. And if it weren't for me having my little .38 when I walked out into my front yard, I would have been mauled by a dog that had been terrorizing the neighborhood for 3 weeks.
Pull the stone guy.
I don't think they're gearing those mainly at the responsible children that, are trained to know how to use a gun. I think they're gearing it like if you have like a 3-year-old roaming around the house, or at least I would hope they would be gearing at that, not just like saying, well, if you leave a gun on your coffee table and you're 28 years old and live alone and someone breaks into your house and steals your gun, that's your fault, because that ain't your fucking fault. It's the criminal who broke into your house.
That's what the ad says.
They're targeting this at college students. They're targeting it at 17-year-olds too?
No, they're targeting people that leave their guns out, and then they go. There's one example where the kid is deranged and he uses it for suicide. There's one example where a guy steals the shotgun and then robs somebody and shoots them, and then the other one is a kid with an accident. Like, kids found it and started to play with it. So they're basically saying, like, there's so many different scenarios that can happen, and it's all the fault of gun owners who leave their guns out.
Well, if you got kids in your house that are going to play with your gun, I agree, lock them up. If you've got a kid in your house that's depressed, definitely lock your guns up. Anyone in your house that's depressed. But that whole idea that you're somehow responsible, that someone violated your private property, came in your house, stole your guns, and then went out and committed a crime, that's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I think it's all ridiculous. I think that all those circumstances are horrible, obviously, but they're playing to emotion there. That all of my feelings is that all of those are on the decline, and instead, if they wanted to do something to be positive to everything all the way around, is illustrate the fact that those are on the decline, and do an ad, a public service announcement that says, "Congratulations, gun owners who have been keeping your stuff locked up. That's keeping the accident rates down. These accident rates are at an all-time low, thanks to gun owners who are responsible. They do things like lock up their guns."
I agree
right?
100%.
This is a way that we can say, "Hey, congratulations for doing something great," and then other people's hear that, the people in the middle or whatever hear that and go, "Oh, well, shit, gun owners are doing a good job. Good for them."
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure how you were going with that there for a minute, because I was about to disagree with you, but I absolutely 100% agree. It should have been approached from the fact that the reason that there are fewer kids killing themselves with guns nowadays is because gun owners are responsible, and they take care of their fucking kids.
They took the position to scold us for a bunch of shit. And then all that does is give ammunition to the antis. They're like, oh yeah, even gun owners hate the fact that they're themselves are irresponsible. It's horrible.
We filed a lawsuit against the University of Florida for their ban on the possession of firearms in student housing. Some of that student housing is kind of the dorms that you think about on campus, and some of it is, family apartment buildings, where not just the student is prohibited from owning firearms, but their spouse and anyone else that lives with them. When we win this case, and we will win this case, I'm fairly confident because, well, what did Heller tell us? The right to bear arms in the home is most acute. And the universities have been forced to concede that a student's residence is their home. Mm-hmm. So I'm supremely confident we're going to win this case. And when we do, any student at a Florida university who calls us up and says, I'm going to keep my gun in my dorm room, I want a lockbox, I want a safe, I want something so I can make sure my roommate doesn't get to it or anyone else doesn't get to it, we're going to give them a lockbox or a safe. We're going to give them something to keep it secure. Not because necessarily the university can require it, but it's because what responsible gun owners do if they live in like a shared living arrangement.
Even for the 50, even for the 50 BMG, I'm just saying.
If you have a 50 BMG rifle and you're keeping that in your dorm room, you can probably afford your own safe. And I'm going to ask you for a donation. But if you just really don't have the money, sure, exactly. I will send you a lockbox to put your 50 BMG in. If you're a student at Florida University,
you just put the bolt in the safe, and then it's rendered it ineffective.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
Exactly.
I used to do that with my HKP7. I used to take the firing pin out and bring it with me.
Bradley's.
I would take the firing pin out, but replace it with another firing pin that's been shaved down, so that the standard onlooker would think the firing pin's still in there.
Yeah, 25 millimeter cannon on a Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. You take out the bolt, and you bring it and store it in the arms room.
Yeah, because what's the odds like somebody who's depressed or ill intent is going to be able to manufacture whatever the part is that they need to make that work?
I was looking, you guys might know the statistic though, seriously though, but it was like out of all the accidental firearms deaths in the United States, I want to say it was like 0.5% were kids
no, exactly.
under 15 or something like that.
It's like a negligible number almost, and it's going down.
They said that 0.5% of accidental deaths in the U.S. are due to firearms. That was a stat that was actually just put out, and I haven't sourced it, but they put it out at SHOT.
That's where I saw it. So what was it?
What was the number again?
I think it was 0.5% of accidental deaths are due to firearms.
Okay, so that's where I got the 0.5. Okay.
Either 0.5 or 0.5. Hang on, let me look it up.
I think it might have been 0.5. But okay, so that was just all accidental deaths.
Now that says a majority of children's deaths are due to handguns. Horrible.
Because then I was arguing with a friend of mine like a couple weeks ago, and I was Googling it the best I could, and it was something like, I don't know, it was several hundred accidental firearms deaths every year, and then in the age groups, it was broken down into age groups. It was very few under, and which was crazy was that there was almost zero above a certain age. It was all this like certain age group that gets caught up in that playing with daddy's gun. You know what I mean?
They start out with a number like 30,000 just to scare people every year, but then when you whittle it down, when you take away gang deaths, etc., how many little kids under the age of 12, were killed with a firearm by accident last year? And it's like 102 every year.
Yeah, it was very small. It was a very small number. Out of let's say 100 million gun owners in America or something. You know what I mean? It was very small.
You're gonna say, so you're gonna disregard those 102?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Those are just the ones that would.
The reason why I was arguing
as well.
The reason why I was arguing was because the kid shot himself at Walmart. Remember with mommy's gun in the shopping cart? And my friend was saying that happens all the time. That happens all the time. That happens all the time. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It might happen 100 times a year, which is probably too many. That's 100 times too many, but you can't say it happens, all the time.
And a lot of these laws, like when they say, well, that kind of stuff happens all the time, it just has to happen all the time because, that would just be what we would think is that it happens all the time because it's dangerous, so obviously things go wrong all the time. And I kind of use the analogy of, like, if you've ever driven up to Mount St. Helens here in Washington, and the roads are literally 2 lanes wide with a 600-foot drop on the one side. And no railing. So people are like, well, you got to put up a railing or people are going to be driving off the fucking road all the time. No one usually drives off the road up there and dies. And a friend of mine's like, well, why does it not happen? I'm like, because most people aren't stupid enough to drive off the fucking road when they know there's a 500-foot drop on the other side.
Exactly.
Same thing with guns. Most people are smart enough to not misuse a gun.
Like, there's not a little safety thing on your stove. Like, kids must get burnt every day. There's like 3 meals a day being cooked in every kitchen, and there's kids in all those kitchens, and every day there must be burns, right?
And every day a kid drinks
people understand that the rock coming out the muzzle is going very fast and will hurt you.
What do you call this? Every day a kid drinks Drano. So, yeah, exactly. That actually happens more often.
How many kids did you know that hit themselves in the head with a slingshot?
Actually, a lot of them.
Actually, I can name a few.
Yeah, I know a lot of people did that.
I know a few that have done stupid things with a slingshot.
My friend Johnny, those Chinese knockers things you had? He knocked out 4 of them.
God, those things were terrible.
I'm going to get a war slingshot.
Personally, I've had some close calls being stupid and young and, playing with people's guns and people's houses and shit or, whatever. It's just really close calls where, wow,
I never had a close call with a gun because from day one, I always knew that this thing was serious business.
Yeah, that's good because I remember I was with a friend who brought me to another friend's house and we were about 14 years old and his dad had a revolver and the kid pulled the revolver out of the dad, like the place where it was hidden and we were all playing with it, or I wasn't playing with it at all, really. And the kid was pointing it at my friend and was like, and my friend was like, no, don't you dare, like, don't point it at me, dude. And then he was like, no, it's unloaded, and he pointed it at a mirror in the house, and he pulled the trigger, and it went off. It was a revolver. It was a revolver. And we all booked, like, me and my friend jetted. We just left the house real quick, and then I remember, like, a few days being like, wow, that was crazy. He almost shot you. Like, it was just nuts.
Yeah, jeez.
Stuff like that, happens, I'm sure, a lot, like close calls. It's just ridiculous. But what you're saying is right about responsibility and, knowing your children and stuff.
Well, it does happen, but look, you wouldn't have been playing with the gun if the gun had been demystified, right? You were playing with it because it was cool.
Right. Exactly.
I don't think demystifying a gun makes people not play with them because even in their reality, guns are fucking cool and they're always going to be cool whether you're familiar with them or not. And kids like to play with cool things. So
True. You're right.
Yeah.
If that kid knew, like, this is something not to play with or whatever, he wouldn't have gone and stole it and showed it.
You know how to completely clear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you find that picture of Cork, San Antonio Spurs?
Just on the webs, I get in all sorts of funny things.
Was that the destroyer picture?
Oh my God!
I posted a picture of Cork over here.
That's not. Oh my God!
Young Cork was crazy. The picture of young Cork.
All I see is someone hiking down a trail.
You don't see the picture of Cork over there? Look at the one right above where I just put. Where'd you find that picture of Cork? And click right above it.
In the side chat. Look.
Oh God! Don't. If you value your sanity, don't.
But honestly, Yankee, I don't think it was even 100. I don't out of children accidentally killed by
it's
firearms.
It's about 102. It averages out to about, according to the last census, which was in like 2011, it was like 102. But that includes like all like hunting accidents, etc. too. It's not just.
Okay.
Not a kid, like a kid got a hold of a gun and shot themselves. It includes siblings shooting other siblings, hunting accidents, etc.
Right, and a large number of it is, remember, they classified children as anyone up to 24 years old.
24 years old and in a gang.
And there's a lot of criminals.
So they included gang?
Yeah, if you're up to 24 years old, you're still a child.
Well, then again,
I know I was.
And then again, there's a few people.
At 24 years old, I was a veteran and out of the military.
Oh, I was just getting pubes.
You know what do you call this? When that would be typical too for a group that is saying that gang shootings about a mile away from a school is technically a school shooting. So that's typical.
They actually said that a liquor store robbery that was 2 miles away from a college campus counted as a school shooting.
At like 11 at night.
Kind of like they counted a self-defense shooting here in Florida as gun violence. That was one of their 91 or 73 or whatever the number is. School shootings.
Yeah, they counted
someone who defended himself.
They counted police officers They counted police officers firing their handguns on a school on the same block that a school is on as a school shooting.
Yeah.
DB watched the video.
The one here in Florida, which we actually filed a lawsuit about right after it happened, because they threatened to expel the student. So naturally, I sued them. He was being attacked by 2 people who were beating him with a pool cue. He was able to get to his car while they're still beating him with a pool cue and kicking him, and he shot one of them. And he actually survived. The person being beaten with the pool cue and who got to shoot one of his attackers wound up in the hospital as well. And then the school said that they were going to expel him, so I sued the school.
DB, are you on your phone or are you on?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. If you can put it on gun channels, I'll get up off of my.
I already did. It's on gun channels. It's some more runway modeling for you.
Oh shit, that's what's up.
How does he not crush his junk when he does that? That is what I want to know. Like if I throw myself up,
the guy with the prosthetic legs, I actually met that guy at SHOT Show.
He's got tactical junk, dude.
Like I wear a boxer, so that's not gonna work out for me too well.
You are in the military. It's the first thing they teach in the military is move your junk.
Remember when he was promoting that rock tape shit, and he was like taping himself all over his arms and shit?
You mean like
for his arthritis? Like he had sport tape.
You mean rock tape scissors?
No, not Rochambeau. It was like. It was like fucking. I don't know. It was like, he was for his arthritis.
I always take tape. I never take.
Stickums.
Dude, Chris Concha at one.
Stickums from the Raiders. Oh my God, what's his name?
Was he rocking tape all over himself?
Now, who is the guy with the prosthetic legs there? Because I met him at SHOT Show.
I don't know.
No idea.
He's probably an American hero and served. I don't know.
He was in the Century Arms booth when I was over there.
Then he's not an American hero. No, I'm just
kidding. Then he works.
Yeah, someone got mad at me. Someone got mad at me today online because they said something about, well, why do some people think that Century Arms product is so good and you don't? I was like, because I'm not sucking Century Arms dick while they throw nickels at me and give me a free AK.
Oh shit! Uh-oh. Outlook. Century Arms makes good products.
Yeah, speaking of AKs, I saw something, a nice AK. Have you guys heard of that Eminem AK?
Yeah.
The rapper.
Candy.
The Candy.
The Eminem, no.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
It's on my screen.
Yeah, the AK that opens up like the folds open instead of the dust cover comes off. That looks like cool. I'm gonna save up for that.
You mean the one G-Webs has been showing a picture of all fucking night?
Yeah. See, I just got here, so.
Why can't you be a beta tester? Like, because this seems pretty new. Like, they should send it to people to test out.
It's not produced yet. They're tooling up.
I didn't even look at it. What is it? Is that looks like a one-piece upper?
Yeah. So you have a monolithic upper completely. So you've got your AK. You take your AK receiver and you change the back so that it's solid trunnion, so that you can put that AR-2 on it. And then you get rid of the dust cover. It's now welded onto the rear sight. So back there, it's just a dust cover. It connects underneath, like where on top of the pistol grip, sort of. So your button to open the top cover isn't on top anymore. It's behind the pistol grip. It's up underneath, kind of covered behind the pistol grip, so there's no way to like accidentally hit it.
Nice.
Then it pivots on the bottom of the front trunnion, like in front of the mag. and opens up like an AR, so you can get at everything and work on it. It's still an AK. It's an AK receiver. It's still mags rock into it, and it's still the trigger. But then the selector isn't a big selector safety anymore. Now it's just that's all covered and closed, and it's just there's no big lever, and it's just a little thumb, ambidextrous thumb thing like an AR.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then the gas system, everything's still AK. It's pretty much an AK. Just they've modified it a bit so you can open it a little bit differently, and that gives you the rail going all the way back to the back of the dust cover. So you've got actual, eyesight or the, what am I trying to say? The distance to the optic can be more custom to what you want.
Where are they making these at? Like in what country?
Colorado.
Do they have a factory with a turbine that's being generated by Mikhail spinning in his grave? It's hooked up to power reactor?
This is definitely an interesting take on it. I haven't seen this particular one. It's, I guess, similar to the ACR, right? But a little bit less.
That's cool. I wonder, did you guys ever get to see it shot? Whatever new Russian AK that they're trying to keep pushing out. No. The Russian army, the new model AK that they want to push to their troops. It has the
not the Kalashnikov USA. You're talking about the actual Russian gun, like the AK, whatever it is.
100.
Yeah, the new AKM,
the new AN-94,
and now it's like the AN-94 or something. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, the one that's really it kind of looks like that.
Was the AN-94 still there?
They don't bring that stuff here. This isn't a military arms show. This is a industry trade show. So this is people are making what actually exists, not like a military arms show or like a trade show. You're buying and selling stuff. That's small arms review show. That would be where you'd see something like that, or maybe like Big Sandy or the other one, Knob Creek.
So that's more like
more like an exposition than just like a collection type of show-off thing.
With Eddie Murphy, like Best Defense. Remember that movie?
Those I haven't been to those yet, but that'd be cool.
They were showing off tanks and stuff.
Deal of the Century is a better one.
Oh, maybe that's what it's called.
Best Defense is one, but that's more about trying to be funny about it.
That was a Chevy Chase one, right? Deal of the Century?
Yeah. Deal of the Century is more Chevy Chase making fun of the whole scene. Kind of like Spies Like Us.
I don't buy it. So the new Russian guns look pretty janky. They look janky.
There's that inlay. Took me about 10 minutes. The longest part of it was drying.
Nice.
That'll be permanent. I don't know if you were in here when I was showing this off, Chris. It's called a Decker Art Glass or Deckart Glass paint marker. Which is really awesome for filling in engravings and stuff.
Oh, nice.
If you're into that kind of thing.
What about powder coating? Could you just use it for?
I'm sure.
Just paint it on the bullet.
Sure.
Fill the grooves in with the blood of your enemies.
You guys were talking about knives before I was doing something, but did you notice Cold Steel changed their blade steel on half of their knives?
Yeah, it's all they've gone so far downhill. Pretty much every knife maker and professional knife guy I know pretty much laughs at them these days. It's they've got people walking up to them and breaking their knives at their tables and laughing away and chasing customers off of them. Lynn Thompson I think that's his name, got really, really, really cocky and just turned a lot of people off. So,
dude, I ordered a Recon 1 and it was broken. It would lock, it closed, and then the blade would just swing out and you could cut you. It was still a locked position.
I haven't bought a Cold Steel knife in a decade, I don't think.
Yeah, that's why you got good ones then, because they don't make them anymore. I went through about 4 Cold Steel Kobuns in the last 6 months. I sold them to different people and ordered them for people and customized them and stuff. And they're good. They're still nice little solid knives, especially for $30, but they're not anywhere near the quality of the 80s Cold Steel Tantos. The stuff that we were kind of same thing with like SOG. Everybody knew SOG as a top quality, top notch knife company, and once they switched factories and sold out to Taiwan, there's no even semblance of quality control anymore.
I quit buying them about 8 years ago.
Cold Steel's more expensive stuff's not bad. I've got an SRK and I've beaten it to hell and back, and it's held up real nice.
Did you get it recently, or?
No, I've had it for about 5 years.
Yeah, see, that's before they really started going downhill. It's been within the last 5 years that they went. Okay. When it started getting really bad, I just got lucky enough to find a Recon Tanto.
Yeah.
In good shape.
Well, no, they're going away from that OS 8. I saw that. They kept putting stuff on Instagram and stuff. And like their new knives, their new folders are like some sort of strange steel I never heard of. But it's definitely not OS 8 for the most part.
There's a lot of accusations of them using 440C or 440A or whatever as well, and calling it OS 8.
Yeah, that's where that SRK is. It's OS 8.
440? Yeah.
It's not 440.
Hey, Ghost.
That's a gas station joint.
440 is fine if you can get it from a good maker that knows how to temper and harden steel. I mean,
Ghost, you need to holler at OG Mangoes. He has a stash. Couple bogers. He has a stash that you can dress up really nice.
Wow, Grant.
OG Mangoes.
Yeah.
I've got Grant's Pass Oregon on the side of my rifle right now.
Noveski?
Yeah.
I'm just reading about the new bullshit that's coming. Bloomberg's coming to Oregon.
I thought Oregon was like kind of gun, wasn't good Nazi state. It was kind of.
No, it wasn't. But Bloomberg just had a victory in Washington, so now he thinks he's going to come to Oregon and try to do the same thing. So I don't even know if I don't have high hopes that we can beat him too. I'm a little. This is actually kind of reading this article. It's kind of worrying me.
Nope, it's passing there. It's got like an 80% approval rating right now in Oregon.
So I hope you don't plan on giving any guns to family members or.
Well, you can give them to family. You just can't give them to friends.
Okay.
You can't give them to anybody that doesn't live in your house and isn't related to you by marriage or birth.
Are there any waiting cool-off periods?
I don't think there is one.
How about background checks on ammunition?
No, just on handguns. Handguns.
Well, if a marriage certificate is cheaper than a background check, then I would just marry everybody you're going to transfer a gun to, and then just divorce them right after you transfer the gun.
In the state of Maryland,
I had a perfect conversation with someone on one of my videos the other day where he was like, "Yeah, I voted for 594. I didn't see anything wrong with it." I was like, "Well, then you allowed yourself to be suckered into surrendering freedom for no benefit." And he's like, "Well, I don't see how I surrendered any freedom." I said, "Well, now you have to. The government has to give you permission to transfer private property inside of a state based on you being afraid of something that never happens happening."
All right. Well, listen. Like in the state of Maryland, there's no way you can give your child a gun. No.
Even
way.
if she's 5?
No way. No way. You can't give. I mean, you can let them shoot a gun, but you can't give them a gun. And if it's your spouse, there's some kind of crazy colonial law through common law. So, like, if you have, like, 7 years anniversary marriage, great, then that's your only grandfather. It's, like, 7 years.
Grandmother for what?
But a child doesn't count. A child
That's
of like
fucked up.
13 years doesn't count.
To be grandfathered in his state, you actually have to have a child that has a child.
What if you are your own grandpa?
Oh, that happens in Virginia a lot.
You can't because
old
your grandpa can't even give you a gun. Your grandpa cannot give you a gun.
But if you are your own grandpa, it's okay.
What if the gun's not loaded? It's not a gun anymore, dude. You already proved that to us in that other chat. You were like, if it's not loaded, it's not a gun. It's not even a gun anymore. It's just a thing.
So there are so many arguments I can make against my own laws. I just need a lawyer fucking do the paperwork.
This is what you need. Bloomberg telling you shit.
Hold on. You want to hear something weird? Okay. This article, it just may be this article, but it says the bill would require. This is about Oregon. The bill would require anybody selling a gun privately to call the state police for a background check on a criminal history and mental illness.
That's the way they do it in Oregon. The state police does it.
Yeah. So
are they doing it for free?
why would? What's the point of having so that means I would have access to basically the ability to call up and use the system.
You do
right,
now.
Right. So two questions. Are they doing it for free? And what controllers there to keep it from being abused?
It costs $10.
Okay, so you have to spend money to buy.
That's my point. That's my point. So, like, looking at me, who just spent $105, who's someone who used to have a Second Amendment right. Now that I have it, I had to spend $110 to fucking get that. It's $110 or guessing into a jar of jelly beans is the same fucking shit.
All right. Do you have to do a background check if, say, you go to a range and hand your gun to your wife, or even say, "Hey, honey, this is your gun now"?
Well, you're married, so that's.
Do you have to do a background check on your wife?
No.
I mean, are you talking about in Oregon? No.
Or in Washington, where it already passed.
Okay, so there's like a marital exception?
I think it's direct family, right? Yankee knows. He voted for the shit.
Oh, damn.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't know what he voted for. I know he didn't vote for it.
No, see, in Maryland, like, you can't do that. You cannot transfer
to your wife?
Yeah, can you transfer a firearm to your wife without doing a background check?
I don't think you transfer, but like in the moment of necessary use.
No. I'm not talking about necessary use, because it's always been even a convicted felon can grab a gun out of necessity.
So check this out. A new Maryland law, come to find out, is a 24-hour possession equals a transfer. That's what I found out.
Really?
So because
I leave my gun in my truck and send it to get an oil change, and oh wait, the oil pump's bad, and we have to replace it, so it's going to be there overnight. I've just transferred my firearm as well.
Oh yeah, if you put your firearm in someone else's possession, like if you loan your car to your buddy and it's your guns in the glove box, you commit a crime.
Exactly. So check this out.
How many years?
So I asked.
All right. So this evening, a buddy of mine who was moving borrowed my truck. He had it for he got it yesterday, so he brought it back to me tonight. He had it for about 28 hours. And there is a gun in my car. He knows where it is. I know where it is. It's very hard to find if you don't know where it is. Very easy to get to.
What's the truck number?
And in Florida, we have what's called a secure encasement law. It was totally legal even if you don't have a concealed carry license, which he does anyway. But my wife drives my truck. My wife does not have a concealed carry license. The only reason she doesn't have one, she's had all the training. She's obviously, she's not a felon or anything. The only reason is because she doesn't have time to take off of work to go down to the sheriff's office to get fingerprinted. Because taking off from work in the middle of the day to go get fingerprints is a big deal for her. My wife drives my truck all the time. That gun is securely encased, so it's fine in Florida. But it sounds like under the Maryland law, I'd have to do a background check on my friend who borrowed my truck and my wife.
Why would you let your friend borrow your wife?
In
Maryland, that's
Maryland, check this out. So technically in Maryland, you cannot put
I'm sorry, not Maryland, Washington State.
PG County.
Check this out. No, so in Maryland, you cannot put a gun on consignment at a gun shop because by the time you leave it there for more than 24 hours, you have to fill out paperwork to them and out of it. You know what I'm saying? So
what if you put it in a box of grape cigarillos?
The one time I went to Maryland.
Wait. In Maryland, you can't take a gun to a gunsmith because you can't leave it in the care of an FFL?
If it's okay, so I don't know about
I have only been to,
but on
except for
But the neighborhood drug dealer with the
I haven't tried the gunsmith. That's a pretty curious question. That's a pretty curious question. I haven't asked a gunsmith, but I asked and I put it on consignment. They're like, well, because of new laws in Maryland, consignment's not really available right now. And that was like at 2 gun shops I got it from. So maybe if I dig a little harder, maybe it'd be different, but I don't know. But 2 guns shops were like, we're not putting on consignment because now new Maryland state law said if you put it under our care for more than 24 hours.
Yeah, you're transferring it. I understand. To me that makes sense because you're not selling it to the gun shop and you're not selling it to anybody.
Consignment, then
they're just holding it for you. That's all.
You're not selling a gun to a gunsmith either, but he's going to have it for more than 24 hours.
All right, so I've actually been to Maryland 3 times. 2 times were for the purposes of my day job, other than Florida Carry, the job that pays me. And in those cases, I did not go through this whole rigmarole because I did not bring a gun because I was doing things for my employer. The one time I went there for personal purposes, I was there for a week, and before I left, I got a hold of a sheriff and told him what was going on, told him where I was going, and I was deputized by my sheriff so that I could carry in Maryland.
Nice.
And actually, it wasn't the sheriff in the county I live in. It's just another sheriff who knows and likes me.
But your day job is superhero.
So check this out. I went into a gun shop, right, to go get my live scan. And they literally told the people, and the people in front of me, they literally told people, we will not give you the class unless you are a business owner or like you're a security officer of some sort. They will not even give you the class. They won't even teach you. They won't even teach you the class if you don't meet those 2 requirements. You have to be a small business owner, and on top of that, when you submit your application, prove that you move large amounts of cash. So if you're
what about a cartoonist?
Kind of an internet front, and you never have to go to the bank, and all that shit is electronic, you don't qualify.
That's why I think everyone in Maryland should become a cartoonist.
You could be the richest motherfucker in Maryland and never touch cash and not qualify.
Tell them you're a rapper.
That's why everyone in Maryland should. Je suis Charlie.
All right, so check this out. So I have to go do the training beforehand, right? The whole training cost me $500. And then my application was $160 on top of that. So
Jaeger taught your class?
It cost me like $800 just to write on the application. I'm a major shoe collector, and I sell lots of shoes on the internet and meet people and greet people off of Craigslist,
Melvin Marcos,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, so and there's lots of cash that comes in and out of my bank account, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
If it had been me, if you give me that application, I would have denied it because I'd been like, the fact that you collect shoes means you don't have the right to survive.
All right, so are you saying that you do have a Maryland concealed carry license?
No, I don't. But I'm not the idiot that's gonna waste $800 to apply to 80% figure my no. That's my.
All right, so
that's the biggest negative.
You don't have a Maryland concealed carry license is because of the cost. How long is that concealed carry license if you had spent the $800 to get it? How long is it good for?
2 to 3 years. I think 3 years on the first, 2 years on the renewal, or vice versa.
How much would you have to spend for the renewal?
I think it's like $85 on the renewal, like under $100.
Okay, so the renewal's not too bad.
It's your initial startup
It's the
cost.
initial.
Bro. It's like $800 to start.
Sounds reasonable.
It's like $800.
I mean, don't you have LeBrons that are $900?
All I sell are collectible Nike and Jordans. So by the time I applied,
that's one pair of LeBrons.
No, but just listen how stupid I sound to you, because you might be a sheriff, and if I say my biggest collateral is Nike shoes, but yet I live in like your biggest fucking ghetto, and that's where I'm going to go sell my shoes.
I would think you're definitely going to get shot at if you told me.
Exactly. It's a double negative if you really think about it.
All right, so let me break this down a little bit. The $800, what does that go toward? Where do you have to spend the $800?
Okay, $300 for 16 hours of classes. So that's Saturday and Sunday, 8 hours a day of classes.
Okay,
then
so you have to take classes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's forget about that $300 for the moment. What is the actual application and licensing fees?
Fingerprints or live scan, $54, and like $54.48. I want to say so.
Okay, live scan's $42 or $38 here in Florida. I'm not sure why there would be a difference, but okay.
Because it has to be live scan. It can't be paper. It has to be live scan. Federal live scan.
Live scan's actually cheaper than paper.
Okay, well around here it's a lot more expensive, and there's a lot of places that do it. We had a lady who came in there trying to be a state counselor.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on before we go off into the tangent. All right, so you've got $54 in live scan.
All right.
And how much is your application fee?
It was like $60 to $65, I want to say.
All right, so you have a $65 application. So you've got $120 worth of.
That's not the expensive part. The expensive part is the state.
All right, so I'm hearing $500 worth of, or $460 worth of stuff.
No.
$300 for the class, right?
$300 for the class. $200 for the shooting accuracy portion that Florida requires.
Okay, so you're saying $500 for the class.
Exactly. Plus whatever I just told you.
There's a site that shows the classes and what the costs are. That'll make it easier for him to add all this up.
So $660.
Yeah, it's like $660. And on top of that, before you even had that, you had to spend at least $180 just to be able to buy your gun in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So it's a double whammy.
Well, buying your gun is totally separate.
Okay, no, but there are state-influenced regulatory processes that add up. Put it like this: if someone who turned 21 in the state of Maryland said, tomorrow I want to go buy a gun, it will cost them $180 before the process even begins. You see what I'm saying?
So $108 just to buy a gun.
Happens to be the child of a business owner who this girl who I'm talking to wants to be a carrier owner. Her father owns 3 different Little Latin stores, and on at least 5 nights a week she closes one of them, and she wants to be able to carry a gun out. You know, she carries thousands of dollars. I mean, like these are Latin markets.
So the complaint the complaint that you have of how they treat differently business owners that transport cash.
Not even differently business owners, it's just a regular citizen.
It's what's referred to as an equal protection issue. However, equal protection does not require that all people be treated the same. And I'm talking about purely what a court would do, not what's right. You're not going to win an equal protection argument on that because there is a particularized interest by the person carrying large sums of money that they are a particular target for crime and therefore they should be able to get the license easier.
there's not a lot you can do about that, unfortunately. What is possible is showing that your right to bear arms outside your home, once the jurisprudence is really developed on that and applied to your circuit, which I think you're in the second or third circuit, right?
I couldn't tell you.
I believe it's the third circuit. They have rejected the premise that there is a right to bear arms outside the home. So nothing's really going to change until the Supreme Court weighs in.
And that court's in Richmond, isn't it? And that's the real funny part.
And we just signed on to an amicus brief that deals with this. Actually, we've signed on to two. We signed on to an amicus brief in the Peruta case, and we signed on to an amicus brief in, I think it was called Jackson. There are cases moving forward to develop that the right to bear arms outside the home is just as important as the right to bear arms inside the home. In fact, defensive gun uses are more common outside the home than they are inside the home. Dr. Gary Kleck. Look at the thing I stuck up on the side jack. That's coming. That's going to take, if I had to guess, a minimum of 3 more years to develop through the courts. And it could take God knows how long.
Why can't the feds just help them? You know, like Ruth Gator Ginsburg.
No, I don't think it's but like, why can't the Koch brothers help? I mean, like, it's not so much looking like towards like the federal help. It's looking towards the private help.
Because there is.
Why can't the Koch brothers like?
I got you. Why can't the NRA, the Koch brothers, and
well, why do the Koch brothers, and I'm doing quotations when I say Koch
I'm not saying Koch brothers, but
have a gun.
No,
what about the Heckler and Koch brothers?
Yeah. hey, why haven't the Koch brothers donated?
Some put like $50 million towards this shit, like in a blink of an eye.
Why do they want you to have a gun? Now, you're making the mistake of thinking the Koch brothers want you to have a gun.
You know, just because the Koch brothers support
Gas and Glock wants everyone to fucking have a gun. So if Gas and Glock can blink his eyes and put $50 million towards it, it works.
Right. Why is it that Florida Carry exists off of the memberships and donations of basically middle-class people, and we don't have any huge donors? Yes, we have some very rich and very public people, and you know, sometimes they throw us $1,000 here and there, which is great, and it's money that we can use, and we do use it. We're an all-volunteer board. I don't take a penny from doing the work that I do. Our lobbying is done very much on the cheap. Our lawsuits are done very much on the cheap. But it would be great if I had somebody come in and say, hey, Florida Carry, here's $1 million. Guess what? I get to file 10 more lawsuits this year. I get to really start hammering stuff. We're limited by money because we don't have the deep pockets. Guess who has the really deep pockets? The gun control guys. The only reason we win is because people that actually care about this issue, the people that actually vote about the gun issue, are the pro-gun people. The anti-gun people don't vote the issue. They have a lot of things that they're more mad about than the fact that people own guns.
Because the Republicans suppressed their vote, that's why.
No, the point he's making is that there is not a large, there is a large, wealthy conservative community, but that wealthy conservative community isn't that into you owning a gun.
Yeah, I know.
Right. They're into other conservative issues. They're not into the gun issue.
And they don't want you to own a gun. I mean, it doesn't benefit the Koch brothers that you are an armed population.
Most of the huge donating conservative donors are statist. They're not individualist.
How does it help Bloomberg and Everytown that we're disarmed? Like, how does it help them at all?
It helps the political machine extremely that we're disarmed.
The same way it holds the landowners to hold their piece of the pie. I mean, that's the whole thing, is that
we ain't doing nothing to Bloomberg.
In the physical sense that we're not able to defend ourselves, but also in the sense that by knowing that we can't defend ourselves, we've become subjects. We, in our own mental state, we know that we're at their will, so they're able to extend more and more power and influence over us.
I think it's more like the soda shit.
Bed at night thinking the American populace is too stupid to take care of themselves.
Exactly, that's what I think.
They need to be told that they're not allowed to drink a 32 or 64 ounce Big Gulp.
Yeah,
they need to
that's
be
exactly my point.
prohibited from buying a 32 or 64 ounce Big Gulp.
How does our rights to drink big sodas like hurt them or help? They're just fucking, like he said, we're just too stupid. They know better. They're going to take care of
it. How does if you are going down that logic, then if it didn't help them, then why would they go after it? They would have never gone after it if there wasn't a result that they were looking for.
Even though they do not realize it, they believe in an oligarchy. They believe that the financial elite are the brain trust of the country and need to pad the corners for all of the lower beings below them that they really care about and want to make sure that they don't hurt themselves.
That woman Dana Loesch, I think she's I don't know who she works for. I've seen her online, but there's a YouTube video of her going up to this. She's like the she's not the CEO, but let's just say she's the leader of Everytown. Like Bloomberg hired her, and she's just every mother wrapped up in one. This woman who recently said it should be okay for like people to be jumped and assaulted because they're carrying a gun or whatever. I forgot her name. But it turned out she's like ex-Monsanto, like PR genius.
No. She is kind of a mid-level player there.
She at Everytown?
Don't believe. Yes, she's.
I thought, but isn't she the public face of it?
No.
Okay, so that's not even my point. My point was that when this woman Dana Loesch with a camera and a microphone like walked up to her, and she was like, why did you accuse me of working for Magpul? Why did you accuse me of working for the NRA? And like all of a sudden, these like three goons just walk over like with suits, like armed security. They put her in a truck that looked like it might have been a bulletproof truck or whatever. She's so like she even said, "Why do you have armed security? Like why are you having your armed security get rid of me? Like it's ridiculous. They're such hypocrites." And then this woman's supposed to be the average mom lady or something. She's like a millionaire ex-Monsanto executive who lives in a $1 billion house.
I think you're conflating her with Shannon Watts.
No, that's who it was. Shannon Watts, exactly. That was the woman's name. And then she was like, "Why don't you talk to me?" And the woman, she wouldn't say a word. So Shannon Watts is like the CEO, or she the big head over there at Everytown.
Yes, she is the figurehead for Mom's Demand Action for Gun Control.
Yeah. She rolls with like two huge armed dudes, probably more, and just is a complete hypocrite. You know what I mean? Like she probably, I'm sure she might even own firearms for all we know. She's just so full of shit. They're all like that. But I just don't think like Bloomberg's scared of like the poor people owning weapons to take his riches. He's really not concerned with that. He flies a helicopter. He lives offshore, most of the time. He's just not really concerned with an armed revolt against his money. I don't think they think like that. I don't think they give a shit. They just think they know better.
Because Bloomberg's an educated man, and Bloomberg knows that when you get to the tipping point that we are at now when it comes to equality among the people, throughout history, it had always ended one way: a bunch of rich people with their heads on pikes. That's the way it has ended every time we have ever gotten to this stage. And anyone that's an educated, intelligent person that's in his position is worried about that happening.
You know, I wish I could say that. I wish I could say that these people are just evil.
That's not evil. There's nothing evil about self-preservation. That's not evil.
Well, not even that, right? I think it is an unfortunate truth that these people are people that react on emotion, not fact. And they really think that they're doing the right thing.
No, I disagree. If you think someone like Bloomberg, who's made a career out of being a calculated politician, acts on emotion, I think you're fooling yourself.
I think that he refuses to look at the statistics, he refuses to look at the numbers, and he really thinks that he's helping.
No, I don't believe that.
No, he's an evil bastard.
I think he is as much a true believer.
No, I don't think so, because there's no way he could be in the position he's in and not see the opposition and not see the facts, because he's bombarded with them. He chooses to ignore them because he has a preconceived notion based on a personal bias, based on his own self-preservation.
I will tell you that I have sat down across the table from some of the worst gun banners that you can think of, and I'm not going to say all of them, because I would actually say most of the people that they hire are of the ilk that you're talking about. But the guys who are really in control are just actually that deluded.
No, see, I disagree.
I mean, look at Bloomberg. He didn't make his career. By the time Bloomberg ran for mayor, he already had $1 trillion or something.
Yeah, and I'll disagree, because those people that really think they're doing the best, they do that because of a sense of self-inflated worth, where they think they know better than you. And they think they know better than you because they are discriminating against you. Discrimination is based in fear. They are fearful of you, so therefore they are preserving their own self-interest. They are not humanitarians.
Okay. Well, yes, I will absolutely agree that he thinks he's preserving his own self-interest because everyone else is dangerous. He doesn't trust anyone. He's basically a coward. I have an abiding belief that most people are good. I've been all over the world. I've been in multiple combat zones. I have seen people from races that I see a lot of people demonizing right now. And even among those groups, I still believe that most people are good.
Well, here's what I believe. I believe most people are good. I believe every good person is capable of being bad when inflicted with a mob mentality. And I like to think most people are good, but I do believe that there are bad people, and there are other people that will follow bad people unknowingly. And there are also, unfortunately, a lot of stupid people. I mean, you got to remember, we live in a country where the president had to take a moment out of his speech last night and stop and explain to people that science actually exists. You know, so we don't live in a greatly, educated populace right now. So that's the danger right there.
So do we need smart people to make decisions for the dumb people?
No, we need dumb people to start being smarter and stop letting themselves be made dumb by the people that are already in power. And having the people that are already in power convince them.
Smart and dumb is an arbitrary line. So you don't know a bunch of facts, so you're dumb, so you can't make decisions.
No,
if you let people tell you you're dumb, you can't make decisions. But you don't really need to know a bunch of facts to be able to know what's right or wrong.
There's a difference between ignorance and stupidity. Ignorance can be overcome. Stupidity can't. And people need to start allowing their ignorance to be overcome instead of reveling in their ignorance. We live in a country now where people revel in their ignorance and they demonize people that are educated.
Well, look, a person will fight in order to keep their preconceived notions. In the face of fact, in the face of everything else, the hardest thing to break when you're trying to teach a student in any subject is the fact that their preconceived notion is wrong and they need to be educated on the subject, because people will defend the notion that they have in spite of any evidence you give them. So you
and
really
preconceived notions that are not based in reality are ignorance, and people should not hold on to their ignorance. They should allow their ignorance to be exposed for ignorance.
Right. And so some of the most important messaging we can do, the anti-gun people, they play on emotion more than fact because they lose on the facts. They win on emotion. It's an uncomfortable truth of this. So when we can use fact to drive emotion, we win.
Or these are the smart people right here. These are the educated people.
You see the little thing I put out about the number of registered sex offenders and sexual predators that live near Fort
No, those aren't the educated people. That's the problem. Those are the people that revel in their ignorance and do not listen to facts and do not listen to science and do not listen to reality.
No, they have their own facts.
No, they don't. They didn't even have any facts. They didn't even give them any.
Here's
facts.
one. Here's one right here.
No. They have assumptions.
There's been 100 school shootings since Newtown.
That's not a fact.
That's the
They
new
don't
one.
have facts. That's not a fact. And anybody that was willing to overcome their own ignorance and research it would know that's not a fact.
Right. They have their assumptions, and people always believe their assumptions to be factual. Because no one ever likes to hear that, oh, well, the things that you believe to be true are just wrong. It takes a huge educational process to tell someone that, wow, you thought the sky was green. I'm sorry, let me explain to you that color that you're seeing is actually blue.
Here's another fact. I don't know if you knew this. Americans are 20 times more likely to be murdered with a gun.
It's not a fact. It's a blurb, and it's not based in reality.
Here's where they get their facts.
Wait. Say that again. I just heard not a fact, but a blurb. Say that again.
It's a blurb.
My camera won't focus.
Well, no. I didn't hear the premise here.
This is
No,
from the
20
Journal of
20
Trump.
times more likely to be killed by a firearm than defend yourself with one.
No, it doesn't even say that. It says Americans are 20 times more likely to be murdered than a gun than people in other developed countries.
Well, it depends on what country you're talking about. Like if you live in like Sweden, it's true.
Well,
doesn't
yeah,
mean
and that's the problem with the premise of the question. Look, I don't care if I'm killed by a gun or anything else.
Or a rock.
What is the violent crime rate? What is the murder rate?
They don't care. That's the thing. That's the problem. They focus on. I remember a long time ago when you guys were talking.
We've gotten.
This is the craziest stat ever. 46% fewer women are shot to death by their intimate partners in states that require background checks for all handgun sales.
Right. Shot. Okay, let's go.
Or to death too. It doesn't even. So. Wow.
But
this
what is
crazy.
the rate of
death
injury?
Yeah, but what's the overall rate of domestic death? Like
take the gun out of the equation, and let's just go to what is the crime rate.
And they think that we'll take away the gun and that reduces the no. Substitute gun with something else because that we're more likely you're gonna get killed by something else one way or the other.
Well, they also another thing they forget to take into account in that statistic is in a lot of the states that have the background check for guns, the median income is about $75,000 per household, whereas in the states that don't have that, the median income is about $24,000 per household, and people who live in poverty households are far more likely to strangle their spouse to death or shoot their spouse. They leave that.
Do you have that stat on paper somewhere?
What, the people that live in low incomes are more likely to have domestic violence? Yes, that's easy to look up. Look it up with the FBI.
Do me a favor. You've got my email address. Email it to me. Just
look it up in the FBI statistics. I'm not going through it all for you.
Well, you know how much shit I have to look up every week?
You don't even live in Florida.
It ain't my fucking job.
It ain't Washington, Kerry.
That's fucked up, guys.
There was a study. I forget the name of the study. If I could remember the study, I'd give it to you so you could look it up. But it was
if you gave me the name of the study, it'd be great.
This was back in like the mid '80s, and it was a study of the effect of socioeconomic status on violent crime. And it was basically that study they kept quoting all the time to say, look, black people are a lot more likely to kill people. Black people are a lot more likely to kill people. And that wasn't the point of the study. The point of the study said that people that live in poverty are more likely to commit a violent felony. than people that don't live in poverty. It just happens that more black people lived in poverty, but they kept completely twisting it to say that, oh, look, more black people are more likely to commit violent felonies.
No, I mean, look, I can clean up this twisting. All right, so you're saying there was a study in the 80s on socioeconomic incidents of violent crime. And it was by DOJ or FBI, who?
It was. I don't think it was by any of them, but you can find it through referencing through the FBI with violent crime statistics, and it'll link you to different studies by different universities. So what's your point?
Well, anyway, I was asking if you had it handy.
No, I don't have it handy. That's from when I was in college.
If you don't have it handy, I understand, and I'll find it.
That was from when I was in college in my socioeconomic classes.
There's a reason that we pay for a LexisNexis account. I'll find it. I was just asking if you had it.
It was like 100 years ago then.
No, it wasn't 100 years ago. It was in the 80s. But still, all you got to do is basically study all you got to do is reference in your Google the effects of socioeconomic levels on violent crime. It's real easy to find studies from it.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I'll find it on Google or I'll find it on Lexis.
How much are you donating, DB? I know it's stolen money, but still.
Can you see this? I'm going all the way this time. Doing that
$1,000 a month.
A day, dude. What am I, broke?
That doesn't look like the Florida Carry website.
Today.
He's a player.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Was
my camera on?
No, I like to see people run.
Hey, Sean obviously had a point earlier about the domestic violence thing. Let's get back to that.
Well, I'm just saying, every town has their facts.
When I said they leave out things like poorer states have higher violent crime rates, etc., you wanted to make a point out of that, so I didn't understand it.
Well, no, it's just that you talked about the study. We have an issue that's becoming bigger throughout the country. Is they're taking anyone who's ever been arrested or even a police report filed on, even though they weren't arrested, for an assault or a battery, even a simple battery, and they're saying, oh, this person had a police report for an assault.
Which is also much more likely if you're
We don't know whether or not it was a domestic, so we're going to put them in the NICS as possible.
Yeah, that seems like that's a violation right there.
And
wait a minute,
I have a question. Is it okay for them?
They can't get a concealed carry license, and it takes up to a year to clear that thing up.
Yes, and that's also another thing that discriminates against the poor, because what makes you far more likely to have an interaction with the police officers?
All right. Well, that gets back to my legitimate argument. So let's just say you are of the. I can't find an adjective to disclaim it.
Poor people.
Let's just say you're
a member of a protected class.
It hurts me. Let's just say you're financially confined, and the best you can afford is a High Point for $175 at a pawn shop, right?
I was trying to see if you paid attention.
You walk into a pawn shop and fuck it, I need a handgun. I walk into a pawn shop, I'm giving you a High Point for $135 at a pawn shop. But
can they use Glock as their
in
stuff?
the state of Maryland,
I'm more worried about Purdue.
it's going to cost you $180.
Did you know this, though? This is another one. I've never heard this before. Gun trafficking in the United States carries the same punishment as trafficking chicken or livestock.
The beef
that's bullshit.
Yeah, but what they leave out there is how severe the chicken trafficking rules are. It's like death or by beheading, isn't it?
Look,
that's where Yankee got chicken nuggets from at Shawfield.
I got the right to bear arms, okay?
He supports chicken nuggets.
And
Yankee Marshall is a chicken nugget supporter.
Yankee Marshall. He did that shit just to say he's a common man. Like he's like the common guy. Like he's not. That was fake. Dude.
I didn't eat that shit. I gave it to I paid a homeless person to eat that.
Exactly.
He was at Nobu like, let me get some more sashimi.
I'm gonna walk in here, pay for this shit, take a picture, and then give it out to a homeless man outside.
He bought a U-blow.
To do it. I didn't walk in there. What are you thinking? I'm gonna be seen in a McDonald's.
Yeah, that's not even chicken, dude. That's like anyway.
But like that.
All right, guys. I will tell you, the Lorson, the Raven, the Jimenez, and the High Point are four of the best guns in the country.
I would go hang out at SHOT Show
and let me tell you why.
Go eat with Yankee. Party with fucking the Haas USMC. And slutty boyed up with Gun Channel people.
No, you don't want to party with Haas.
That's what I would do.
You don't want to be slutty around Haas either, dude. You don't want to be slutty around him.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't want to party with Haas. You're going to get raped.
You don't want, hey, trust me.
Are you saying like Haas was a furry or something?
Who was the first person I ever gave an SBSB shout out to? Was Haas. Haas gets the SBSB shout out to. But
what if he's like, yo, I'll be slutty with you, lick my Crocs.
I would Media Soda Cookie Ray with Yankee. Reload with Good Guy because he's a beast.
I'll say hello to Tori. I'll say hello to Tori. You know.
I'm a what?
Hey,
all right, who the fuck put Neotech on a pistol?
Who on a High Point? This is the salient.
Oh my
this
God.
is the DPZ. This is for.
Oh, that's that.
Oh, you know that's the one right there, bro.
Time out. With those new Glock MOSs, can you EOTech them? Was that not?
Dude, you could NC Star them.
I know. That's what I'm saying. If you can fucking NCR stock a fucking Glock, why can't you EOTech them? And I didn't see a single EOTech on them. There wasn't one.
Heavy, dude. And they have a quick detach built into them. This one has a quick detach already built onto it.
Not even 8-point micro. Did you see one with an 8-point micro? No.
I saw one on Gun Website's channel.
All right, so back to
the fact, because UWeb is that cool. Prior to the fact, yes, it was on there, but to the fact of what SHOT Show put it out there for, there were all RMRs, all of them.
Rugged, what does RMR stand for? Rugged Mounted something.
But they're giving you 4 fucking base plates and then you show a single one.
I think RMR stands for real motherfucking red dot. I think I'm not sure. RMR.
You get 4 fucking base plates and like 4 sights fit per base plate, and they only gave you 1 base plate, 1 sight.
Can you imagine a red dot with 50 rounds, bro?
The new Glock FNX.
You could put an 8-point sight, I heard, on one of them. I don't know if you could put a EOTech. I don't know if they have an EOTech sight.
Oh, okay, so it's a striker-fired FNX that comes with a bunch of side modules that holds fewer rounds.
And it has a beat tail. And if it has much better traction on your grip. And it's a fucking Glock. And you have me signals
for like I said, it's a Glock FN FNX that carries fewer rounds.
You can't end that gun enough. You can't.
What
are y'all talking about? I missed something.
I had another question about the law and this.
I don't know what they're talking about. I was lost. I was very lost.
These skulls here, are these okay?
Those are cool.
Let me go back to my previous
carbon fiber.
Okay, let's go back. Hey, guys, let's go back.
Let me for just a moment go back to my previous point of why the Lorson, the Jimenez, the Raven, and the High Point are some of the best guns out there. Because the people who are at most risk of being victims of crime have guns that they can access to defend themselves.
Let's not forget single shot.
Back in 1993, in Texas, where they did not have a concealed carry license at the time, and I was 18 years old. And I can only say this because, thankfully, the statute of limitations has run out. I was carrying my little Raven in my back pocket when a guy came at me swinging a pipe, wanting to bash my head in.
Damn.
And the only thing that saved my life was the fact that I was illegally carrying in a state that did not have a concealed carry law, and I was 18 years old and couldn't have gotten one anyway. And I was 6 weeks from shipping off for the Army, and I leveled that gun at this guy who was coming at me with a pipe because he didn't like the way that he thought that my father looked at him during a movie.
What?
Because he was sitting in front of us during the movie. The guy was nuts.
You see the
He
skull?
thought my father was staring him down during the movie. We walked out of the movie, and the guy ripped off his shirt and picked up a pipe out of a construction pile in the little strip mall where
you were eyeballing him, but it's your all's fault.
Exactly. My dad was looking forward at the screen, and he was in front of him, so therefore my dad was looking at him.
Maybe he was an attractive man.
It must have been. I didn't think he was particularly attractive. I mean, I felt fine in the
Your
loin.
father or the other guy?
Both. But anyway, so he comes up and he comes running at us, and I'm like, all right, it's going to be a fight. And then he picks up a pipe out of a rubble pile and starts, kind of lifts it up over his head, at which point I take the little Raven out of my back pocket and point it right at him. At which point he decided, small gun, but okay, I'm going to walk away.
There you go.
What are you doing?
Therefore, nothing happened, but it was a very inexpensive gun. It was the only one I could afford at the time. Plus, I was carrying without a concealed carry license and under the age of 21. The fact that that was the only thing that saved me that night from getting my head bashed in by a pipe, because I'm not a
Am I recording this? This is his confession when we get him put in prison.
Like I said, we're beyond the statute of limitations. I can go tell this to the Texas Attorney General. And believe me,
in our story, you're going to shoot the guy in the eye and then bury his body, throw his body in the river. So there is no statute of limitations.
He didn't get shot, so. And even if he had, it would have been self-defense.
How are those skulls right there, DB? I'm actually having this done to my Glock.
Nice.
You're having that done?
How much is that going to run you? Give or take.
Oh man, you might need to call a lawyer on that one.
It looks awesome in person. It's not going to be on a carry gun. It's going to be on that Glock 20 with the ported top.
How much?
I'm thinking about having my my now polished 686.
I'll put the price over in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Hey, gum.
I know I can afford that.
Hey, do the people that do that Glock, do they also engrave revolvers?
No, they just do Glocks, but this Lone Wolf is going to do this for me. They're going to do a couple of my slides for me.
Oh yeah, you're bought and paid for.
Yeah, they own me.
Kitchen.
They own me, even though I've paid for every fucking item that I have from them.
Hey, Florida Harry, don't forget the single shot.
The other day, the Glock store pissed me off. They put a post on Instagram saying they showed the slide they gave me, that picture I made of my slide.
Hey, David, let me finish my story.
Oh, we thought we were done. We'd all stop paying attention by now.
I know. The important part of this whole story is the best guns in the world are the ones that who are most likely to be attacked, which are the lower income people, which I was very low income at the time. Hell, I was just out of high school trying to get into, just about to ship out to the Army. All I could afford was that little bitty Raven. These little cheap guns save a lot of lives. So before you go dissing on the Ravens and the Kel-Tecs and the High Points and the Jimenez and whatever else, just remember those guns save a lot of lives.
Nah, we'll still diss them because they're still garbage.
They're still garbage, but one saved my life.
They don't have grip safety. So.
Well, what do you call this? James Yeager's going to disagree with you. That's the best gun.
Because the gun's a hell of a lot better than having nothing.
There's garbage in between when they're straight and when they have a curve.
The only time I'll ever get mad at them is if someone owns a Raven and they smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day and drink a case of beer. Then I'll be like, start spending your fucking beer and cigarette money on a better gun.
No, yeah, buy the Raven at first, and then quit smoking and drinking, and then buy the next one when you can afford it.
Trade in the Raven. Buy the gun. There's too many poor people as it is.
Weapons education's wife's the dime.
I think one of the greatest things to come out is this little organization that's giving away free guns to people in poor neighborhoods.
I did see weapons education at at that SHOT Show.
Was he stalking Ed Brown?
No, he did not speak to me. He was talking to the tactical core response people, and he did not speak to me.
Oh my God! They must have got a kick out of him.
Bitch. You didn't walk up to him, just Instagram him.
I think maybe. Based on what I heard, he had seen my Instagram picture of I tried to start a fight with Ed Brown, but he wasn't there and no one knew who I was.
You guys should have tag teamed him.
And he knew that was a slam on him, so I doubt he wanted to speak to me.
Nah,
he's a nice man.
Dude, you guys should have tag teamed him. You guys
That was
been
the
all
point
right.
I was making before we listened to the end of that story. That fucking Glock store people put up a picture that I put up of the slide that I bought from them, and then they captioned it, a Christmas present for our friend the Yankee Marshal. I'm like, a fucking Christmas present means you gave it to me, bitches. I paid for the goddamn thing.
Yeah, that's a double whammy.
That's where you sent Marco a picture of your Gen 2.
So,
remember the Florida legislature
So after those 3 hours at SHOT Show that you spent with them, you don't think you're getting nothing for free?
From who? Glock store?
I mean, you spent. You spent 3 hours there.
3 hours where?
At Glock
with
store.
Lone Wolf.
I said I spent like 30 minutes talking to Lone Wolf.
Okay.
They're coming out their own Yankee Marshal.
Same store.
They're coming out with a Yankee Marshal line.
These gun manufacturers, they're not just giving shit away to everybody that talks good about them.
No, they ain't giving me shit.
Just Yankee.
Actually, the only manufacturer who's given us anything is Kel-Tec gave me a dummy gun because I told them I needed a gun to walk that I was able to walk into commission chambers with. So I needed a dummy.
I thought all their guns were dummy.
And Kel-Tec was nice enough to give us a complete replica gun that had everything except for the firing pin drilled out.
That's crazy. I thought all their guns were replicas.
So complete with cracks and misaligned parts.
I'm just fucking around. I love the Kel-Tec ASC.
Hey, say what you want about them. When we had a need to push legislation and ask them for something, they gave it to us. At least they're Second Amendment supporters, which is more than I can say for a couple of other.
And they're local too, right? I mean, it's Florida.
Yeah, they're here in Florida.
And the KSG is cool, and the RBB or whatever.
I will tell you this: Taurus never called us back when we asked. We went to them first to try and get a dummy gun for doing some of our legislative stuff because we can't bring a real gun into a legislative chamber here in Florida. Taurus never even called us back. Kel-Tec.
They were in Brazil.
Kel-Tec shipped it to us the same day.
How about Spikes Tactical? They're in Florida. Are they proactive?
I do give them credit for supporting the right to bear arms.
Have you guys ever talked to the guys at Spikes? Because they're in Florida too.
No, I've never talked to Spikes, but what? They're just one of many making AR parts.
Yeah, stuff. Yeah. Well, they make
and a lot of their stuff is just relabels of other people's barrels and such. They've got a CNC machine. I'm sure they're very nice people. I'm sure they do. They make very nice stuff.
I have a lot of ego invested in my Spikes lower.
Yes.
A tremendous amount.
Spikes is like Knights Armament. I mean, they're right up there with Knights Armament.
It's right there with Bravo Company.
Yeah, I mean, Knights Armament and Noveski. I would put them
My Spikes lower has
Spikes Esky.
It has to be the best.
Oh, you have a Spikes? Yeah.
Please tell me you're just saying that.
Knights Armament equals Spikes.
Oh, my Spikes lower is an embarrassment to my family.
Knights is getting
my legacy.
You realize that Knights is also a Florida company.
Well, they're no better than Spikes. I'll say that right now.
Well, what is better than Spikes?
They're getting there.
Everything.
And I've never asked Spikes or Knights to do anything for us because, look, one of the worst things you can do is be a gun rights organization who is financed by the gun industry. I don't want to be financed by the gun industry. Sure, I'll take their donations, but
I just want to go on record saying I dream of being
has to be
financed
from
by
our from our grassroots people, from our members.
Not me. I want one big payoff check from the gun industry. I want to be financed by the gun industry.
Yeah, you're not a gun rights organization, and you don't.
I will be if they tell me to be. If they send me enough money and tell me to be, I will be.
Oh, see, that's the thing. We don't do it for the money. I don't take a penny.
Crazy.
No, that's the thing. They use it against you.
From the organization, put gas in my truck.
I got to pay that hush money to DB. I got to keep making money.
That's what they use against you. They're like, oh, you just work for the machines of death companies.
Right. And that's why I don't take, we haven't gone out and solicited money from any of the gun industry people, is because when they say, oh, yeah, you're just, merchants for the manufacturers, don't have a penny for them.
Yeah, but aren't they going to say that anyway? And
they gave me a dummy gun because I asked for a demo.
Yeah, they're going to say it. They're going to get into the public mindset anyway, and they're going to promote it that way anyway.
I'm going to tell you this. So Beretta to the state of Maryland, which is moving out, was approximated on an annual basis $30 million to the state. And because of the legislation, it's gone. So in total tax revenue, paychecks, et cetera, it was $30 million to the state on an annual basis. Just that one factory of 127 people. And 127 were just factory workers. It would include CEOs and whatever. But $30 million fell into the tax revenue of the state, and that is now gone.
Just move. Someone told Beretta, just move, and they were like, okay.
30 million. Bye.
Go. But they're just going to replace it with like a government cheese.
All right, so we'll just replace that on attacking smokers.
Marco.
We'll replace that on attacking smokers.
Marco, let me ask you this.
I was just wait a second before we get into that. I want to read some of the just googling what I told him to Google earlier, or I just now put it in like 5 seconds ago about being poor and violent crime. It's so like here's one of the big studies: criminal activities among the poor. People who make less than $24,000 a year are 53% have a 53% chance of committing a violent crime. People over.
That's racist.
That's not racist. It's classist, if it's anything. People who commit the same crime who make less than $40,000 a year are 65% more likely to be arrested and serve time for that crime than people that make over $100,000 a year for the same crime.
Right.
What about grape cigarette?
Can you put that in the side chat, please?
Hands up, don't shoot.
Oh,
if you smell Dutch Masters, you're on another level.
Chris, look at that.
I'm not sending you a Google me thing.
It ain't Washington Carey, dude.
God,
it's Florida Carey.
Yeah.
Leave his ass out of this shit, man. They already lost, man.
You run one of our big gun rights.
Washington already lost.
All right. I got three of you talking at the same time.
I said, Jesus Christ, you run one of our big gun rights organizations and you don't know how to Google or have any understanding of the effects of poverty on crime? Come on, get busy. Start looking.
If you have it right there on your browser, drop it. It saves me 30 seconds.
I'm gonna screen share it, but I'm not gonna give you any links. Right here.
ADB smoke Optimos.
That's just childish.
There's a screen share, bitch, but I ain't giving you any links.
You don't see Yankee back here? He's right over there, dude. You don't see him? He's right. You see him right over there? He's behind this guy. He's right behind that guy.
Fuck, now I closed my window. Where'd it go?
See, that's just childish.
Look, Yankee's right back there. He's holding one of them signs, dude.
Yankee
yes,
says,
on 594.
What?
594 for the poor. Right there. He's right back there. We got proof, dude.
I still don't see any chat. No link.
Ooh, it's also Also, here's another one of the big statistics. Far more likely to be arrested for a crime if you don't have a high school degree.
Also, if your brake light's out. You're far more likely to be arrested for murder if your brake lights are out.
65% of all state inmates do not have a high school degree.
Okay.
Or brake lights.
Okay. DV.
Here's the thing. I have seen all these statistics.
So listen, time out. I have a big problem with that. I really have a big problem with that, okay? Because if your brake light is out, you are 90% chance to have like a knee to the back of your head. And simply because your brake light was out does not mean.
That's right. It's like in the movie Goodfellas. It's like, you think I'm going to fall asleep at the wheel of a getaway car? Come on. Like,
no, please.
I'm not stupid.
No, like, you know what I really hate is the motherfucker that runs and then completely spread eagles and gives up, and the motherfucker gets like
spread eagle. Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
That's fucked up.
No, like that shit really.
You guys gotta move. You gotta move, man. That's all. You just gotta move.
Got some pretty good statistics. It's got one here that shows like the average criminal, the average person who makes under $25,000 a year, who steals $500 or less worth of items, spends an average of 3 years in jail. The average person that makes in excess of $150,000 a year that embezzles $5 million or more does 18 months.
That's actually a false statistic because if you steal,
and you know the difference.
If you steal under $500 of the property, you're not.
And here's the thing: this is again messaging. It's because the person who steals $500 is more apt to have been the person who did so violently. And when you do so violently, either by strong arm robbery, armed robbery, or the like, you get sentencing enhancements. Because the guy who embezzled $5 million didn't use a gun to do it. The guy who stole $50 from the register at the 7-Eleven down the street did.
Well, actually,
so
the vast
he gets
majority,
a much longer
the majority of these thefts, and they break them down, did not involve any violent crime other than the act of theft itself.
Well, don't judge that just by the fact that they didn't charge it with aggravated, because those are often pled out.
Well,
or at least not convicted.
Well, pled out, it's not going in front of a jury, so a jury's not seeing that as a gun crime. So
yeah, but it's still a conviction.
Is it just me, or a lot of
conviction of an armed crime? So it wouldn't be affecting the perspective of armed crime.
Well, no, just because they don't convict it.
But but whose perception is that affecting if it's pled and no one hears or sees the case involving a firearm?
No, well, that is our criminal justice system.
Is it just me, or a lot of gun-related charges that keep getting pled out? It's like one of the things that keep.
No, it's not just gun-related. It's anything.
Yeah, but that's like one of the ones that is. So you got, if it's like a big crime, if it's like you have other crimes like robbery or. Is like that it's the weapons charges that usually gets removed.
To tell you the truth, they are less likely to plead out a gun-related crime, at least here in Florida, than they are any other. You are more likely to get pled out on a rape charge than a aggravated assault charge with a gun, because with a gun, there is a mandatory minimum sentence.
Okay.
Now, where they do plead them is where they have a really bad case, and they come to you and they say, you have a 20-year mandatory minimum sentence if we win. So, take this 3-year deal.
Oh, trust me, I've seen that before. I have seen that before firsthand, and it was pissing me off.
Here they're using a perfect example. This is a direct related example. Jack Clark, a millionaire in, what state is this? I think this is in Philadelphia, cheated stockholders out of $200 million, received no fine, 1 year in prison, commuted sentence down to 60 days in prison. Another gentleman who was a minimum wage worker embezzled $5,000 from his company, received 4 years in prison, no time served. So one guy embezzled $5,000, got 4 years. One guy embezzled $200 million, got nothing, 2 months.
It pays to have a good lawyer.
Yeah.
Did that other guy have any priors we don't know about? I don't know.
No, both guys had no prior sentencing.
I feel bad for Edge. Shouldn't have taken.
Well, Edge is going to go to jail if he gets in trouble. He's Mexican. He's pretty much he's Mexican and fat, so that makes him like what 110% likely to go to prison sometime in his life.
That's fucked up. Oh, speaking of which, hey, G-Webs, you put that radio show last night at 11 o'clock, right? On Gun Channels?
Okay.
So, yeah, you put that radio show. There was an interesting, I don't know if you were listening to that at the time, but there was a funny story there. This guy calls in and says, someone robbed me at my house, I think a house apartment. Someone came and robbed me, took my wallet, and took my computer, and then when he left, I hit him over the head with a bat. I think it was a bat, and killed him. Am I gonna go to jail? And he's and the two lawyers on radio. So he said yes, and he says, "Oh man."
You should call in and go like, "I just killed a hooker, but she bit me while she's giving me head, so I'm justified, right?"
It's like,
didn't that happen to the ShamWow guy?
Oh, I thought you meant at night. Okay, yeah, last Sunday during the day. Yeah.
If a hooker bites you, you have every right to hit her.
That'll be tomorrow morning too.
I think that is the smack a bitch code of. Yeah.
Right. Under law is called imminent great bodily harm.
Yeah.
Great bodily harm being anything that would put you in the hospital.
Yeah, I think we need to bring back some of the they needed killing laws.
Biting my dick off would definitely be great bodily harm.
That's why you pick up the hookers with no teeth.
Yes, G-Webs.
They want to know if you'll powder coat their bullet.
Who?
That's Black Hills Ammunition sticker. Is that a euphemism? Powder their bullet?
I think they make better rounds than I do, and they have a switching machine that I'd like to get. So no, I don't think they want that.
You want a couple of these stickers though? I grabbed a couple extras.
Oh yeah, please, if you could. Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks, man. I'll get one.
I had my bullet swayed in Budapest once. It's awesome.
Was that euphemism?
Is there a way you could sue these people for the sticker?
Dude, they didn't put a 77, so I'm not gonna sue them. If it's good guy with gun 77, yeah.
Look, you didn't put the 77, so I'll settle for like that swaging machine. But you're lucky you didn't put
switching machine. I need a place to put them first.
That is an awesome sticker to have.
I gotta make more 30-30s. Okay, guys. I ordered a case gauge. Basically, it's a way to measure. It's a device to measure the headspace for a bullet. See if it works. Something like this, and you put the bullet in here, and it measures it if it fits. I ordered 30 caliber. They give me 6.5 Creedmoor.
That's not good.
No. Now I gotta buy a 6.5 Creedmoor gun. I'm kidding. No, I'm not doing that. I'm returning that bitch. So.
Well, if you start mid shooting.
Yeah, get a contender. Get a contender, and then you just start buying whatever barrels you feel like.
Yeah. Oh, what, a contender? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, what you could do is get just a 12 gauge, and then get the chamber adapter, so you shoot whatever chamber or whatever caliber you want inside the chamber adapter.
Yeah, but it doesn't really go through. I mean, it's not. It's only partially rifled, so it doesn't really go. It's not accurate.
It depends. I've got a couple that are like 9-inch rifling. That's as much as any pistol.
See, can I get that in a pin gun? I want like a 338 Lapua pin gun.
338 Lapua pin gun. Oh.
I mean, God, have you guys seen people trying to shoot these handgun 4570s?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
I don't know why anyone would try and shoot one twice, or even once.
That's horrible. Yeah, those are.
I have a 45-70, and it hurts. And that's a shoulder-fired rifle.
I would love to get a 45-70 one day, maybe next year.
I actually bought that because the 45-70 lever action was the first gun that was banned in Florida, where you had to get a license to have one. And it was because they tried to do a lynching in Jacksonville in like 1892. The next legislative session, they banned the repeating rifles, you know, the lever guns, unless you had a license, because during that attempted lynching in 1892, a bunch of black people showed up with lever guns and stopped the mob.
Ain't that nice? Another law that was encouraged by racism.
So, most states have based their concealed carry license off of Florida's since 1987. There's a couple of states that passed them in 1986, but Florida was really the first populous state, and Florida had actually passed it through the legislature in 1995, but the governor vetoed it. Then we had a change in power of the governor, and it finally got signed into law in 1987. So the 85 law turned into the 86 law for like North Carolina or North Dakota and one other state. I can't remember which one off the top of my head. And then Florida's really became the model for the shall issue laws across the country.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And got expanded to where we are now, where most states are shall issue. But that licensing scheme that Florida uses came from the licensing that was initially put in place to keep black people from owning guns. That is the history of it.
Yep. I remember that case in the Florida case. When I saw that lady who initiated the concealed carry in Florida, where she was, I think it was she, if I can remember, she was in a talk show talking about how being heckled by some guys in a car, and she said if I had a gun, I would have been able to defend myself. And there was actually a cop there, or a sheriff, I think, who says, "Don't do that. You'll go to jail." And so she decided, no, we need to work on arming people then. So
we have a case right now that we're partially involved with. A Marine recruiter who had a civilian husband. She was a ongoing victim of domestic abuse. She was a battered wife as a active duty Marine. One night, her husband starts attacking her outside of the family car, and really it was her car. It was mainly her car. They had been at a bar. The husband thought that she was looking at someone else at the bar and starts attacking her, starts beating her in the back of the head. She has a plate in her head. So this is really a very violent attack. She gets into the car, tries to drive off from her husband who's attacking her. Her husband gets in the back seat and starts punching her in the back of the head. She gets the gun out of the center console, reaches back over her arm. One round goes through the sunroof. The second round goes through his heart.
Ew.
She is being prosecuted, even though Florida has no duty to retreat. And the judge said that, well, she could have gotten out of the car. she could have screamed for help. She was screaming because the police officer heard the screaming and heard the gunshots, who was across the parking lot and came running. And she is being prosecuted for murder because she defended herself against her abusive husband.
She sounds like a smart woman for staying with him.
Oh, yeah. No. I mean, look, I am not going to belittle a woman who is a victim of a battered spouse syndrome. Yeah, I wouldn't put up with it. My wife wouldn't put up with it.
Well, this woman, does she have a history of like reporting domestic violence, going to women's shelters, etc., or is this just part of it?
Yes, that history is all there. In fact, her daughter came in and said, "Oh no, Daddy was never abusive." Well, yes, he would hit me, and yes, I would have bruises, and yes, I would have to cover them up, but that was just discipline. And yes, one time I had a broken rib, but I had a fractured rib, but it was a minor fracture, and it wasn't really a big deal, and Daddy didn't mean to do that to me. That was the testimony.
Hey, DB, here's your next carry gun after you sell the Beretta 92.
I mean, the guy's own daughter came in and testified, oh, yeah, he cracked one of my ribs, but it was not really a big deal. I was just being disciplined, and, no big deal.
Oh, he's gone. He's not even fucking here.
That happens to every child, right?
It's Beretta PX4.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I look for.
It's kind of gaudy looking, but that's a...
No, I want it. It looks better than the Desert Eagle Gold.
When I saw it, I was like, I kind of want that.
I didn't say it was bad. It was just kind of like gaudy.
It's bad. It's horrible. It's awful. It's gaudy, but I want it.
I'm a cartel member, so that's perfect for me.
I want to get a grill to match it.
You want one of the gold inlaid, Desert Eagle 50 cals, don't you?
I already had a gold Desert Eagle. I sold it. But I want to get this gun, and then I want to get a gold. I want to get my two front teeth taken out and have them replaced with a gold teeth, and have that big diamond we've got that used to belong to my mother-in-law. I want it mounted right where my two front teeth were, instead of gold.
Oh, only gold for your toofuses? You don't want some platinum?
No, this has got to be gold to match the gun and to go with the diamond.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Princess cut, I'm assuming?
No, it's oval. But it's like 6 carats.
You must have big teeth.
Well, it would fit. Where is it? Right there's the stone. See, imagine that stone right there. That stone. If it'll focus. Mounted in my front teeth. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Right there.
I think you should mount it as a Prince Albert.
No, then nobody will see it. Believe me, nobody would see it.
I mean, let's show it to them.
No, no one wants to look at it.
What do you think he sticks through that ring?
Yeah.
Long and skinny.
Yeah, my son the other day had the nerve to say, if I get married, which one of us gets married first gets to give that to our wife, right? And I'm like, yeah, right. You're giving that to some woman that's going to leave you a year later.
Hell yeah. You don't trust a broad with a ring like that.
It's called a prenup.
Yeah.
We've got another ring that has a 2-carat diamond in the middle with a 1-carat diamond on each side, and we're going to split that up and have one of each of the 1-carat diamonds made into engagement rings for both of our sons. But that's all they're getting. They ain't getting no big diamond to give some girl's going to leave them a year later. Now, if it was my daughter, I would allow my daughter. If I had a daughter.
That's the 10th anniversary ring.
Yeah. No, if I had a daughter and she was getting married, I would allow this ring to be her wedding ring, because if they get divorced, it stays in the family. But no ever would I let a son give away a stone like that.
It's called a prenup.
No. Once you give the ring, rings don't come back.
At least not on his first marriage.
Yep. No, not period, ever. I'm not trusting no whore. Steals my baby.
Yeah. Don't. You gave the ring. You gave the ring.
Yeah. I'm not trusting the guy. That's not joint property anymore. Your wedding ring is not considered joint property in any state.
The only time a judge has ever given back a ring is when it was a family heirloom that was handed down 4 times, and even then it was, you give back the ring, but he has to give you money for it.
Yeah, that's my.
Never mind.
So, nope, no big rings going to them. Like I said, if I had a daughter, that'd be one thing, but no. Plus, I'm not going to trust any woman my son's married anyway. She's some whore that stole my baby, so I don't trust her.
How old's your kid?
10 and 16.
16. Good Lord, he's getting close.
Yeah. He doesn't have a girlfriend right now, but he made sure that I knew the other day that there are 4 girls that want to go out with him.
So the 16-year-old, college, military, or both?
I'm thinking barber school or clown college.
If he's so he hasn't made it.
So the Marine Corps it is, I guess.
Yeah, I would say like military for sure.
No, I did tell him though. You have to stay in school. You have to get an education. The second that you go more than 3 months between high school and not getting it further in your education is the day I drag you down to the Air Force recruiters.
Air Force?
Coast Guard.
Okay, if you take him to the Air Force recruiters, you're going to have to be in a line because there's a lot of people who want to join the Air Force.
Yeah, I'll get him in.
All right, my first deployment, before my first deployment, we always said, God damn, we should have joined the Coast Guard, or should have joined the Air Force. And then we get on our first deployment, and we got a bunch of Air Force guys there with us. And then we all figured out we should have joined the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Air Force is not what it used to be. Like when I went through basic, everybody was MPs, and it wasn't like the MPs back in the day that you're just on the base, you know, trolling around or out front the gate. Like they're sending people.
Oh no, we had our MPs doing serious stuff.
Yeah, I did the.
My dad was Air Force. It's not the same Air Force when I was in versus him.
MPs became convoy protection.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, IED clearing.
And it doesn't matter what he scores. It doesn't matter what he scores, Yankee. He puts down 6 jobs, and they pick that job.
Yep.
What do you call this? Not really. I'm sorry. MP is not when I was being trained in 07. Not really IED clearing, but you get exposed to those
anyway.
anyway.
Have some explosive ordnance training for that.
Yeah, the hunter killers take care of the IED. We just get hit by them.
Yeah. Well, that's what he means by clearing. You clear them by stepping on them.
Yeah. That's called clearing. You went ahead and found the IEDs or got blown up.
Like how Marines are bullet catchers. They don't literally go out there and try to catch bullets. They just stop the bullets from getting to the Army guys that are following them.
Sorry, Florida, go ahead.
Yeah, a friend of mine's daughter, she turned 18 and came to me and said, I'm thinking about going in the military, and I pointed her to the Marine Corps. Instead, she went off and got married and got pregnant.
Wow.
I wish I'd have thought of that when I was 18.
But seriously, I pointed her to the Coast Guard.
I was trying really hard to get pregnant, but it never happened.
I tried my hardest. It never worked. Well, it doesn't help that back home in West Virginia they teach you get pregnant by sitting on a public toilet seat. So.
Yeah, in Texas, you just don't watch what bulls and cows do.
You see, after 1911, we had sex education, so
1911.
Our proper species.
I didn't send you a text.
Tell you what, though, after I got out of the military, a girl who I knew in Europe showed up on my Facebook page. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, friend her. I remember her. Yeah, we were friends.
Daddy.
And then she had then I realized she had a kid, and I started having to do a lot of math really fast.
Who's these chicks with the lesbian that you
because she had a son, and I figured out rather quickly after wrecking my brain for a while that okay, this was about 4 months. We're good. About 4 months difference there. We're cool.
It's called delayed birth. It's your baby.
And then I sent her a message and said, "Hi, good to see you. Haven't talked in a very long time. Always cared about you. Saw you have a beautiful son. Yes, I did the math." And she wrote back, laughing her ass off, and actually asked for my phone number, and we talked on the phone for a while. And she was laughing her ass off that I was scared for a minute.
Yeah, she said, especially since the one time you all tried to have sex, you spent the whole time sitting in the corner crying. It'd be kind of hard for her to get pregnant.
Well, how'd you know about that?
Oh, boy.
She was actually a nanny for the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
And what do they call those? What do they call those? En pair or something? Pair?
Au
pair, yeah.
Yeah. She was a nanny for the family of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, basically the King of Luxembourg.
So she had sex with the King of Luxembourg.
Yes, I had sex in the Royal Palace of Luxembourg.
The Grand Douche?
Yes,
the
Grand Duchy.
Must be a real character. You're the grandest douche in this place, all right.
I got to meet the Grand Duchy. He was a very nice guy, and afforded me a lot of, afforded me privilege because I was an American soldier. Because Luxembourg was liberated by patent in the 1st Armored Division, and I was a member of the 1st Armored Division, and I was dating the nanny, so he afforded me privilege, which meant not a damn thing, but I was officially afforded privilege. Which meant that I got to, kind of come into the royal hall.
Yeah,
they didn't call it a palace.
Sorry about this. Hold on. The Sky Marshal, the 9mm. Oh, wow, that is tiny. The barrel is short.
The cylinder is actually the length of a 9mm round.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Holy crap. I wouldn't want that.
I definitely want that.
You want? I thought you said you thought that
I don't like moon clips. This doesn't use moon clips.
Okay.
It's
I thought you said no. You said that auto pistol calibers are.
Why would you put a gun? Why would you? I've always said, why would you put a compromised round in a gun that's the same size as a more powerful round? This is not the same size as a gun with the more powerful round. It is actually sized down to the compromised round.
Okay, so you're.
Are you saying this is smaller than a 38?
Oh yeah, look at the length of the cylinder.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the cylinder.
How about the thickness? I mean, because that's really where the limiting factor is for me more than anything.
Not with me, not with a revolver. It pokes me in the ass. Not me, it pokes me in the fucking hip. If the gun's too long that it can't ride above my belt, pokes me in the fucking hip. I can't stand that.
I carry revolvers.
Well, yeah, if the cylinder rises above the hip, it's not a big deal, and I carried a 357 for a lot of years. This year, the Gun Rights Policy Conference is in Arizona, in Phoenix. I will be carrying openly my 357 Smith & Wesson.
I just love it here.
Which 357 Smith & Wesson? 60, 686?
686.
686. Yeah. I can't carry a 686.
I polished up to a mirror shine with a bunch of mother's paste and a Dremel tool, and then finished off by hand.
If I carry a gun longer than like a short revolver, I have to have a full-length holster. I can't stand the barrel to be poking me.
Yes, I have full-length holsters, and it's a 4-inch.
Hey, Yankee, do you see the other one with the rail?
Which one with the rail? That does have a rail. It's on the other side.
Okay, so this is the one that had the rail with the other side. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the rails on the other side. It's got a little laser attachment on the rail, on the back part of the rail.
What do you think of that?
Not crazy about it. I'll take it off. But apparently it comes with the laser for the $900.
Oh, okay. Does it come off? No, the rail looks like it doesn't come off, but it does come off. The rail.
It comes off the rail.
Okay. No. Does the rail come off itself?
I don't think the rail comes off. I think just the attachment comes off the rail.
Okay.
I didn't get to take it apart. They were real touchy about you disassembling their guns.
So you're saying you do or don't like it?
Oh, I like it. I'm getting it.
Okay. What's the price point?
$900.
MSRP, or that's what we're getting?
It's a core, so it's pretty much going to sell for MSRP, unfortunately. But.
All right, so my first gun was a Detective Special 3-inch, 38, and that's the one that I shot the attacking dog with.
Dog killer?
Yes. And I had that gun until I turned 18. My dad still has it, still in the family. Then I got a Ruger P89, and I got the little Raven or Lorson, no, the Lorson 25 auto. Well, the P89 was too big to carry doing anything other than going to the range, and with the security job that I worked security for a hotel. The little 25 auto Lorson was my deep concealment carry gun because there was no license to carry in Texas at the time, and I was 18 years old. I also, maybe about a year, I had just turned 19, and I got a Smith & Wesson 686. I carried that for security, and I carried it cross-draw under a button-down shirt and above a T-shirt. IWB, very deep concealment because, again, there was no concealed carry license in Texas at the time, right up until I joined the military, at which point I gave that to my dad. And I had sold the Ruger P89 to buy the Smith 686.
Well, good guy left. I wanted to show him this holster because I bought holsters to carry my Beretta when it comes back.
So the whole time I was in the military, I didn't have a personal firearm. And then when I got out, I bought an officer's model. I got with my dad, and I got my 686 back. And then, you know, being a college student, I ran out of money and sold all my guns because I had to pay tuition and everything else. Come to find out,
I want to hear when this
going to a private college.
XD Epiphany came.
I'm sorry?
I want to hear when this XD Epiphany came.
Okay, save that story for later because I got to go.
Exactly.
My sons are upstairs making noise and they're supposed to be asleep. So I'm got to run out of the chat. So save the XD Epiphany story for another time. Because I definitely want to hear why someone decided to carry it.
There's no way an XD is better than Glock.
I just want to hear that. I got to hear that. So I will see you all later.
I'll tell you why I hate Glocks, because I remember them from the 80s when they first came out and the triggers were terrible.
Okay. But when you were carrying more than 22 rounds, you could talk to me about how good your gun is. Until then.
22 rounds?
Yeah.
What Glock has 22 rounds in it?
The 40 caliber.
You're telling me you have a Glock that has a standard magazine that holds 22 rounds?
Standard, no. Standard to me. Yeah.
I mean, because there's 30-round Glock 45 extended mags that stick out about a foot.
Yeah, but then those extra pieces are very expensive. We're talking.
So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about regular magazines that actually fit the gun.
Okay.
What Glock has a 22-round mag?
The 40.
That sticks way out the bottom.
Okay.
It's that +5 base plate.
Are you telling me?
So Terran Tactical
that you every day carry a 22-round mag in your Glock?
Have you not paid attention to how quickly Terran Tactical has swept the market in like 11 months?
Are you telling me that
Terran Tactical just came out last SHOT Show, and I cannot see a competition shooter who is serious about his shit not have his joint on there.
Are you telling me that you EDC a 22-round mag in your Glock?
I am, believe this, like, you know what my hashtag is? My personal hashtag in my life is 30s on everything, bro.
He does it with a 22 mag conversion.
Yeah. Doug, I will carry a Ruger 22 Charger pistol with a BX-25 in there, and a +5 base plate. It's 30s on everything in his life.
All right, I don't do that.
Yeah, you. But isn't it cool? Put it this, like this is what I hate. This is what I hate about people that look at me like this. Is that when they look at me like this, like, I don't do that, but you're so cool. Yes, fuck it, I am cool.
I don't think you're cool.
You don't think I'm cool because I rock a 33-round mag?
No.
Oh, you're a bad one.
I think you're a nice guy. I think I like you.
Exactly.
I don't think that carrying.
My point is
that the fact that you carry a pistol with a 30-round mag makes you cool. Because I don't know how well you use it.
It doesn't make you cooler or a lot less. Point.
And here's the thing, and I make no bones about this. I am a much better rifleman than I am
that's great.
A pistol shooter.
Okay, so that's my point. Put it this.
And I'm pretty good with the pistol. I instruct the pistol.
All right, hold on. Time out. That's exactly my point. So put it this. You, me, G-Webs, Yankee Marshall, and whoever else is left in here could meet up in the center of the country, and you could be the best rifleman you are. I could be the best handgunner there, like Jerry Mikulik or whatever. Everyone plays a role.
Okay, and what's your point?
There is no point. Is that the fact that? Yeah, is that the fact that I don't know. Is that everyone could be themselves and be the shit they're into. I wish you all defend each other.
All right, I have one goal with a pistol.
But Sean, I want to know. I want to know if you can give me a lawyer, bro. I have like 17 different ways I can attack this law. I just need legal rap. That's what, like, the whole strategy and the whole game plan. I can do that.
I'm not an attorney. I have a bunch of attorneys that I work with.
I'm not an attorney. That is what put this. I I just need your attorneys to file paperwork.
I don't practice law. I write laws here in Florida.
I can't do either, but the point is that I can direct them to law. You know what I'm saying? Like how I just cannot imagine how my shit became.
You're shortchanging yourself. You can do either.
No, but I'm just saying is that what I cannot imagine
by
that
going to law school or by becoming very politically active and becoming a lobbyist and doing what is necessary to write the laws in your state. I had no particular skill at politics.
But your state is demographically set up very differently than mine. Very differently than mine. You might put this like you might think you have concentrated centers, but all right, so I have 22 counties in my state, and 3 counties in my state control 60% of my state legislature.
And I have 67 counties in my state, and I have 5 counties that
so that means you have a lot more counties. And no, not even.
Anti-gun.
You're way off. You're way off because you're talking about Florida type of anti-gun versus Washington, D.C. anti-gun level, which is on a totally different spectrum, and you're doubling up the counties. So
I'm keeping the counties right. It's the same level of anti-gun, but I have pro-gun people generally in control of my House and Senate and my governor's seat. You have anti-gun people.
I just got a new governor. Holla at me. Just got a new governor.
Who's your governor?
Larry Hogan. Just got him. He just got inducted last week.
Okay. How is he on guns?
He is wishy-washy.
Right now, I have a governor who has signed more pro-gun bills than any governor in Florida history. One of his
wishy-washy governor, simply because.
And part of his campaign was we went to him during his first campaign and said, will you support open carry? Will you support liberalization of the concealed carry laws? Will you help us as a pro-gun organization? And he said yes, yes, and yes. And he has followed through. And then when he went for re-election, he won. And it's not because Florida is such a great pro-gun state. Guns are a tertiary issue when it comes to a general election. But even as a tertiary issue, it controls tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of votes, enough to swing an election when it's close.
Well, see, all right, so this is where I have a problem. So there's a big rumor that my governor will pull a Mitt Romney, where even though my state already has all those state legislation, he's going to allow concealed carry, just like Mitt Romney did in Massachusetts, where, okay, AWB, but you have concealed carry. So we will have concealed carry.
Wait. What's AWB?
Assault weapons ban.
Oh, assault weapons ban. Okay.
Yeah. So remember how Mitt Romney did it, where All right, so like everyone gives Mitt Romney big shit. Everyone gives.
Tell me this: what's the current state of the law where you live?
AWB and no CCW unless you're a business owner.
Okay. Who decides on the concealed carry license?
Okay, so this is where I was going to tell you. So the big
is
rumor is
or a judge or police officer.
No, it is the state police commissioner, and this is where the rumor is, where in his second or third or maybe even fourth year, because based upon where you live, like let's say like if you live in a ghetto, like okay, so self-defense is not a good enough reason to get a CCW in the state of Maryland, right?
And that's a problem.
Okay, so
but the courts there have taken outliers.
But that is not a legal decision. That is a state president. That is a state president. So if the governor directs, the state
the legislature and the governor can overturn that.
Well, what I'm thinking is that by the time that happens, there won't be enough to be a stable data plan to show crime has reduced.
All right. Who is your state gun rights organization?
MSI, Maryland Shall Issue.
Oh yes. God,
and they're assholes. Okay, so like
the guy that runs it with the goatee. What's his name?
I don't know his name, but you know what I gave them? I gave them a picture of where was during our debate whether to pass the assault weapons ban. I'm the one that leaked the picture of a state senator playing chess while citizens were speaking on the fact.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay, that picture? I leaked that. Plug this. I leaked that picture.
Right?
I leaked that picture, and I even spoke out to them. And all I wanted was a free T-shirt, and those fuckers wouldn't even give me a free T-shirt.
Your organization there always wears the maroon shirts, right?
We wear maroon, gold, black. We wear multicolored shirts. We never wear one color shirt.
Okay, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different organization. There's one that they always tell everyone to wear these, wear maroon.
No, we have like that Celtic. It's almost Celtic. It's not really Celtic, but the Celtic cross with yellow and gold and black. And
that's not what I'm thinking of. Dave Rothman, is that him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that who I'm thinking of? Dave Rothman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, if you haven't gotten the memo, they want you guys.
We're still live, just in case. If you want to put no names out there, we're still live. I can take it off if you want to.
No, it's fine. All right.
But yeah, I don't understand where they're going, and I know my legislator is a much big uphill battle than you can even imagine. Whatever you can imagine in your state legislature as a battle, it is 10 times worse up here. You're not changing hearts and minds up here. You have to win legally up here. Even with the governor.
All right, check the side chat.
All right. Good night, gentlemen. I will talk to y'all later.